size and complexity. You can classify a settlement according to pattern. You can classify a settlement according to function. So what is a pattern of settlement? So by pattern, we're simply looking at the buildings. Are they closer to each other or are they far from each other? So we're saying a pattern is nucleated when the buildings are closer to each other, or it is dispersed when buildings are far from each other. Here examples will be either nucleated or dispersed. So this is classification of settlement according to pattern. Then you can also look at settlements in terms of their function. So what is a function of a settlement? Function simply refers to the what? Dominant economic activity. It refers to the dominant economic activity. Dominant economic activity. So we'll look at what is the function of a settlement, and then we classify a settlement as rural or urban. So if a question says settlement is rural or is urban, and then the classification, is it according to size, is it according to pattern, or is it according to function? You must know the settlement is called rural, not because of its size, not because of the pattern, but because of the function. What is function? Dominant economic activities. What are people doing in that particular settlement to earn living? Then we're going to look at how site and situation affect the location of rural settlements, and then classification of rural settlements according to pattern, identification of different patterns, advantages and disadvantages of different patterns, function, identification. So these are all characteristics that we are going to be looking at. Then from there, we're going to look at shapes of rural settlements. We have the round shape, we have a linear shape, we have a cross shape, and we have a T shape. You must be able to also identify land use. So you must note that in rural area, we do not have land use zones, but we have land uses. So we have land use zones in urban area, but in rural area, we only have land use. Then we're going to look at rural urban migration. You must be able to define what rural urban migration. You must be able to state, is it a push factor or a pull factor? We must be able to explain the causes and the consequences of rural urban migration, which result in rural depopulation. So what is rural depopulation? Strategies to address rural depopulation, social justice issues. So when you speak of social justice issues, we can also say it's called injustice. So simply by justice, we're referring to fairness. By injustice, we're referring to unfairness. So we're going to look at social justice. So when you speak of social justice, it's unfair treatment. Then when you speak of social injustice, you're talking about unfair treatment. Then we're going to look at the land reform. And then what is land reform? Remember, land reform refers to all the policies that are addressing the injustices of apartheid. Number one, we are going to look at land tenure. What is land tenure? What is land redistribution? And what is land restitution? And then we're going to look at development, origin and development of urban areas, urbanization, and the important concepts, your urbanization. What is urbanization? So you must be able to define a concept, urbanization. Urbanization is when the percentage of urban area increases. Percentage. It is urbanization. When the percentage or proportion of people living in urban area increase. And then we need to look at urban growth. Now, what is urban growth? This one is referring to percentage. This one is referring to the number. So urban growth refers to the increase in the number. So both urbanization, urban growth. So this one refers to the number increases. Urban growth refers to the increase in number. And then we have urban expansion. What is expansion? This one refers to now the physical growth. What is physical growth? Now we have many people coming in. When many people come in, we are going to have what we call urban growth. It's an increase in number. So when number of people increases, it means their needs are going to increase as well. So we are going to have to we're going to need more schools, more houses, more shops, more industries. So as we build more infrastructure, that is what we call urban expansion. It is a physical growth of the urban area. And then urban growth is the increase in number. Then we have urban sprawl. So urban sprawl is an uncontrolled growth of urban area or uncontrolled expansion of urban area. We call that urban sprawl. Then we have rate of urbanization. Rate of urbanization. So what is rate of urbanization? It's simply referred to the speed at which urbanization is taking place. Speed at which urbanization is taking place. So when we're looking at the rate of urbanization, we can say the rate of urbanization is slow or fast. So what is happening in poor countries? Because of poor conditions, many people are rushing out of rural areas to urban areas because of poor living conditions. So the rate of urbanization in the poor countries is high. But when you're looking at rich countries, the quality of life in rural area is not so bad. So not many people are trying to move out of urban area, out of rural areas rather. So the rate is low. So then we talk about level of urbanization. Level of urbanization simply referred to the percentage of urbanization. It referred to the actual percentage of urbanization that has taken place. So we can have a high level of urbanization. If we have two countries, one country has 70% of the population living in urban areas, and another country has 30% of people living in urban areas. So we can say here the level, we can say here the level of urbanization is high, and we can say here the level of urbanization is low. Then we have counter-urbanization. Urbanization comes with a lot of challenges. Once there's a lot of people living in urban areas, what happens? There's traffic congestion, there is shortage of resources, there is increase in crime, there is overcrowding, there's a number of problems. So because of the problems that are experienced, people start to move out of urban areas and settle back into rural areas. So what do you call that? We call that counter-urbanization. Is when people settle back into rural areas, moving from urban areas back to rural areas. We call that process counter-urbanization. Then we're going to look at all those processes, urban structure and patterns. We're going to look at this. This is a simple outline of the content that you're going to look at. I want to quickly move out of this and go into our content. Now, let's look at our content. And move away from this outline. We're going to look at models of urban structure. So this is still outline. This is still outline. I want to now look at the classification of settlement. What is classification of settlement? Settlement can be classified according to a number of ways. We said in the introduction, we classify settlements here now according to size and complexity. So what are we looking at here? We're looking at the settlements from the smallest to the largest. What is the smallest form of settlement? Is an isolated farmstead. And what is the largest form of settlement? Is a megalopolis. So this is classification of settlements according to according to size and complexity. So a single farmstead will be a farmer's house and all the land used in his particular farm and the building. So it is a farmstead. So it has fewer things. It is very simple. But when you go to megalopolis is complex. It has got more functions, got high order services and low order services. So this is classification of settlement according to size and complexity. So it ranges from the small to the largest. And as you also look at them, you can further classify them and say the three smallest forms of settlement, which is isolated farmstead, hamlet, village. These are considered to be rural. But once you say a settlement is rural, you must know you are classifying that particular settlement in terms of its function. And then when you're looking at the settlements from urban, from town to megalopolis, then you are classifying settlements according to when you say from town to megalopolis, these are settlements which are considered to be urban. So you must know the difference between urban settlement and rural settlements. So that is where the function of a settlement comes. So this is classification of settlements from the smallest to the largest. It is also called hierarchy of settlements, where you rank settlements from the smallest to the largest. Now let's look at settlements according to function. Now we have two types of settlement according to function. We call them rural or we call them urban. What do we mean when we say settlement is rural? You mean a settlement is single functional. It means it has one dominant economic activity. It's rural, one dominant, single functional. And when we say a settlement is rural, it means now the people here are either doing farming, they are doing fishing, they are doing forestry, they are doing mining. So by primary activity is simply referring to extraction of raw material. It's simply extraction of raw material. So this is primary activity, extraction of raw material. And then when you say settlement is urban, it means now settlement is multifunctional. We say settlement is urban. Once we say it's urban, it is multifunctional. My slide is giving me a problem here. When we say settlements are urban, it means those settlements are multifunctional. So your urban settlements have got two types of activity: secondary activities and tertiary activities. So what is tertiary activities? This is services, and secondary is manufacturing. So this is classification of settlements according to function. This is classification of settlement according to function. And then we have settlements according to pattern. Now, when you classify settlements according to pattern, what is classification of settlements according to pattern? We are saying, are the buildings closer to each other or are the buildings far from each other? So that is a pattern. Classification of settlements according to pattern. Are the buildings closer to each other or are the buildings far from each other? So that is a simple classification of settlements according to pattern. Now, what do we have? We have nucleated pattern, we have dispersed pattern. Both settlements have got advantages and disadvantages. Now, what are the advantages of being closer to your neighbor? Number one, in these rural settlements, the dwellers, the rural settlements, the people that live here, they can share the cost. Suppose they want to buy a machine for farming, they can say, let's contribute this much, and they buy a machine. Again, because we are closer to a neighbor, the help is always available. And then because you are closer to people, there is high social interaction. You are not going to be bored. You have somebody to talk to if you need something, if you just, or you don't need something, you just want to talk. But what are the disadvantages? Because people are so close to each other, it means each individual, you can compare here the land around this house, and you can compare the land around this house. So the problem with nucleated pattern, because the houses are so close to each other, there is small land, or the land is fragmented, and then because they are close to each other, there is no privacy, no individual decision making. If somebody say, let's plant spinach, it means it's going to be spinach that is planted. If they say let's plant maize, it means it's maize that's going to be planted. So there's no individual decision making here. After you have contributed, we said the benefit, the advantage is that you can share costs. But as much as you share cost, it means when the profit comes, you must also share profit. And then mechanization is not easy. Why is mechanization not easy? Because of the small land, because of the small piece of land that farming is done here. So when you're looking at these advantages and disadvantages, you must be able to differentiate them, because the examination question can be very specific. You must also be able to differentiate this, or categorize the advantages and disadvantages of these patterns in terms of, are they social or are they economic? Are they social or are they economic? So you can look at this one here. It says advantage, share costs. So this will be economic advantage. And then here it says help is available. So this one is showing that it is social advantage, high social interaction. So this one is also showing what is that? It is also showing a social advantage, because we're saying social interaction. And now let's look at the disadvantages. It says land is fragmented, small land. It is also, you can also say, because of small land, there is going to be a small yield. Because of small land, you can say there's going to be, because of small land, there's going to be small yield, which means the production will be less. Now, if the production is less, that's going to affect the economy, your income. Because we have less products, you're going to sell fewer products, and therefore you're going to make less money. Now, you can change this. As it is fragmented or small land, it becomes social. But you can change the social and make it economic by explaining it further. No privacy. So that one is outright social. No individual decision making. That is outright social. Share the profit. It is now economic, because now it's talking about the profit, which is money. Mechanization is not easy. It is social, but you can also add to it to make it economic, and say mechanization is not easy, and therefore you are going to produce less. And with less production, there's going to be less profit. So it's very important when you read this, when you study this, to read the question that will come from examination, because the questions in geography will not come as general and say advantages. Like you did in paper 1, the question was looking for environmental impact. Here now, you must know what we're talking about here. We're talking about social impact, which means how does it affect people? Environmental impact, it means how does it affect environment? Or economic impact, how does it impact on the flow of money? Now, let's look at the dispersed pattern. What are the advantages of dispersed pattern? It means you can make own decisions. So that is social. Now, you can also add that economic to that social. And then you can make own decision and increase on your profit. So economic is found in all answers. If the answer is social or environment, you can always add something to it for it to be economic factor. Now, doesn't share profit. So that one, it is outright. That one, it is outright economic. And privacy, there is privacy, so it is outright um, social. And then we have large land. So large land is very social. An individual has large land. Now you can use large land as well to make large land to be economic. There is large land, so there's going to be more production, and with more production, you're going to have more income or more profit. So when it comes to economic, all factors can be changed to be made economic. And then what are the disadvantages? Disadvantages, you carry your own cost. So carry own cost is outright economic. Unsafe, it is very social. Long distance for goods and services, this is social. Now, this social, you can also make it economic. Long distance for goods and services, and therefore you spend more money traveling, or more petrol traveling, which affects your money. Limited social interaction or boredom, that one becomes outright social. So it is very important that you must know that when it comes to economic, you can build from any fact. But if the question wants you to give economic impact and you did not include how does that affect the money or profit, you must know that answer is incomplete. You must show how money will be affected, or the income. Now, let's look at the factors that influence a settlement. Number one, factors that influence the site is water. People will settle closer to where water is. It is, remember, we're talking about rural settlements here. So water was going to be good for farming. People are also going to need fertile soil. They're going to need fuel, which is the trees that can be cut in order to make fire. They can also need building material. Building material is also going to be coming from the trees that can be cut, the grass that can be used for roofing. And then also we look at the direction to which the slope is facing, which is called the slope aspect. People in the southern hemisphere will settle mostly on the north-facing slopes, because the north-facing slopes receive direct sun rays, and therefore they are warmer, and people can save on heating, on electricity, because they don't have to switch on their heaters forever, because the houses will be warmed naturally. And then another factor will be the hilltop for defensive settlement. So remember, we're talking about rural settlements, and we're talking historically here. So people back in the days will settle on high-lying areas so that they could see an enemy from a distance and they could respond accordingly. So you can see water here as a factor showing the choice of site. People will always be closer to water. You can see the river there. And then you can see again the flat land that people are choosing here, where they can use it for farming. And then there is a place for meeting. There's good grass for number of things. Number one can be for cattle farming. Number two, it can also be for building material as well. Now, let's look at shapes of settlements. Shapes of settlements. Now we have three shapes that we are looking at. So we have a round shape. You should be able to answer this question. Identify the shape. You must be state that it is round shape, and then there should be a focal point. There should be something of interest here. It can be a river, it can be a house, it can be a church, it can be a mosque, it can be something around it. And then crossroad shape is going to develop because of many intersections there, and then it can be a linear. Now, when it comes to this linear, sometimes the examiner can ask you, what is the natural feature that influence the shape of a settlement A, or settlement B, or C, or X? So you must know the natural feature could be a river, or a natural feature could be it was along a mountain, It could be that, or now a man-made factor. So you must also be able to answer questions, application questions that you get from your examination. Now, let's look at this concept of rural-urban migration. What is rural-urban migration? Rural-urban migration simply refers to the movement of people from rural to urban areas. It's the movement of people from rural areas to urban areas. So we call that process rural-urban migration, and it occurs because of push factor or pull factor. So in your examination, sometimes you have to give pull factors or push factors, but the examiner will not say to you, list push factor when you are in grade 12. They are not saying list push factor when you are in grade 12. The examiner will say, what were the factors that made people to leave rural areas? So if the question says, what factors make you to leave, you must know it is a push factor. You cannot say it's because they are looking for job opportunities. Job opportunities is not a push factor. Lack of job opportunities is a push factor. So you must be careful when you're reading your question. So a question in grade 12, it can be disguised. So you must read a question thoroughly before, or when the question says, why did people move into area A? Then area A is urban settlement. Why did people move in area A that were moving from area B? You must know. It says moving in. So the answer that you must give must be a pull factor. It must be a pull factor. But when the question says, why did people move out of A? You must know you are looking for push factor. So you must be careful, read your questions carefully and see what is the examiner looking out for you. Or sometimes if the examiner is very generous, the examiner can ask you what were the push factors. But it is less likely to happen that you get a question that says push factors. We give push factors in grade 10 and we give push factors in grade 9. What are the push factors for them to get used to the concept of push factor? Now in grade 12, the question is structured in such a way that you apply the knowledge that you have acquired over a period of time. So don't expect a question saying what are the push factors, because so many times learners write, they leave examination, you think, oh, I have nailed it, because you saw that the questions were very practical. They are actually practical, not necessarily easy for you to answer, but they are very practical. They're talking about things that you already know. So it is very important that you become aware. You become aware of what the question wants. Push factor. Because it is so heartbreaking when you see that a learner in grade 12 has failed a question on a pull factor or a push factor, which we think it must be a given. All learners should get that. So push factors will be mechanization. Once farmers start to use a lot of machinery, it means they need fewer workers, and therefore people are going to have lack of jobs, low salaries, droughts, crime, unemployment. So again, when it comes to assessment, we're talking about rural-urban migration. See, I'm spending time on rural-urban migration, which so many people will think is an easier thing, but learners don't always get good marks here because of the interpretation of the questions. So sometimes here, the examiner could ask you about natural factors or physical factors that made people to leave, or they can ask you about social factors that make people to leave. You must be careful. Settlement geography is not the easy topic, but it is the practical topic. So what is important is to use the language correctly. So you must know, is the language used correctly? You'll get the marks. So sometimes they ask you economic factors that attracted people, economic conditions, economic factors that drove people out. You must know if it's economic, it will be less or lack of money, something that in that way, or lack of profit, something like that. So you must be careful when you answer those kind of questions. Okay, let's move on. I'm still here. Now, your pull factors will be, it must have description. Here, remember now I am doing slides. Slides must be just short. Better job opportunities. You cannot just say salaries because people here also have salaries. So it must be better salaries. It must not be education because there is education in rural areas, but the standard of education is poor. So here you must not say education as well. You must say better standard or higher standard of education. You cannot say medical facilities. You can say better or improved medical facilities, and then bright lights. So availability of bright lights. So you must give a description to whatever. And so many times you cannot just give one factor, or they left because of electricity. You cannot say they left because of electricity. They left because of no electricity. They came because of the availability of electricity. So it cannot just be one weight. That weight must be described for it to become push factor or for it to become a pull factor. So what will be now the consequences once people move out of rural areas? What's going to happen now? This again, you must be careful when you answer these questions. The examiner could say the economic impact of rural-urban migration, the economic impact of rural-urban migration, or it can be social impacts of rural-urban migration. So, for rural areas, it can say for rural areas. Number one, what we know, because of rural-urban migration, people have moved out of rural areas. So the first thing, before we even look at empty farmhouses, we are going to have what we call depopulation. The population. Number one, we're going to have depopulation, which means now the number of people is going to decrease that live there. So that will become social. There's going to be empty farmhouses. The crime or farm matters may increase. There's going to be unemployment. So what are we looking at here? Now we're looking at the cycle of rural decay. We look at the cycle of poverty. People moved because they were unemployed. And then some of the people that moved out were employers. Let's say it's a shop owner. He has a small shop that he has hired few people there. But because the people are no longer buying, he does not make enough profit. So he chooses to close his shop and move out. Now you see there is going to be now a rippling effect. People is going to move out. Now it's going to result in unemployment. Now, once now the investors see that most of the skillful people have moved out, they will not invest there. So there's going to be few investment in rural areas. Many old people will remain behind because they are on pension. They will not go to rural area. So it's going to result in an imbalance in the age and sex structure of rural settlements. There's going to be more elderly people and more younger people, and then there's going to be more females left behind than males, because males are usually the ones that will be trying to go and provide for the families. So there's going to be an imbalance in the age and sex structure of rural areas, which in reverse will also break the family bonds, because now the partners have left and the other partners are left alone. There's going to be few young men that are left behind because most of the young men will be going to urban areas to go and work. Low value of properties because now there's no demand for those particular properties. Shops will close down, that results in unemployment. The schools will be empty and some schools will be merging because now there's fewer learners. Services will be below standards because now the municipalities are not going to spend more money. They will decrease the budget because the budget is going to be according to the number of people that must be served. So if we have fewer people, then we're going to have less a budget for rural areas. Now, what are sustainable strategies that can be done in order to keep people in rural areas? We can advertise rural towns so that more investors can go there and invest and create more jobs. And once people have got more jobs, they don't have a need to move out. And then can develop recreational areas in rural areas like your stadia and all other recreational facilities that could be attractive to young people and that could create jobs. We can do tourism, especially ecotourism, because rural settlements are known for their wildlife and beautiful environment. So they can be tourist attractions that attract people to rural areas and therefore creating more jobs and attracting people back to rural areas. And the buildings that have been dilapidated and being run down, they can be restored and be used or repurposed for to attract people. And rural schools can be improved at interesting curriculum in rural areas, at IT technology into rural areas so that people can see the need to stay in rural areas because the type of education that they will get in urban areas will be the same as the type of education that they get in rural areas. And then cheap industrial science. So what must happen there is the government can also provide incentives. The government can provide incentives for people to settle in rural areas so that to build investment or to do investment. For example, if a person wants to build industry, the government can give them a site for cheaper and then at a cheaper rates so that they can go there and build industries and attract more people there and create jobs and resuscitate the rural areas. Now, we're looking at land reform. What is land reform? Land reform simply refers to the policies. Land reform is simply referring to policies. When we speak of land reform, we are simply referring to policies. What are these policies doing? They are addressing the injustices of apartheid. Land reform simply refers to the policies that address or redress the injustices of apartheid. That is what land reform is the policies that redress the injustices of apartheid law or of apartheid. Don't make it too long. Just say policies that redress the injustices. Now, these policies, number one, we have the one policy that is called land restitution. One policy that is called land restitution. To restitution comes from the word reinstate. Restitution simply comes from the word reinstate. So what is land restitution? Giving land back to owners or compensating them. Giving land back to the owners or compensating them. So compensation can either be you give them another land to settle in or you give them money to buy land. So that is, or you give their land back. So a land restitution, giving land to people, giving land back to people. That is land restitution. Or compensating them. You can compensate them by giving them money or you give them alternative land. And the second policy here is land redistribution. Land redistribution. So during apartheid, land was distributed. During apartheid, land was distributed, but it was unfairly distributed. So what is happening now with land redistribution? People are given opportunity to own land. People that never owned land are given an opportunity to own land. So government buys land and makes it available to the previously disadvantaged people. I'm saying land was distributed during apartheid, but it was unfairly distributed. So when land is redistributed, it means the people that were not given land before have an opportunity to own land. Then we have land tenure reform. Land tenure reform. So what is land tenure reform? So land tenure reform simply refers to securing the rights of those living on land owned by others. To secure the rights of those living on land owned by others, the land that is not theirs. Like for example, if a person is renting out a house, you cannot send them out once you don't want them anymore there. You must give them time to get a land. So that is what you call land tenure. So, is to secure the rights to occupy. Even if the land is not yours, you are protected from using that particular land. So is to secure the rights of those living on land owned by other, so that people cannot be unfairly removed from the land. Even if it is not theirs, they can be given an alternative land. So you have your restitution, giving land back; redistribution, giving land to the landless; and land tenure, protecting the rights of people to use the land, even if it's not theirs. And then factors that going to be, let's look at these factors that are going to be influencing the location of urban areas. Now it is fresh water, underlying rock relief, drainage, aspect of slope, resources, transport routes, bridging points, rivers, harbors, defensibility, and building material. So this will be the factors that will also influence the urban settlements. Now, urban settlements, we've got types of urban settlements. Number one, we've got what you call central place. So what is a central place? You must be able to define what a central place is. A town that provides, or it's an urban area that provides goods and services to the surrounding. So you have a town here, then around this town, this is rural, and this is urban. So what do people do? People get this is the urban settlements. This one here in the middle, it is the urban settlements, and then it is surrounded by rural settlements. So when people want to get urban functions, remember we said urban settlement has got secondary and tertiary. It's a settlement where people are involved in secondary and tertiary activities. Urban settlements are settlements where people are involved in secondary and tertiary activities. And what are secondary activities? It is manufacturing of goods. And what are tertiary activities? It is provision of services. So people in rural areas are doing primary activities, which means people in rural areas will not have finished products, and then will not be having services. So for them to get educational services, to get health services, what do? They have to move to a place called a central place town to go and receive secondary and tertiary goods and services. Because in rural areas, according to the definition, rural areas is unifunctional, so people are involved in primary activities. So it means they do not have secondary activities and they do not have tertiary activities. So where must they go for secondary and tertiary activities? To go and get goods, to go and receive services. They must now move to where? They must move to urban settlements. So a central place is a town or area, urban settlement that provides goods and services to the surrounding rural area. Or you can simply say it provides urban functions. What are urban functions? Urban functions is secondary functions and tertiary functions. Then we have other types of town. And now, okay, let's go look at back into central places. Under central places, we have what we call low order goods and services. Low order goods and services. So what are low order goods? Low order goods simply refer to daily needs. Low order goods simply refer to your daily needs. These are the products that you need on daily basis. So they have small threshold population, and they have several shops or services. And then this is the goods that you don't travel longer distance. So low order goods are the goods that you use daily, and therefore because not use daily but buy daily, because you can have a car, and a car is not a low order goods. A car is a high order good, but you can be using your car every day. So high order goods, low order goods are not the goods that you use every day. You can have a good that you use every day, but it's a high order good. So it's not a question of using, it's a question of using. It's not a question of using, but it's a question of buying. You can use a high order goods on daily basis, but you buy it once in a while. So, and then we have high order goods, which are the daily goods, your bread, your butter, all the things, milk, all those things that you use on regular basis will be your low order goods. So you travel a shorter distance for them. Then you have high order goods and services. You don't buy them regularly. You don't buy them regularly. They are specialized goods. So these goods, usually you travel longer distance for them. You travel longer distance for them because they are more specialized. So we have what we call high order goods and high order services. So a good is a product that you are going to bring home, and a service is something that you are going to use wherever you go. So for an example, if I have a headache because I was on the sun for a long time, playing football or playing rugby, all what I need is maybe Panado or something because of that. But if I have a headache that is not stopping, I can travel longer distance for that headache because now it needs a specialist. Now it becomes now a high order service that I need. You need high order goods. You buy them less often. They have larger threshold population, and there are less shops that provide them. For example, we have fewer shopping centers than spaza shops. We've got a lot of spaza shops because spaza shops are low order centers, and therefore they provide low order services, and therefore there's more of them. But when it comes to shopping centers, we have fewer shopping centers because those are high order centers. And again, you can look at the high school. You can look at the high school. A high school will be a low order center compared to a university. A university is a high order center because a high order center is going to have a larger threshold population. Larger threshold population, which means it's going to attract more people. So your school is going to be a low order center because the school is going to attract fewer learners compared to universities. Now, let's look at what we call type of settlements. So it was first central place. So under central place, you must check what we're talking about here. We're talking about order of goods and services, and then we're also talking about range. Okay, we'll look at all those other definitions or all those other concepts. Let's continue with types of transport. Types of settlements here. We have what we call trade and transport towns or cities. So what are trade of transport? There are examples of trade and transport. Number one, we have break of bulk. So when you go to the coast, actually all of your coastal towns will be trade a break of bulk. Will be the break of bulk in such a way that products will be coming in by water transport and will be loaded onto the road transport or be loaded into the rail transport. So that makes it break of bulk point. So you're looking at Cape Town, you're looking at Durban, you're looking at all coastal areas where one mode of transport is replaced by another. So break of bulk point simply refers to where one mode of transport is replaced by another. We call it a break of bulk point. And then we have junction. So junction towns are simply towns that are found at main intersections. They are found at main intersections. We call them junction towns. Then we have gap towns. What are gap towns? Gap towns are towns that are found at the point of access at physical barrier. If we have a mountain and there's a gap through the mountain, we have a mountain and we have a gap through the mountain. So that is a town that is called a gap town. And then we have what we call specialized towns. So there are many towns developed because of number of factors. Number one, we have mining towns like Velkom. It's a mining town. It developed mainly because of mine. And then you can also look at Johannesburg. Its origin, that is why it's called Gauteng, a place of gold. It mainly developed because of gold mining, but it has since developed, and now it is a commercial town which does many businesses. And then we have specialized town like Stellenbosch, where it is developed because of the institutions there. There's a lot of institutions and Stellenbosch University there at Stellenbosch. And we have industrial town. Now, Secunda is an example of industrial town. The area is highly industrialized. Then we have a town like Margate in KZN. It is a resort town. So this town specializes mainly on resorts. So it is another type of a resort of a specialized town. It's a resort town. And then we're looking at an area like Soweto. Soweto is a place where many people are staying there, but they don't work in that particular area. In the morning, they will be going to different places. They'll be going to all areas around Gauteng. So from Pretoria to Vaal to Krugersdorp to wherever. So it becomes a commuter town. So it is where most of the people will be using different transport network to go to their working space. So that is what we call, and in the afternoon, they will be coming back to their homes. So that is what we call a commuter town. So it is a specialized town. Now, let's look at urban hierarchy that comes from central place town. You say, what is a central place town? It's a town that provides urban functions to the surrounding rural area. It's a town that provides urban functions to the surrounding rural area. And then we have what we call urban hierarchy. Urban hierarchy. So what we have here, this is what we call urban hierarchy. Is the ranking of settlements from the smallest to the largest. Urban hierarchy simply refers to the ranking of settlements according to size, or you can say is a ranking of settlements from smallest to largest. And then we said a central place town is a province that provides goods and services to the surrounding rural area. And then we have sphere of influence. What is a sphere of influence? The area served by a central place. So if you have a town here, so this is a city boundary. And now, all this area around the city, it is what we call the sphere of influence. That is where the business is going to get customers from. For example, we can look at your school. Your school as a business. What is the sphere of influence for your school? The sphere of influence for your school will be the community where you're coming from. That is the sphere of influence. And now, because the school is a law order center, the school will now have a smaller sphere of influence. It will have a smaller sphere of influence, and we have what we call threshold population. What is threshold population? It refers to the number of people required to make business profitable. So for the school to function, it takes the learners from that surrounding area. So those learners become now the what? The threshold population of a particular school. So this is simply the number of people a function must serve to be profitable, or this number of people required to make business profitable. So that is threshold population. And now, if you are in a place and you want to go somewhere else to go and buy goods, the distance that you are going to travel is called a range. So a range simply refers to the maximum distance a customer is prepared to travel for goods or for services. So what is going to determine the range? The distance that you're going to travel. What are you going to consider for you to start traveling? You're going to consider, am I going for high order goods or am I going for low order goods? What are high order goods? Those are specialized goods. So if I want to go and buy a car, I can travel longer distance to go and buy a car if a car is cheaper at that particular place. But if I want to go and buy bread, it's going to be expensive for me if I'm going to buy bread from far distance, because I am also going to travel that distance again the following day, because it's a product that is bought frequently. So the low order goods have got a smaller range. The low order goods have got a smaller range than high order goods because they are more expensive. And then the low order goods, sorry, are not more expensive, they are cheaper. So the range of goods is determined by the order of goods, and the range of services is determined by the order of services. If I need a specialist, I can travel longer distance to go and see a specialist. But for a regular service, I don't need to travel longer distance because it is not specialized. Now, let's look at map application. Let's look at the map application on settlement geography. So what we have jumped here, we have jumped quickly to street patterns here. We have jumped quickly to street patterns. So when you're speaking of street patterns here, we are simply looking at what we call urban morphology. We have quickly we're looking at what we call urban morphology. There was a change in the slides. Unfortunately, let's quickly go through the slide. So what are we looking at here? We're looking at what we call urban morphology. We're looking at urban morphology. So many times people get confused between urban morphology and what we call urban profile, urban morphology and urban profile. So what we're looking here is urban morphology, which is the internal structure of urban area. So what are we looking at here? We're looking at street patterns. Number one, we're looking at grid pattern. So the grid pattern, this is the grid pattern, the grid iron pattern. So the grid iron pattern is a characteristics of an older settlement. It's a characteristics of an older settlement. How do you tell it's an older settlement? You can see there's a monument here. You can see there's a monument here. It's showing you that it is older. You can see again, there's a museum here. So if you are looking at this pattern here and the pattern here, and the question is, which one is older? This one should be older because it's got the old pattern. Now, this one, the irregular patterns, these are the irregular patterns. The irregular patterns are the newest kind of patterns. These are the newest kind of patterns. What you should know again is that the grid pattern, what are the advantages and the disadvantages? It's so easy to lay out. This pattern is so easy to lay out, and then it's easy to find your way here. That will be the advantage of the grid iron pattern. It's easy to lay out and it's easy. Sorry, left quickly there. It's easy to lay out, then it's easy to find your direction here. And it is found on the older part of the city, which were flat. Now, remember, during building, when people start to occupy the land, they are going to start building on a flatter land first. and the steeper land will be left. So you can see here, you can see a lot of contour lines here. You can see a lot of contour lines in this area over here because the area here is relatively flat. But now, when you're looking at this area, you can see there's a lot of contour lines here. You can see there's a lot of contour lines here. You can see the lot of contour lines. So to show that the area is not gentle, you see there's a lot of contour lines. So this is the gray area. When you're looking at the gray area on the map is indicating, the gray area on the map is indicating urban settlements or urban development. The gray area in urban on the map, on the topographical map, they indicate urban developments. Those developments can be towns, they can be residential area. So all this area here, this is your irregular pattern. This irregular pattern. You can also see their contour lines here. So to show that this urban development was made after this because this was the flat land. This was the flat land. And then after the flat land was taken, now this development followed after that. So now you can look at the factors that might have influenced the choice of site here. Flatland, number one, there's availability of water, which is the factors that we were looking at, factors that influence the choice of site. And now you have this over here. This is what we call recreation to indicate that this is urban area. And then when you look again on your map, you have these dark colors. You have these dark colors. These dark colors on your key, or on your reference, they will indicate buildings. They will indicate buildings on the key. So these dark colors, they could be number of things. Number one, they could be a mall. Like you see here, you have W there, W for vehicle. It could be a shop here. You have S here, which is a school. You have another S here, is a school. You have another S here, is a school, and you can see the school grounds there as a recreation. And then you have here, what do you have here? You have your railway. You have your railway there. You have your railway there. And then what do you have there? You also have buildings there. It could be your station. It could be some kind of buildings there. But these buildings also here, what do you have there? You have your hospital, but you have monument next to the hospital. So these black color things here, they are simply showing you, they are known as buildings. So these buildings can also be industries. They can also be industries. So you have this area over here. This area is representing, this area over here is representing urban area. Which part represent urban area? All the gray parts here represent urban area. And then this area where you have grid pattern, it represented the older part of the urban area. And this one with irregular pattern, they represent the newer part of urban area. And then this recreational facilities, this is what we call the land use in urban area. Because when you're looking at the recreational areas, they don't have a specific area at which they are found. They could locate anywhere. They could locate inside the around the buildings. They can be found in the middle. So you can see this recreation here. You can see this recreation here. It's just found in the middle of this gray area here. You can see this recreation here is found on the outskirt. You can see this one as well is found on the outskirt. You can see this one is found here in the middle. So recreation is not a land use zone because it's not found in a particular area, but it's found everywhere in the rural area. So what we have learned here is the map interpretation and map application. What can you identify from topographical map. Now, this one we have already spoken about, and then this is what we have been looking at here. So this is the land, this is the internal structure. This is the internal structure or urban morphology, but this is the urban morphology as identified from the topographical map. But now, in theory, when you're looking at this, you are going to see something like this. So this is a grid iron pattern. Grid iron pattern. This is how grid iron pattern looks like on the topographical map. And this is irregular pattern, and this is how irregular pattern will look like on the map. So this is map application of the internal structure of the urban areas. Now, what are the advantages, or let's start first with the characteristics of grid iron pattern. We have main patterns, which is a grid iron or rectangular pattern, radial pattern, and irregular pattern. So what are the characteristics of these patterns? With grid iron, the road intersect at right angle, and then with radial, the roads radiates, they move away from the central point, and this one has got no clear structure. Like the name say, it is irregular. It does not follow a specific shape. And then what are the advantages of the grid iron pattern? I said it's easy to plan, land is divided easily, it is easy to find way. But with radial pattern, what are the advantages? Easy flow of traffic, all roads lead to the central point. So you know at any point you are going to get to the center when you travel along it. Now, what are the advantages of irregular pattern? Because of fewer intersections, it's going to allow for a traffic to flow. There's going to have fewer intersections, and it's going to accommodates topography. Like I was saying here, look at what is happening here. Here we have a lot of contour lines. We have a lot of contour lines to show that the area is not gentle, or the area is steeper. But here, the contour lines, we don't see a lot of contour lines here. The contour lines are far from each other. You can just see a single contour line here in the middle, and there aren't as many contour lines here. So it shows that it is gentle. So the advantage of this grid pattern is that, of this irregular pattern, that it can be on a steeper slopes, and it allow building to take place on a steeper gradients. But the disadvantage is that the disadvantage of this irregular pattern is that it is difficult to plan because of steep gradient, and it is easy for you to get lost because of the roads that are winding, and it's not easy to expand. It's not easy to expand or divide because the area is very steep. But the opposite will be correct there for the grid iron. Grid iron, because it's gentle, it's easy to divide and construct. Now, what is the problem with traffic congestion? All these vehicles that are traveling on this route, they all have to stop at this point, from that point, and from that point. So you can see there's four-way stops. So it means now, at one stage, all four cars will have to stop here. So that's going to result in a very slow traffic movement, which results in traffic congestion. And then it is monotonous, or it is boring. And because some people may not stop at the stop sign there, it might result in accident there. And then this one, because all roads are going into the center, is going to result in traffic. The correct word there is congestion, not jam. The correct word there, it will result in traffic congestion, not traffic jam. And because of the traffic is going to be moving very slow, and there's a lot of wasted space. The space is not used economically there. So this is the same slide as the one that we have explained there. Now, what are we looking at here? We're looking at what we call urban profile. So this is urban morphology. What is urban morphology? Is the internal structure of the city. So what is the internal structure of the city? We're looking at the street patterns. That is urban morphology. Then what are we looking at here? What are we looking at here? Now we're looking at the urban profile. Looking at the urban profile. So what is urban profile? Urban profile is the side view of the city. Is the side view of the city. And then what do we see from urban profile? We see that the buildings increase in height when you go towards the city center, and they decrease in height when you move away. And there is only one reason for that. The reason for the buildings increasing to the city center is because of the high land value. The land is expensive in the city center. The land is expensive in the city center. That is why the buildings are taller. You cannot buy large land. But when you're moving away from the city center, the land becomes cheaper. That is why you can buy a larger land and build horizontally and not vertically, because the land is cheaper there. Now, the land is very expensive in the city center. There is high competition in the city center. There is high density of buildings in the CBD. The buildings are built vertically. There are tall buildings there, and there are more offices. And this is a commercial hub. The CBD is the commercial hub. But now, when you're moving away from the CBD, the land is cheaper. Because the land is cheaper, the buildings are going to be shorter, and there's going to be fewer houses because people can afford to be far from each other, because each person can buy their own land. And the buildings are not so high, they're not so tall, because they don't need to maximize the value of the land. So in the city center, they make a maximum use of the land by making the land to the houses or the buildings to be taller. And away from the city center, we find industries and you find residential. I don't think you have seen a double story of industry, unless that is a very light industry that makes clothes. You can have double story, but most of the industries will be single stories. Now, you know the difference between urban profile and urban the difference between urban profile and urban morphology. We said urban profile, it is the side view of the city. What does the urban profile show you? It shows you the height of the building and how the building's height change when you're moving from the city center to the periphery. And urban morphology simply refer to the internal structure of the urban areas. It shows different street patterns. And now we look at the land use zones, land use zones. So we spoke about land use in urban area, in rural areas. So it is a particular use of the land. But now in urban areas, talking about the land use zone, which means now it is a particular area that is used for a specific function. It's a particular area of an urban area that is used for a particular area. Number one, we have the CBD. We know the CBD is part of the commercial land use. So under commercial land use, we have two. We have CBD and we have OBD. What does CBD stands for? It stands for Central Business District. And then what does OBD stands for? It stands for Outlying Business District. So the CBD, that's your city center. What are the characteristics? It has the highest land value. It has the highest or the highest building density. It's got the tallest buildings. What do we mean by highest building density? It means there are many buildings. The buildings are very close to each other. So that is what we mean by highest building density. There are many buildings and the buildings are very close to each other in order to maximize the value of the land. You cannot have a lot of land that is not used profitably, because the land is very expensive in the CBD. And it has got high concentration of shops and offices, and it has high order commercial functions. It's got both high order and low order commercial functions. And then what are the issues here? The issues are high rentals. The issues in urban in CBD is high level of pollution, high level of traffic congestion, and high levels of crime. Those are the issues that you find in the city center. And then these issues are the ones that we call centrifugal forces. These are the issues that we call centrifugal forces that are now going to result in what we call these are what we're going to result in what we call outlying business district, outlying a business district. So what is happening here? We have what you call decentralization. We have what you call decentralization. Now, outlying business district, as in comparison to the CBD, they are found on the outskirts of the cities. They are not found in the city centers. And now, what are the characteristics? They are characterized by high land value because the land there is clean. There's a lot of vegetation that is absorbing carbon dioxide there. And then it is closer to transport routes for accessibility. It's got aesthetic appeal, which means it's beautiful. There is less traffic congestion because of decentralization, and it has sufficient parking space. Now, you can see here it is your outlying business district. So outlying business district are simply referring to your shopping centers. Your shopping centers, they are simply your outlying business district because they are built away from the city center. And then where are they built? They are built from away from the city center. So the examiner can ask you a question, the advantages of being in the outlying business district. You must know what are the advantages there. It has got an aesthetic appeal. It looks beautiful. It is highly accessible. There is less pollution there in terms of noise pollution. There is less air pollution there because of many trees that are absorbing uh, uh, um, carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. So that is why the urban areas I mean, not the urban areas. That is why the outlying business are more attractive to businesses than the CBD. And there is less traffic congestion there. There's ample of parking space in the outlying business district. Another land use can be used as a industrial land use. So industrial land use, we have two types of industries, light industries and heavy industries. What are light industries? They make small and light goods. And what are heavy industries? Industries that make heavy and bulky goods. So where are the light industries found? They are usually found outside the residential area or outside the CBD. So these are usually called market orientated. They are usually called market orientated. The light industries are usually called market orientated. Why do you call them market orientated? Because they are usually found closer to the residential area where there are customers, or they are found closer to CBD where there are shops, which are also customers. So these are your light industries. And then they also produce little noise. They create little air pollution. So they can be settled closer to where people live because they don't pose a lot of health risks to people. They don't use a lot of heavy machinery, so uh, 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 they are not too dangerous to where people live. But now we have the heavy industries. Heavy industries are usually found on the outskirts. Actually, their location, they must always be on the outskirts. This outskirts, this is where a place that we call rural urban fringe. They are usually found on places that we call rural urban fringe. So if you are to build a heavy industry, you will build it away from where people live. So if you are to build an industry, this will be the ideal place to build your heavy industry. It will be away, but now you cannot build it here because this area here is steep. The heavy industries need the heavy industries need flat and large land, but they need the availability of water, they need availability of flat land, availability of transport network. Okay, we'll look at when we're doing economic geography in few minutes time. They are usually found on the outskirts where the land is cheaper. They are found near major transport or bulky transport network to transport the goods to the market and to transport the raw material to the market. They are usually found on a flat land and also found near water sources. They also cause a lot of air pollution and they have dangerous activities. That is why the first thing that you do when you get to the heavy industry, if you want to do a tour in the heavy industry, the first thing that they will give you is a protective gear. They are going to give you helmet, they're going to give you overalls. So because of the dangerous activities that are involved in the heavy industry. Now we have another land use zone that we call a zone of decay or transition zone. So a transition zone is an area that you are going to find outside the CBD. Where is it found? Just outside the CBD. What you must know that it has mixed function. It has mixed function. What do you mean mixed functions? There is residential, there is commercial, and there's also light industries there. It is characterized by decayed buildings. Why are the decayed buildings there? Because there is no upkeep. The areas here there's no people taking care of. It's usually characterized by buildings that have been hijacked, buildings that have been taken by other people, hijacked buildings where people are not paying for services and therefore also having dangerous activities taking place there. You can have a lot of social injustices. As you can see, there's graffiti there on the walls. You can see the rusted buildings there that is not well taken care of, but you can see at least it is thin. There's not so pollution, much of pollution there. But this is what we call transition zone or zone of decay. So this is where most of urban renewal take place. That is where most of the urban renewal, improvement of urban area must take place. And the land here is still valuable. Why is the land still valuable here? Because the land is closer to the CBD. And we said CBD has got the highest land value. But as much as the land value is high, the buildings are not taken care of here, which results in what we call urban blight. Uh, how is it managed? It is managed through renovation, renewal, and it has reduced housing density. Another land use that we have is land use zone, not land use, it's a land use zone. The only land use in urban area is recreational. Others are land use zones because they can be found in a specific area. So another land use zones in urban area will be residential. And your residential, we have three types of residential. We have middle income, we have high income, and we have informal settlement. So middle income found away from the CBD, they got good view. They've got large properties, good services, and there's also recreational. And then we have low income, which is closer to the CBD. Why is it closer to the CBD? Because we say it is low income. And then the people are working in the CBD so that people can save the cost of going to work. Houses are closer to each other. There's fewer facilities. There's poor services and there's smaller properties. And the properties are they look more the same. So you could be asked to give characteristics of a low income or high income residential areas. And then we have informal settlement. Informal settlement also has got two characteristics. You can look at informal settlement in terms of um, a residential area. You can also look at informal settlement as an urban issue. It's also called an urban issue because informal settlements develop in urban areas mostly because people do not have an area or they don't have houses, and therefore they make a makeshift kind of buildings where they can stay. So it is a residential area. It is also considered to be urban issue. It is usually found on the outskirts. Houses are built of any available material. It can be plastic, wood, can be zinc, can be anything. It is characterized by unhealthy conditions. There are no service delivery. There's poverty. There's crime also. Uh, You can also look at the positive characteristics there because it is providing people a place to stay in. Now, another land use zone is what we call rural urban fringe. Land use zone is rural urban fringe. It is just found outside it is found between the rural areas and urban area. So what do you see here? You can see over here, you have your rural areas, and you can see here, you have your urban settlement. So this area between the rural areas and urban areas is called the rural urban fringe. So usually it is where you're going to find your heavy industries. Why are you going to find heavy industries there? Because of flat and cheaper land there. You're going to have flat and cheaper land there. You're going to find it again there because of availability of transport network there. You can see there's water availability there. That is where you're going to get your rural urban fringe. Also, you can see there's Bob Rogers Park there. You can see there's a park there. So this is where you will also find your sewage works there. Uh, you see there's a sewage work outside the CBD before the rural. So that area is called it's called a rural urban fringe. It is also a transition between rural area and urban area, but it's not a transitional zone. It is just a transition because now you are moving from the rural areas, you are getting into urban areas. And then, like your transitional zone or zone of decay, you are moving from the CBD, but you go into urban area. You are moving from the CBD, not to urban area. You are moving from the CBD of the urban area to residential or to the light industries. So you are transiting between what? Between the one land use to another. So the first land use would be commercial, which is CBD, and now you go into residential. So that is your transition zone. But this one is also a land of transition between rural settlements and urban settlements. So where is it found? It is found on the edge of urban area. It also has got the mixed functions. It also have got the mixed functions. What mixed functions? The mixed functions of urban areas and rural areas. It has got large properties because of cheaper land. Plots and small holdings are found there. Not the actual farms, but small holdings. It's plots. And this is where you find your airports, your cemeteries, your power station, your golf courses, and your sewer works as indicated in the slide here. Now, what do we have here? We're looking at a map interpretation. What are we looking at? We're looking at the type of settlement here. We're saying the buildings here are far from each other. And this is, so examination can say, identify the settlement pattern here. Is it nucleated or isolated? So you can say dispersed. Why do you say dispersed? Because the houses are far from each other. So you can see the houses are far from each other. Now, looking at the nucleated settlement, you see the houses here, they are closer to each other. So that's a nucleated settlement. So woodland and this Ramti, you see Ramti is an isolated settlement. And then Ramti has got isolated pattern, but woodland has got nucleated pattern. So this is an example of nucleated pattern here. Now, shape. Now you can see this settlement is built along the transport route here is going to take a linear shape. Then we're looking now at the land use zones. This is now your urban morphology. You can see this is the CBD. This is the older part of the city. This is the older part of the city. What do you see there? You see the street pattern that is grade iron there. And then what do you see there? You see transport network there to make it most accessible. So you have your green belts. So this is your rural urban fringe. So this is actually your map interpretation. Looking at the street patterns, grid iron patterns, which are the older part of the city, you're looking at the new one. And then the last thing that you have is your, before last thing, we have your models. You have your models. So we have number of models. Focus today, I'm looking at multiple nuclei. So what is the multiple nuclei? Multiple nuclei simply show us that the city center have got more than one central point. So we have more than one central point here. So that is the area of development. And we have another model here, which is called sector model. So what is this sector model indicating to us? Sector model is indicating that the city is built of different sectors, and all the sectors are radiating. It's showing that all the sectors are radiating from the central point. So what is the multiple nuclei showing us? It's showing us that the city has more than one center. What is a sector model showing us? It shows us the land use zones are simply sectors, and they all radiate from the one central point, which is the CBD. Then we have lastly the South African apartheid city. The South African apartheid city, what is this model showing us? It is simply showing that the South African cities were influenced by apartheid spatial planning and Group Act, whereby people would settle in certain places because of their skin color. So this one is showing that. And then we now have what we call urban issues. We have number one, urban issues, traffic congestion, urban decay, overcrowding. These are sometimes in the examination, you could be asked to identify an urban issue. So this could be an urban issue, this could be an urban issue that you have to identify, or this could be an urban issue. So what you need to do, you need to know the causes of those urban issues and how do they affect people, and what are the possible solutions of those urban issues. And now informal settlement also can be called a residential area and can also be called an urban issue. And what are the people experiencing in those urban areas, in those informal settlements? Okay, there's a continuation of of the of the map work that we looked at earlier. So
I think it is to the knowledge of everyone that our core focus areas is rural and urban settlements for question number 1, then economic geography of South Africa for question number 2, then question number 3 is geographical skills and techniques, which is map work. So without wasting much time, we are going to go through the questions and we are going to discuss and point out and highlight on the possible responses to the given questions. Right, so we are taking you to the first question, which is a question on rural and urban settlement. Right, the first question is a matching column question, saying question number 1.11. Settlements are classified as rural based on what is the criteria that is used to classify a settlement as rural. The main geographical reasoning that we use for the classification of the settlement is the number of functions. So for us to classify a settlement as a rural, we check on the number of functions provided by that particular settlement. So is a number of settlements, number of functions rather. Right. We understand that the functions are fewer for a rural settlement, and mainly the functions are primary, while we have many functions for urban settlements. Right, number 1.12, the question is saying actual physical position. The actual physical position, we are looking at where exactly a settlement is located in terms of the geographical space that is occupied by a particular settlement. What do we call that? The actual space is called the site of a settlement. Right, then the next question is saying loose grouping of farmsteads is called a loose grouping of farmsteads. That is a hamlet. A loose grouping of farmsteads is called a hamlet. That's the second largest classification of rural settlements before we go to a village. Remember, it's an isolated farmstead, which is the smallest. Then we go to a hamlet, which is a loose grouping of farmsteads. Then we go to a village, which is the biggest classification of rural settlements. Then we move on to number 1.14. A dash has mostly rural functions and some urban functions. Mostly rural functions and some urban functions, that is a village. We might also tend to find that we have some typical functions in a rural village, which are typically found also as part of urban functions. For example, we might find a primary school in a village. It is also found in an urban area. Right, then we move on to question number 1.15. The pattern of the settlement below is what pattern is there. Remember, when we're looking at pattern, it's either it's nucleated or it's dispersed. Nuclear in the sense that households are close to each other, and dispersed settlement meaning that they are in isolation, one on its own away from each other. So if we look at our examiner's sketch there, we can see that the scale is 1:30,000, which means that for every 1 centimeter that we measure for that particular sketch, the actual ground distance will be 300 meters or 0.3 kilometers. So if we check those settlements there, they are away from each other. They are dispersed. Right, number 116, the sketch below depicts a dash settlement. Is it a wet point or a dry point? Remember, a wet point is located in such a way that we can easily access water. Water is a scarce resource, and we need to locate as close to the water source as is possible. Then a dry point, there's risk of flooding in the area. Hence, we must settle at the most safest place in terms of the flood line, above the flood line. So this one here, if we check, our settlement is located there and there and there, and we are seeing that the river is just around the area. And if we see our contour lines, the first contour line to either side of the settlement is at 60 meters, which means this settlement are located in a low-lying area, just in the river flood plain. Why is the settlement located there? Is because water is a scarce resource they need to access. So it's a wet point settlement. Right. The shape of the settlement below, what shape is that? Is it linear or round? We are seeing that the settlement is developing along the river. So it becomes a linear, it's in a line form along the river. Right, we move on to the next question. Question number 1.2. We are looking at multiple choice options. The first question is saying a dash, is it a trade and transport town or city? Is shown in the photograph. If we try to analyze our photograph, you can see that this is more or less a port town. There is evidence that this is a port town because you can see there is water on this extreme end here. So that is most likely to be a break of bulk point where there is change in modes of transport, either from road to water transport or from the sea transport to rail. So it becomes a break of bulk point. 122 Plettenberg Bay in the photograph, as you can see there, below is classified as a or an urban settlement, and its dominant economic function is right. If we check there, the location of Plettenberg is located in between the areas of the Tismaga Mountain. It's located around the areas of the Tismaga Mountain, and the main activity that happens there is ultimately tourism activities, like what you can see there is mainly tourism activities that do happen there. So basically that qualifies it being located in a throughway of the Tsitsimaga Mountain. Then it qualifies to be a gateway town, and it is also typically a tourism tourism, not a mining town. So our correct response, if we can check those two, we can safely say that our response is A. 123 says a dash provides mostly low order goods and services to the surrounding rural population. Which one provides low order? According to the urban hierarchy, we understand that on the hierarchy, we have the one at the bottom is the one that provides low order, and the hierarchy goes up. We get more higher order products and services as we go up the hierarchy. So the first one, we find a town here before we get to a city. So for this reason, we are saying the town is the one at the bottom of the hierarchy. It's the one responsible for the provision of low order goods, and people are willing to travel for a shorter distance to get to a town to acquire basic necessities, which are low order goods. So it's a town. 1, 2, 4. Dash is the maximum distance that people will travel to buy goods or obtain services. Right. Basically, if you're looking at those ideas, we tend to find that our correct response is the range. The range of goods is the distance that people are prepared to travel. I think you understand the sphere of influence, how it differs from the threshold population. The sphere of influence basically will be looking at where the business draws its customers, that's the sphere of influence. And the threshold population, we're looking at the minimum number of people required to support a service and make it viable or profitable. So the correct response is a range. The range of goods is the one which is correct. Right, dash refers to the uncontrolled growth of urban areas. Uncontrolled growth, in other words, they are saying, is shapeless growth, or we can say it's formless, does not have a specific format. The urban area just grows anyhow. That is what you call urban sprawl. If an urban area is sprawling, it is developing, it is growing in an uncontrolled way. Right. Then 126, it says the cartoon below depicts the negative impacts of, let's analyze the cartoon. We can see that this is a representation of the buildings and these are trees. We are seeing a building which is portrayed to be consuming the trees. So a building is actually eating up the trees, like what you are seeing, these trees being eaten out by this building here. What scenario is being depicted here? It means the built up area is advancing towards an area which is naturally vegetated. So that is typical example of urban expansion. The physical growth of urban areas. The urban area is growing up and is eating up into the natural environment. The buildings as portrayed there, they are encroaching into an area which was once previously a rural or a farmland. Then number 127, dash is a process whereby an increasing percentage of a country's population lives in urban rather than rural areas, and increasing numbers of percentages of people living in urban areas for a particular country. That is urbanization. Right, we'll move on to the next question, number 128. Number 128 is saying, refer the table below based on the level of and rate of urbanization in South Africa in 2022, and the rate in percentage of urbanization in 2024 is, we're supposed to figure out this. We're supposed to calculate this. How are we going to calculate that? For us to get the rate, we get it by subtracting the level here. The change in the level gives us the rate. So we are saying, for us to get this particular rate here for 2022, we are saying it's unknown X. And that rate, if you get a difference from 2021, 2021 was 67.85. The unknown for 2022 minus the rate for 2021, it must give us the percentage for that particular year. How much has it increased? It has increased by 0.49. The rate is 0.49. So calculating this, it is going to give us X is equal to 0.49. We add 67.85. So if we do that, it will ultimately give us 68.34. So 68.34, that is how we get this. And we also calculate for this, the rate. We get the rate also as 0.47. So our correct response is item 1 and item 4, which is B. Right, refer to the graph below showing the percentage of rural population in South Africa from 2017 to 2024 and the extract on land restitution. Right, what is it saying here? We are not going to go through the case. It says the Molotelic citrus fruit farm showcasing the success of a land restitution program in Limpopo. Right, that doesn't matter much. We want to go in under the questions. Right, according to the graph, state the rural population percentage of South Africa for 2024. We just have to go to the graph and look at 2024. We see our 2024 is here. So for 2024, we just want to figure out how much it was in that particular year. So you get your percentage there. All these figures are in percentages. So we are saying the rural population in South Africa in 20 is portrayed as 31.18 in 2024. That's the percentage. Then give the general trend of the population, of the rural population percentages as depicted in 2017 and 2024. From 2017, we are seeing that in 2017 it was 34.66, and in 2024 it's now 31.18. What is the trend? A trend can either be a decrease or an increase. So if we look at this trend here, it's a downward. As time is progressing, the figures are going down. So the trend is decreasing. The figures are decreasing. That's the trend from between 2017 and 2024. The trend is decreasing. Explain the social impact that the general trend, question 132, will have on rural community. Social impact. We are looking at a problem here. This is question number 1.33. I'll just try to indicate here. We're on question number 1.33. We want to look at the social impacts of which problem of a decline. We have seen the trend in rural population. How is it going to impact on the population in terms of social aspects, in terms of the way of life of people in the rural areas? How are they going to be impacted if the numbers are declining in the rural areas? So we look at typical issues like aging population. Where do we get the problem of aging population? Because of this instance, we have the youth migrating or the economically active. They migrate, leaving behind the elderly. So at the end, we have more of elderly people in the rural areas because they cannot migrate, because the main reason why people are living in the rural areas is they are trying to find economic opportunities in the urban areas. So they are left behind. The aged people are left behind in the rural area. So the population structure becomes imbalanced. We have more of the aging population in the rural areas, while the economically active have moved out of the rural areas to try and find fortunes in the urban areas. Then you can also look at services, loss of services in the rural areas. Services are lost. For example, we have schools closing or clinics closing. Remember, we talked about the aspect of threshold population. When a service, for it to be functional, it needs to maintain a minimum number of people, of which if it fails to get that minimum to support it, its viability is threatened, and hence it is going to close down. So at the end, we have typical problems of our service being lost, service provision being lost. We will also talk of aspects like in the rural areas, increased poverty. How does poverty come into play? We are looking at the aged and the very young. They cannot effectively fend for themselves. They cannot effectively farm the lands to produce enough for themselves. At the end, they will live in poverty. So it's a typical problem that can affect the society in the rural areas. And also we can talk of the development of the ghost towns, abandoned buildings in the rural areas, which gives an image of rapid rural-urban migration, and hence abandonment of buildings and activities in the rural areas. And also, you can look at other aspects like community fragmentation. The community becomes fragmented. It becomes divided, which has got a negative implication on cohesion and family building. Cohesion is lost. As a result of the decline in the population, we tend to find that also families will be split, and also the community at large will also be split, which gives a negative implication on the society at large. Families are splitting as people move to rural areas. The cohesion within family and the cohesion within community is also lost in the process. So those are some of the ideas that you can also mention, or you can also look at other aspects like skills drain. The rural community can also lose socially by losing skilled people. Skilled people going out of the rural areas and trying to find a fortune in the urban areas. So it gives skills drain from the rural areas. The rural areas become drained of the relevant skills that might be helping in the upliftment of the societies in the rural areas. Right, then we take it the next question. Refer to the extract on land restitution. What is land restitution? That's the question. What is land restitution? Right. We are going to define it in very simple terms. We don't want to complicate life. That is question number 1.3.4. I'm just going to highlight how the idea basically. 1.3.4. Because basically what you need to do in defining concepts, address the basic idea of the concept. We cannot define the concept the same as it is portrayed in the textbook or as it is presented on whichever source you use to revise and to study. So, but you must have the basic idea of what restitution is about. So you can say returning, the process of the returning of land to the rightful owners. What would have happened to this land? This land would have been unjustifiably taken, or those families would have been unjustifiably dispossessed of their land. There would have been unjustified dispossession of land. So we want to return the land to the rightful owners. That is restitution. I think you can understand the ideas of land reform, where we look at land redistribution and we look at land restitution as aspects of land reform or as instruments of land reform. So restitute is to give back. That's the idea of restitution. We move on to the next question. The next question is saying, according to the extract, which option or model of land restitution applied to the Moletele community? Which option applied? Let's look. It says, Moletele community opted to take their land back, and this has resulted in a successful land restitution program. They've opted to take their land back, and this has resulted in the right. So basically, we are seeing that there is the process of taking back their land as a model of land restitution. We call it that model there, where people are taking back their land. Basically, we can call it restoration. Restoration of original land. Restoration of original land. That's the model that they they are actually adopted there. They had to restore their original, the very same land that was taken is the one that they had to claim back. So it's restoration of original land. Then suggests strategies that can be implemented after land restitution has taken place to reduce rural depopulation. We want to reduce the trend of rural depopulation after land restitution. I think this is not a general question. We are understanding that there is a measure that has been put in place. There has been land restitution, but there is something that must be done to reduce rural depopulation after the process of land restitution, which means that land restitution must come with a full package to support its success so that we solve the problem, the geographical problem of rural depopulation. So what must we do? Let's highlight question number 1.3.6. Right. The issue here, once we give the farmers land, does not mean that we have solved the problem. There is additional effort to be done to ensure that the land restitution process reaps positive results and retain people in the rural areas. So we can talk of aspects like farmer training, training of farmers, or we can talk of skills development for the farmer. We cannot just give land to someone and then ignore them. The government needs to take an initiative to train those farmers so that they have got the right skill and the right knowledge on how to partake agricultural activities which are profitable and productive for them so that they can stay in the rural areas profitably. And also, we can look at the government trying to offer financial support. Besides offering knowledge and skills, we also need to equip the farmers with financial support so that they can get whatever equipment they need to use and also inputs to use in the production process so that farming becomes viable and it retains people in the rural areas. Or we can also look at some irrigation initiatives. We understand that because of the issue of global warming and climate change, most of the places in South Africa, they are now receiving unreliable rainfall. So for that reason, there's also need maybe to implement some initiatives in agriculture to make sure that agriculture is profitable for the rural farmer and is sustainable and it retains people in the rural areas. Or we can also look at other aspects like developing infrastructure development in the area to enhance to ensure that the farmers do viable agriculture. They need the different sets of infrastructure to use in their agricultural process and in the agricultural business. So the government also needs to aid by developing infrastructure in the area so that farming becomes viable and becomes profitable instead of just giving the land to the farmer and ignoring the farmer. At the end, we have not solved the problem. The very same people will still move out of the rural areas. So there are other initiatives that you can also come forward with, which are relevant to the support of the farmer after land restitution. Right. Let's move on and look at the next question. We're moving on to question number 1.4. Right. Refer to the urban profile depicting urban land use zones and photographs showing urban land use below. Right. That is the urban profile. We can see that from the tallest building at D, the height of the buildings are declining as we go to the outskirts, where there's the rural urban fringe at E, and B is showing us that that is a high income area. Then we also look at the left-hand side. We see from the CBD, the buildings are declining, going downwards until we get to the heavy industries at A, at the end there. But let's try to use that urban profile to answer the questions. What is an urban land use zone? What is an urban land use zone? We're just going to define it generally. Right, number 1.4.1. What is an urban land use zone? When we're talking of a land use zone, we are saying it's a section of the urban area. Of an urban settlement with a specific dominant function. It's a section of an urban area that accommodates a specific dominant function, which means in that particular area, there is one activity that dominates in the particular area. For example, we can talk of a residential zone, which means that area is for housing. That is the dominant activity that is happening there. Or if you can talk of industrial, it's a zone. which means that area is specifically for manufacturing process. Those are typical examples of land use zones. So we are saying it's a section of the urban area with a specific dominant function. That is definition in symbol terms. Right, we'll move on to the next question. The next question is saying, name 2 urban land use zones where commercial functions are mainly found. Where do you find commercial functions in the land use zones in an urban area? Right, we might find them in different zones, but mainly when we're talking of commercial, the dominant one, that is number 1 form 2. When we're talking of commercial functions, we're talking of business functions. Right. So commercial functions, the main land use zone with commercial functions is the central business district, or in short, the CBD. That is the one that accommodates most of the commercial activities. Then you can also look at other sections of the urban area, like the industrial. You also find commercial activities there. It's manufacturing for business purposes. Industrial zone, whether it's heavy or light industrial zone. And also sometimes you can also talk of the outlying business district. Because of decentralization, we tend to find that some commercial activities have moved out of the central business district and have gone to the outlying business district or the office parks, where we also find commercial activities located. Those are some of the areas that you can mention as areas of commercial activity. Right, move on to the next question. I'll move on to question number 1.4.3. Refer to the urban profile showing land use zones and photographs that show examples of land use in these zones. Right. Give evidence that the land use in B2 is a high income residential areas. We want to use the evidence here. This is where B2 is. Use the evidence to support that this is a high income. Right. So we are going to use this here, and we are going to use this here. These are our 2 pieces of evidence. We want to find out justification that that one is a high income area. Right. By looking at this profile, we analyze using the location of this area here. If we check the location, we can safely conclude that this is a high income area because it's located away from heavy industries. We see it's located here. The heavy industry is located that far away there. And also, if we check the distance, is also located further away from the CBD. We know that high residential income areas, they don't locate or they're not compatible with the CBD and the heavy industries. They are located further away. And also in terms of location, look at the area E. They are located around the vegetated areas of the rural urban fringe. So for that reason, using our profile, we can justify by the location in relation to the CBD, location in relation to the heavy industries, also location in relation to the rural urban fringe. Then looking at the photo here, we can also try to figure out evidence from that particular image that we have there. Let's look at the nature of the buildings. If you see, we understand that high income areas, there is loft living there. People have got nice and big houses. If we look at the nature of these houses, we can see that these are big houses. And also, if we can check around, we can see that there is vegetation all over. The area is vegetated. And also, if you can check closely, there is evidence of security, secured stands. If you can see that this is a walled unit and this is a walled unit on its own. And also, if you check on the size of the land ownership, there, the stands are big. If you check this one, it's one walled-in, which is very big. It's a justification there in terms of size. Look at the nature of the houses, look at the size of the stands, look at also infrastructure around, look at the environmental factor around the area, the environment itself. They are located, remember, in those vegetated areas where there is clean air. We don't have high income areas locating in areas that have got polluted air, but they are located in areas that have got clean air because there's vegetation there, infrastructure is well developed. You look at the nature of the houses, you look at all those aspects. So the justification, you can figure it out from the photo here to justify that it's a high income area. Then, is the land use at A heavy or light industry? We're also analyzing this. For us to find justification, whether it's a heavy or light, and also we use this to find a clue. Right. By merely looking at this, we see that there is evidence of air pollution here. And also, if we check the nature of the setup here, it shows or gives us a clue that there is bulky business being taken care of here. The nature of these structures, they give us a clue that there is usage of bulky raw materials here and producing bulky outputs. We cannot be manufacturing small products from this whole big outlet here. So the fact that there is high pollution, which is being shown here, and also the distance. Look at the distance from the CBD here. It also gives you a clue. Remember, we said light industrial activities, they are compatible with the CBD for the reason they do not cause high levels of pollution. They cause considerably lower levels of either air pollution or noise pollution. So for that reason, we have activities like clothing manufacturing, shoe manufacturing, we have furniture. Those activities, they are compatible with the CBD. They can locate in the transitional zone and they can not disturb activities of the CBD for the fact that they are not activities that contribute towards pollution. So this is a heavy industry. We can safely conclude that this activity happening here is a heavy industrial activity. Explain 2 economic reasons why this land use, or answer to question 141, is located on the outskirts of the urban area as indicated. Right, you are saying, why do we locate on the outskirts? One reason is they cause high levels of pollution, air pollution, and also they cause noise pollution for that reason. And also they need space. The space might not be available, which is not available close to the CBD. They need large space and the space is unavailable. And for the other reason, we can also justify that the activities that happen, much of them, they are high risk activities. And hence they need to locate away. High risk activities, in the event of maybe leakages, maybe they are manufacturing chemicals and there is a leakage, that is going to cause harmful effects on the people if they are located close to the CBD or to residential areas. So for those reasons, that is why we tend to find that they locate away. So for economic reasons, mainly, those were general reasons that we're highlighting. For economic reasons, we are saying one reason is of availability of space. Availability of cheaper land. We can safely say, for economic reasons, why do we have those activities happening away from the CBD? They need large pieces of land, which is not available in the CBD, close to the CBD, or close to the central business district of the town. So for that reason, they have to locate away so that they can access cheap available land on the very outskirts of the city. So when you're addressing a question which is specific, make sure that you relate your activities to the aspect in the question. This question is specific on economic reasons, but giving our justification that this was a high industrial area, we are just highlighting on either social issues or either highlighting on environmental issues. But if your question is like this, it's specifically asking for economic. It means you have to highlight something in relation to the businesses advocating to cut costs and also advocating to make profits. That is where you must link your discussion to. Then why is the land use zone at B2 not located close to land use at A? Land use in B2 not close to A. For the same reasons that we highlighted, why the question is like, why are high income areas? Why are high income areas or the high income residential zone not compatible? Why can't it locate close to heavy industries? That's the question. Why are high income areas not compatible to the heavy industrial sites? So for that reason, we are highlighting reasons which are related to the environment and to the society. Those are typical highlights that you can also give because they cause high levels of pollution, which can be either in the form of air or which can be in the form of noise. And this is not compatible to high income areas. People from high income areas, they want to stay in a safe environment. They do not want to be associated with those pollution activities. And also for safety reasons, people in high income areas, they are concerned about their safety. They cannot locate close to risky areas that can have accidents. Like what you mentioned earlier on, for example, if there are spills from the industrial activity, they might harm the people, they might cause very serious harm. So for safety reasons, high income areas, they don't locate close to the residential, to the heavy industrial areas. And also for the sake of aesthetics, aesthetic reasons, we understand that heavy industries, they are not actually pretty areas to associate with. So for beauty reasons, we tend to find that high income areas, they locate away from those manufacturing activities because those areas are deemed to be areas which are not pretty and which cannot be compatible to people with high incomes. Then we also look at property values. Property values are high and hence high income areas cannot locate to areas with lower property income, lower property values. If an area is close to an industrial area, that is a very risky area, and we cannot expect high property values in such areas. So for the same reasons, high income areas cannot be compatible to heavy manufacturing activities. Right, then we check the next question. The next question is saying, is question number 1.5, is giving us an insight into the problem of urban blight or urban decay in Windhoek, Cape Town. We are not going to go through the text, but we're going to try to highlight on the questions. Right. What evidence in the photograph suggests that urban blight or decay has taken place? What you can see there as evidence, we're going to highlight on what you can see, visible evidence. We are seeing this drawing here and these drawings here. They are continuing on the building. And you can see this here. There's evidence of some smoke or something that has been bent somewhere there. Right. So there is evidence that we can highlight here, that we have graffiti on the walls. The graffiti suggests that there is urban blight taking place. These markings and drawings on the walls, they give us an indication that the area is experiencing decay. And also we can figure out from what you can see, there's evidence of abandonment here. The area seems deserted. It seems like it has been abandoned. There's no one who is actively maintaining these buildings. These buildings, they might be evidence, though we cannot justify it geographically, that they are illegally occupied, maybe by those Nyaupes. They are just staying there and doing their own illegal activities and doing their drug things there because there's evidence of proper, there's no evidence of proper settlement of normal activities happening around that particular building there because of the evidence that we are visualizing on the infographic that we have for that particular picture. Right. Then it says state 2 social causes of urban blight or decay. We want to look at social causes. That is number 1.5.2. Remember, our question is specific. We want to address social causes. 1.5.2. We are looking at aspects that lead to urban decay that has to do with the society or the way of life of people. What could have contributed to the area experiencing a problem of decay, which is attributed to social aspects. So when you're looking at this one here, we can look at aspects like inadequate municipal services. For example, water or refuse removal. How does this contribute? We understand that people, when they are staying or occupying a building, they need to access basic services from the municipality. If the municipality fails to provide such services, it means that people are going to move. The legal occupants of the buildings are going to move to somewhere else better. You cannot keep paying bills when you are not provided with the service. So there's no incentive for one to keep staying in an area that is not having water, not having electricity, where refuse is not being collected. So people move away for that reason. So you tend to find that the buildings will, with time, get to be illegally occupied because the legal people who are supposed to be occupying those people would have moved away to somewhere else where there's better municipal services. And also can attribute this to the problem of lack of community engagement. Community engagement, right? There are some communities where people are not worried about their very own community. Each person minds their own business. So without that community cohesion to solve typical problems that affect the society, it will tend to disintegrate the society, and some people will tend to move away from such societies because the society doesn't have cohesion. They do not have one word in solving social problems in the surroundings. And at the end, we tend to find that if people are not engaged actively, then people will gradually move out of the area, leading to the problem of decay being experienced in the very same area. Then we also have typical issues like crime, or we can talk of gangsterism, gang activity. Right, it's typical social issue which affects many societies. And you tend to find that where we have typical issues of gangsterism, the population there is very low. People staying in such areas because of the risk that is posed by those social activities. People tend to move away from such areas which are known for being crime hotspots and also being gangsterism hotspots. People tend to move away from the areas and abandon such buildings. And as a result, we have the typical problem of urban blight being experienced in those areas. And then you can also look at other aspects like poverty. Areas with high poverty, people tend to not afford to maintain the buildings for poverty reasons, or can talk of aspects like unemployment. So if you see, the alignment of our discussion here is aligned towards the society, is aligned towards ways of life of people. You must address in the dimension of the aspect asked in the question. Right, then looking at question number 1.5.3, suggest possible reasons why the municipality of Cape Town has not attended to this issue of urban blight or decay in Wynberg. Sometimes you tend to find that the problem of urban blight is very visible to even a person who is passing, who does not even stay in the area. But the municipality will be watching over on a daily basis and ignoring such aspects. What might have been the reason for the municipality here ignoring the problem that we are visualizing on the photograph? Right, so that's number 1.5.3. What might be the possible reasons why the municipality of Cape Town has not attended to this issue? Number one reason, we might say they have got limitation of resources, limited resources or budget constraints. They might be facing budgetary constraints. That might be a typical problem that the municipality, even though it's willing to resolve the issue, but there's need for financial resources to ultimately renew the area. That will take some budgetary action to be put in place and to try and source for the relevant resources to come out with the renewal process. So we might argue that the municipality is incapacitated financially because they do not have the budgetary provision for such activities. Then you can also look at it from the dimension of they might be competing priorities. It has not taken any action because of competing priorities. You tend to find that sometimes the municipality might be faced with a difficult situation that requires urgent attention. For example, there are areas where people do not have water. They have to channel resources towards those priorities before they look at the problem of urban renewal. So it can be a reason. Or we can look at bureaucracy. We can look at also the problem of, we understand that public institutions are run using a bureaucratic red tape. It's a bureaucracy, it's a long chain of command where decisions take long to be implemented. You raise a concern in society, but the municipality takes long because there is a long chain of command in the implementation of the solution to the problem. For them to take action, it takes a very long chain of command. Then maybe you can also look at historical neglect. Some areas have been neglected for history and still are being neglected. The municipality does not take care of some of the areas. Maybe it's part of the areas which have been neglected from the history of Cape Town. And the history is bearing its legacy in the current years. Right, we move on to the next question. The question is saying, in a paragraph of about 8 lines, explain the positive impact of urban renewal on the economy of Wynberg. Urban renewal, we're now saying we are solving the problem of urban decay. How can it benefit the economy? So it's number 1.5.5. Urban renewal on the economy. If the urban area is renewed, what is going to happen? For one and obvious reason, that is number 1.5.4, we have job creation. Jobs are going to be created in the area, and that is going to pose a positive benefit on the economy. And also, there will be new businesses, or there will be investments in the area, which is a benefit for the people. They're going to access a variety of goods and services, and they're also going to get them at a lower price because of the variety of the businesses, and also they're going to benefit by getting employment. And also, you can look at improved infrastructure in the area. And also the urban renewal can also result in the multiplier effect. It will also lead to the development of other related businesses. And also you can look at increased property values. If the area has been renewed, it means the property values are always going to increase. So you look at some of those activities, or you can talk of increased local spending in the area. If people are now gainfully employed in the area, they are now able to spend more. If property owners are now getting high value for their properties, they're also going to spend more, and that is going to cause a multiplier effect. It's going to cause more production to happen and more activity to happen in the long term. Right. So that takes us to the last part of our first question, which is question number 1. We move on to question number 2 on economic geography of South Africa. We're going to go through the multiple choice question quickly, and we'll move on to the other questions to follow. Right, the first question is saying, E- is a positive social factor of sugarcane production in KwaZulu-Natal. The question is asking about a positive social, which means it's a benefit to society. How does society benefit from sugarcane production? The response is B, provision of employment. Right, number 12212, dash is a negative economic factor hindering sugarcane farming in KwaZulu-Natal. Negative economic factor, which is hindering production of sugarcane. What could be that? It must be economic. It must be negative. So it's lack of access to capital. Right, the next question is saying, two advantages of sugarcane farming for the economy of South Africa is, and one advantage of sugarcane farming to the economy is that it contributes to the GDP and also it leads to development of infrastructure. So our correct response is item 1 and item 3. Climatic factors that favor KwaZulu-Natal as the highest producer of sugarcane in South Africa. We understand that KwaZulu-Natal is on the eastern coast, which means temperatures are relatively higher and also the rainfall is higher. So for that reason, we are saying our response is item 1 and item 3, which gives us letter C. 2 and 5. The province that produces the most gold in South Africa is, most gold is from the city of Goli, which is a Goli in Gauteng. Though the reserves are declining, but the establishment, according to those who understand the history of Goli, actually it was a city of gold, which means Joburg was developed primarily as a mining town, and the main mineral that was being mined, it was gold. So it's Gauteng as a province. Refer to the graph below showing the number of people employed in gold mines in South Africa between 1995 and 2025. Right. So we are seeing the trend. 1995, our figures are close to 400,000 people. And by 2025, we have less than 100,000 people. Right. The number of people employed in South African gold mines decreased the most between. The most we are saying, where do we have a steep drop or a steep gradient on our line graph? If we check here, we can see that from this point to this point, it's very steep, this particular point here. So what is the time frame? We can see that the time there is around 1995 going to around 2000. So this era here is the one that experienced that particular phenomenon of a sharp decline in the number of workers employed. So it's around 1995 to around the year 2000. Right, taking to the next question, a physical or natural factor causing employment numbers to decrease in South Africa. We are looking at a natural factor causing employment numbers to decrease. Right. The economic factor, the physical rather, or natural factor that is causing a decline here is the depletion of gold in mines. We understand that gold is an unrenewable resource, and the more we extract, the more it gets depleted. So it means the mines are no longer having the same reserves as they used to have in the olden days. So for the same reason, they must also downsize their workforce. Right, number 128, an economic factor that has caused employment numbers to decrease from 2015 onwards. An economic factor. Let's look at economic factor here. An economic factor is fluctuating prices of gold. That is economic. Right, let's look at the sectors of the economy and the contribution to GDP in percentage. Right, it says dash is a secondary economic activity. Which one is a secondary? It's manufacturing. Transport is a tertiary, it's a service. Primary activities accounted for dash of the GDP. We just have to check for primary activities from the table and figure out how much they've contributed. Our main primary activities are mining and agriculture. If we add 8.4 plus 2.9, they will give us 11.3. Right. Then number 2.2.3, dash makes the largest contribution to the tertiary sector. If you compare these two without even going to the table, finance and real estate and construction, this is a secondary activity, so it's not a tertiary. So our correct response is Y. The dash sector was the greatest contributor to the GDP in 2024. We just have to look at 2024 and look at the sectors here. if we tend to find that we have finance and real estate is tertiary, we have trade catering is tertiary with 14 and 31. There's no other figure bigger than 31, which means the highest contribution came from tertiary. Then the sketch below illustrates these are exports and imports, and they appear to be in balance. So if exports are equal to the value of imports, it means there is balance of trade. Right. Number 2.26, a factor that advantages international trade. What factor advantages international trade? It's well-developed infrastructure. If we have well-developed infrastructure, it means we are able to import and export effectively. Tariffs are taxes imported on imports, which means it's a hindering factor to international trade. So it's not a correct response. 2.27. Dash is an economic benefit of international trade. What do we benefit from international trade? We get access to foreign currencies. We use our South African rand in South Africa, but if you want to buy from other countries, we need to have foreign currency to be able to access products. So for economic reasons, we tend to access foreign currencies if you are trading with other countries. Right, that takes us to question number 2.3. 2.3 refers to the infographic below on food security and small or large scale farming. We're not going to go through the text, but it's showing us a mechanized farm here where there is the machine that is doing work on the farm. And also this is small scale where we are seeing manual labor being employed. Right, and also you have a graph here which shows the major challenges experienced by small and large scale farmers in South Africa. Right. Define the concept food insecurity. That is our first question. That is question 2.3.1. Right. If you are to look at the concept, this is question 2.3.1. The question is on food insecurity. Can you please note the difference there between food security and food insecurity? Our question is insecurity. So it's the opposite of food security. What do we say about food security? By saying we are secure, it means we are guaranteed of sufficient supply of healthy and nutritious food for a healthy life. When you are insecure, we are saying it's a situation when not all citizens have access to sufficient, healthy, and nutritious food. We are saying there are some citizens who cannot access, who cannot have sufficient, healthy, and nutritious food. We are insecure. That's insecurity, the opposite of security. Right. According to the extract, what percentage of households suffered from food insecurity in 2024? We're told that 25.8 of households faced moderate to severe food insecurity in 2024. So our percentage is 25.8. From the extract, 25.8% of the households, they had the problem of food insecurity. What evidence in the photograph on large-scale farming suggests that it would have a positive impact on food production? What evidence in the photograph on large scale? We want to look at the large scale illustration and try to figure out evidence that large scale can have assurance that you're going to have food security. Right, if we check here, what can we figure out? Right. This area here, by merely looking at the size, we can say a large farm. Large lands being utilized. Large pieces of lands are being utilized. If we utilize a large piece of land, we are also guaranteed that the output is going to be large. And as a result, we are also going to have sufficient food. So by looking at the land size which is being utilized here, we can safely say because of the large land size, we are guaranteed that this is going to produce enough for assurance of food security. And also we can look at mechanization on the farm. Mechanization, how does it assist? It brings in efficiency. Instead of us resorting to inefficient methods of producing food, we are using machines, which brings in the aspect of efficiency. And hence, we are going to be assured that we're going to have high output because we are doing production using efficient methods of production. And also, if you can check, there might be evidence of irrigation taking place there. If we see those splashes, those might be water splashes irrigating the crops. So with also the issue of irrigation, we are guaranteed that even if there's drought conditions, we are going to still have food being produced. So irrigation, it ensures yields under harsh weather conditions. So for that reason, we can pick those ones as evidence to support that we are likely to have food security on a large scale. It will have a positive impact on food production. We are going to have guaranteed food production on large scale. Refer to the graph, identify two economic challenges that small scale farmers would more likely to experience than large scale farmers. We're just referring to the graph here. Small scale farmers, they have limited access to farming equipment and technology. They only have 19.2, if you can see there, while this large scale have got 80.8. So we see it's a challenge. They've got limited access to equipment and technology. Then also access to finance. Small scale farmers have got limited access to finance. They can only have an access of 6.9, while this large scale have got an access of 93.1%. So it's also unjustified that only 6.9% of the small scale farmers can have access to finance, while it's 93.1% of large scale. And also arable land, they are also limited in their access to arable land. Only 25% of small scale have got arable lands, while it's 75% of large scale you've got access to arable lands. So those are the reasons. Right, let's look at the last question, number 2.3.5, in a paragraph of approximately 8 lines. Explain how these economic challenges identified in your answer can have a negative impact on food production. We are going to highlight and try to explain on the aspects that we have highlighted in the question. And we are to figure out how they can have a negative impact on food production, how they can hinder food production. Right. Our first aspect there, we are saying, we are answering question 2.3.5 is 2.3.5. Right. Our problems is the first typical challenge is farming equipment. Then our other typical challenge is access to finance. Then our other challenge is access to arable lands. So farming equipment, we are saying, how is it going to impact? How is it going to ultimately lead to a negative impact on food production? Without equipment, we are saying the farmers use ineffective traditional tools for production. For this reason, it means those tools are not effective. So they resort to ineffective traditional tools of production, and hence they yield little. And it limits the land size that can be utilized. If we don't have farm equipment, it means we can also be limited in terms of our ability to do farming on a larger piece of land. We end up resorting to subsistence, just farming on a small piece of land, because we need equipment to do farming on a bigger landscape. Access to finance. It means farmers are going to have poor inputs or limited inputs, e.g., fertilizers or seed. If we don't have finance, it means we are limited in our capacity to purchase the relevant equipment and the relevant inputs that are needed in the production process. And hence, it also gives a challenge to productivity for the small-scale farmer. They cannot access finance to buy inputs, to buy pesticides, for example, seed. So at the end, their production is limited because of limited access to finance. Then limited access to arable lands, you can also argue for the reason that the farmers, they do production on arid lands, which are unproductive, or there's less fertile soils, they produce less yield. So for that reason, it also contributes to the fact that we're going to have limited production for those three reasons. By taking it to the next question. Next question is question 2.4. Refer to the extract and map below on the Dube Trade Port Industrial Development Zone. We're not going to go through the text. The map is here of Durban Pine Industrial Region, which is showing the location of Toyota South Africa, and which is showing the Durban Harbour, which is also showing the Dube Transport and the Indian Ocean. Right. In which province is the Dube Trade Port located? For one and obvious reason, it's in the KwaZulu-Natal. Court evidence from the extract that indicates that the Dube Trade Port has a variety of manufacturing activities. We want to quote, this is an extraction question. It says in the second paragraph, the automotive industry would join the electronic, high-value manufacturing, food processing, and fiber optic sectors at the Dube Trade Port. So this is where we get a variety, because one, we're having the automotive, and it is joining electronic, and also there's high-value manufacturing, there's food processing, there's fiber optics. All those, they are found in the Dube Trade Port Industrial Development Zone. That is our quote. According to the extract, why is the Dube Trade Port classified as an industrial development zone? Right, let me clarify on the industrial development zone for the sake of clarity of the question. We are saying, why is the Dube Trade Port regarded as an industrial development zone? What is an IDZ? So that we can relate it to the Dube Trade Port features. That's the question. We need to first of all understand what an IDZ is so that we can relate it to the features of the Dube Trade Port. So when it's calling of the IDZ, we are saying this is an industrial estate meant to produce products for the export market. So for that reason, the industrial estate is located close to a harbor or and an international airport. So we are saying this is an industrial estate, meaning to say we have a number of industries which are located at some given space. And those industries, their target is not to produce products for the domestic market. They target to produce products for the export market or for the international market. And for the same reason, for us to access the international market, we need to use the harbor or we need to use the international airport. So those are the features of an IDZ. How are they related to the Dube trade port. If we come here, it tells us that it tells us that the Dube trade port is located in the same vicinity as the King Shaka International Airport. 30 minutes from Africa's busiest cargo port, the Durban Harbour. So we're seeing the justification there. It's located within the vicinity, within the surrounding of the King Shaka International Airport, and also it's just a 30 minutes drive away from the busiest cargo port, the Durban Harbour. So for that reason, we can safely conclude that the Dube trade port is NIDZ. Then the next question is saying, how did the proximity or the distance to the airport and the harbour favor the location of the automotive plants in the Dube trade port? The vehicle manufacturing businesses, how are they favored by the location of the Dube trade port close to the harbour? The airport and the harbour. For one reason, we can say, why are they favorable? For one and obvious reason, we highlight that it's favorable, the distance, reduced costs, of transportation. Remember, raw materials are transported to the industries. And the raw materials, some of them, they are imported and also need to export. So for the same reason, we are saying there is a reduction in the cost of doing business there because we are closely linked to the harbour or the airport. And then we'll also look at ease access to export market. We are just located close to the airport and to the harbour, which means we can easily access the export market. We can easily send our products to the harbour so that they can be exported to the international market, or we can send our products to the airport. At the same time, we can also receive raw materials and other inputs that we need to use in the production process. Explain how the variety of manufacturing industries in the Dube trade port would have a positive impact on the economy of the province. A variety of industries. We are told of a number of industries that are available there. How would it impact on the economy of that particular? That is question 2.4.5. On the economy, we are looking at aspects like job creation. It is going to contribute towards a variety of jobs being created by those industries, and ultimately income levels are going to increase for the people. Then you can also look at other aspects like a contribution to the GDP. Those industries are also going to contribute towards the GDP of the economy of the area. And also, we can look at the economy of the province is also going to benefit in terms of infrastructure development. They're also going to benefit in terms of infrastructure development. And then the province is also going to benefit in terms of tax revenue. From those businesses operating, they're supposed to pay taxes. And also, it is also going to lead to the multiplier effect. In the province, the development of related industries, they're also going to develop because of those industries. Then the economy is going to benefit in those dimensions. But that does not sum up all the benefits. There are other benefits that you can also highlight, which come with the development of that particular industrial site. And ultimately how it is going to impact on the economy of the whole province. Right. That takes us to the question coming is question 2.5. Refer to the infographic below on the informal sector. It talks about the informal sector and it gives us a picture of the products that are sold by the informal trader on a main road in Richards Bay. First question is saying, what is the informal sector? What is the informal sector? Right. When we're looking at the informal sector, remember we're looking at something which is not recognized by the authority. When something is informal, we understand that it's not something which is to the recognition of the authorities. It's not something that is legally recognized. It's informal, it's happening in the underground economy. And for the same reasons, the informal sector, we are looking at those businesses who are unregistered. They fall part of the informal sector. So it's a section of the economy, or we can say there are economic activities that involve businesses which are not legally recognized, and those businesses are unregistered, and those businesses, they are not liable to pay taxes. For the reason that they are not registered, it means also that they do not contribute towards the tax base or the tax revenue. So we are just going to define this in most simple understanding. We're just going to define it in the general geographical sense. So that is question number 2.5.1. 2.5.1. Now looking at the informal sector, we are looking at that section of the economy comprising of businesses that are not legally recognized, or can say they are unregistered. And for that sake, they do not pay the corporate tax in this instance. We are referring to the corporate tax for businesses. And then the next question is saying, why is the informal trader in the photograph found on the main road? He's saying an informal trader on main road. Why are they locating on the main road? The reason is access to the market. They locate in these areas for customers. They can't locate anywhere else where there are no customers. They want to locate where there's most convenience in terms of their potential market. They want to locate in areas where they can easily sell their products. So the potential markets are people using the road. So they locate exactly where their potential market is located. There's no reason for an informal trader to locate away from the main market, because there's no one who will bother to look for the informal trader to buy something. Those products that they sell, they mainly sell convenient products, like the fruits and the veggies. Those are conveniences, the low order goods. So you must locate as close to where you find your market as is possible, not locating away, because no one is willing to travel a distance to go and buy apples. Right. The next question is saying, 253, state 2 challenges that this informal trader is likely to experience with the type of goods being sold. The question is specific, with the type of goods being sold. The challenge is what type of goods are being sold. We are told here that this informal trader is specializing in fruit and also in vegetables. So the question is, in other ways, looking for typical problems for a person who is trading informally and selling that kind of product. What typical challenges? Right. One typical challenge here, we might talk of these products are perishables. 253. They are perishables, implying that if they are not bought at a convenient rate, they are going to go bad, and hence, or they're going to rot. They are going to experience losses because they are dealing with perishables. Typical problem with perishables means if they do not get sold and get cleared, and you don't have proper facility to store them, they will get bad, and ultimately it's a loss for the trader. And also, we can look at other aspects like competition from established businesses. You tend to find that these small scale traders, they go and buy from the big businesses and then they break the bulk. But the problem here is those big businesses can afford to sell those same commodities like the vegetables and the fruits at a very low price compared to the informal traders on the streets. That is why you tend to find that they adjust their working hours so that they can also get customers when the formal businesses are formally closed or before the formal business is open. That is why they adjust their working hours so that they will also get customers when the formal businesses are not operating or are not functional. And also that's the reason that they offer convenience by locating as close to the customer so that they can fight competition from established businesses who sell the same typical perishables. And also the other challenges of storage. They have a challenge with storing those commodities. We know that we need some refrigerated containers, which they might not have as they are selling. They will end up exposing those veggies to the open sun, the fruits to the open sun, which will also speed up the rate of them getting bad. So because of absence of storage facilities, also a challenge that they are going to face with the nature of their typical product that they sell. Refer to the table, account for the large number of informal traders during the month of December. If we check here, we have 35, 22, and in December we have 60, which is the right number. Why are there many informal traders in the CBD in December? That's the question. For one reason, that is number 2.5.4. December being a festive season, it implies that there is high demand for the products. Everyone is in the festive mood. It's December and people are willing to spend. So for that same reason, we tend to find that there will be high demand for the products, and hence the number of potential businesses who are going to sell their products will also increase because they are sure that they will also get some sales from the large numbers of people who will be in the festive mood. And also, we can also argue in another dimension that some people, some formally employed people, engage in informal trading during their work off season. We tend to find that there are some people who are employed in the formal sector, people who are formally employed. They will be going to work throughout the year, but in December, we understand that people will have some form of a break. And those people, some of them, they will also join the informal sector. That is why the numbers are tending to increase in December, because it's some sort of a work off season. And people will have time to also join businesses in the informal sector. So for one reason is because of the increased demand, the potential business people will increase because they are sure that there's a market for their products, and also for the other reason that some people who are coming from the formal sector, they also join in the trading in the informal sector for December during their off work season. Right. Then the next question is saying, how will the municipality of Richards Bay benefit by issuing permits to informal traders. If they issue permits, how are they going to benefit? They are going to benefit, that's number 2.5.5. One, in the dimensions of tax revenue. Remember, the informal traders are not paying tax. If they register them and give them permits, they are liable to pay taxes. And hence, tax revenue is going to be realized. And then also for regulation and control. They are going to be effective in regulating and controlling the activities of informal traders. If they are registered, they know the stipulations of the law and what they must do and not do. They are entitled to some working hours, which means that it will be easier for the municipality to have control over the activities happening in the urban areas. And also we can look at the benefits of public health and safety. Improved public health and safety. We understand that there are some standards to be met for one to be given an operational business permit. So for that reason, it means they must meet the criteria, the minimum criteria requirement for them to be granted with a permit. So for that same reason, it means they will conform to the health standards and the safety standards, which means it is also going to be a benefit. And overall, you can look at economic development. The municipality is going to realize benefits of economic development. If there is a big tax base, and hence that tax money is going to be used to finance activities in the municipality's jurisdiction area, and hence we are going to realize positive results in the overall economy of the municipality's area of jurisdiction. Then moving on to the next question, which is question 2.5.6. What can the municipality of Richards Bay provide to the informal traders with the money collected from the issuing of permits? What can they provide? We are seeing that there is a rationale for them to issue permit. There is a valid reason for them to issue the permits to the informal traders, but that money must be used in a sustainable way to benefit the provision of some requirements for the registered people who are now shifting from being informal and are joining the formal sector because they've been issued with the permits. What can they issue? That is question 2.5.6. Right, you can look at, they can issue secure trading spaces, or can talk of them as the market stalls for the people to operate from. Remember, the informal traders are exposed to harsh weather conditions because of lack of infrastructure where they operate. On a sunny day, they are operating in sunny conditions. On a rainy day, they are operating in rainy conditions. On a cold day, they are chilled in the cold weather. So the government or the municipality in this instance must secure a trading space for them and ensure that they have got proper market stalls. And also they can use the funding to training and support for business skills. Remember, some of those people were just doing business from a general perspective without any business skills and how to manage and run their businesses. They need to be equipped with the knowledge and the skills. Then they can also use the funding to improve infrastructure. For example, storage facilities for their waste, they must be provided with storage facilities and also with sanitation. They must get access to proper refuse removal, proper water facility, proper toilet facilities. All those must be provided using that funding. And also, they can also provide affordable financing options. Low-cost loans to the traders. Some of them, they lack adequate capital. They need to be supported so that they run viably. So they need to be supported in that dimension of financing. So the municipality can also use that takes that money from the permits to offer affordable loans to the potential registered business people. Right, that takes us to the end of section A, which is our theory section. We need to move on to our map work. Our map question is based on the map from Mpumalanga, which is Emalahleni Wheat Bank. The map information is provided. We need to go to the questions. You would be driving in A or N, which direction on the main road from F in block C3 to Glen in block A5. We are looking at the topographic map. Which direction will be moving from F? We are going via the main road to Glen, River Glen. Here to this farm from F along the main road. This is our road here. Which direction is this direction going to Glen Farm? If we are to draw our compass here at F, we are moving from F and we want to go to Glen Farm. Your north is always there, your west to the left, your east, your south here, which means we are going in the northeastern direction. So our correct response is northeasterly. That is the direction. Refer to the orthophoto map, calculate the area of the demarcated feature 6 in block B4, C3 and 8, and C4 in square meters. And we are told that the breadth of the area is 1.8 centimeters. This is an extraction from an orthophoto map. Right, we are looking at this area here. This is the demarcated area, the red demarcated area labeled 6 on the orthophoto map. We can see the demarcation there. Right, we are told that the breadth has already been provided for us as 1.8 centimeters. So what you need to do is to measure the length here. Right, according to my measurements, in as much as I have measured the distance and also in as much as I trust the ruler, I got a measurement of 3.5 centimeters. So we have a breadth of 1.8 and a length of 3.5. Those are our dimensions. So let's come and do the calculation. Let me use an open space. We are saying our feature is like this. It has 1.8 centimeters and it has, my measurement is 3.5 centimeters. We want to find the area of this. In area is equal to the length times our length times the breadth. And we want our answer. Remember, our answer must be in square meters. Right, so we are saying our length is 3.5 centimeters and our width is 1.8 centimeters. Remember, this is an extract from an orthophoto. Always remember to take a note of the map that you are using. It's from an orthophoto. So for the same reason, our map scale is 1 to 10,000. If you want to convert this to meters, we multiply by 100. For the length, we also multiply by 100 for the width. We ignore this unit because we are already converting to meters. 3.5 times 100 gives us 350 meters for the length. We multiply by 1.8 times 100 gives us 180 meters. We multiply the 2. If we multiply the 2, we are going to get 63,000. And already our answer is in square meters because we are multiplying a meter by a meter to give us square meters. So that's basically how you calculate. You measure your distance or for the length side and you multiply by 100 to get the actual distance in meters. You are given the breadth in centimeters, you multiply by 100 to get the actual distance in meters. Then you multiply the 2 to get your answer in square meters. Right. Why is it important to calculate? Sorry, before that, we are going to move to question number 314. Calculate the magnetic declination for Emalahleni Wheat Bank for 2025. We are told on the map here, what is the map information? We are told that in 2014, the declination angle was 18 degrees, 19 minutes, according to the map information. So we are going to use that map information for us to get the declination in 2025. Right. It is saying the declination angle for 2014 was 18 degrees 19 minutes. So it's 18 degrees 19 minutes for 2014. Then we need to find the total change. Total change, we are told that we don't need to go back to the map because map information is provided. Mean annual change is 5 minutes to the west, and it has lapsed over a period of 11 years. So our total change, how do we get it? We say 11 years times 5 minutes to the west, which gives us 55 minutes to the west. This is our total change. So for us to get the declination for 2025, we are now saying the angle that was there in 2014, which is 18 degrees 19 minutes, plus the accumulated 55 minutes over the 11 years. This is going to give us, if we add these two, 19 minutes plus 55 minutes, we are going to get 74 on this side, 74 minutes. And we understand that from 74 minutes, there is already at 1 degree there. We less 60 to remain with 14 minutes. So this 60 here is equal to 1 degree. We add it to the side of degrees. So 18 plus 1 gives us 19 degrees, and the remainder remains 14 minutes. This is our current angle for 2025, 19 degrees, 14 minutes. Why is it important to calculate the current magnetic declination? For the reason that it always changes. The declination always, we understand that the angle always changes. So we need to calculate the current. For the reason that it always changes, we need to find the current. And hence, if we have the current, it means it is going to ensure precise directional measurement. So the main idea is it always changes. For the reason that the declination is always changing, we need to always calculate for the current. Because if we use the one for last year, it's no longer the same because it's changing. Because there's a mean annual change, meaning to say every year it's changing. So it must also catch up with the change so that we ensure precise or accurate directional measurements. Right, we move on to question number 3.2.1. It says item number A, match column A with figures. Column B, we have a golf course, a school and recreation, and an old diggings. What area is matched with area 6? If we go to our orthophoto map, where is our area 6? Our area 6 is within this area here, where we have that particular feature, which is inside here. And if you're not very sure, we relate this enlarged map to the topographic map to see if there is some form of an aspect which is indicated on the element of the reference for us to figure out the area correctly. Like this area 6, if we try to transfer this same area here to the topographic map, we can safely see that the area 6 on the topographic map, remember our mapped area, if we are to find it on the topographic map, it is within the red demarcated area. But because of scale, it appears to be smaller. So if we check around area 6 on the orthophoto map is to the extreme, almost to the extreme northeast corner, somewhere here. It's on the northeast corner of our map. So we go to our orthophoto, you can see around area 6 must be somewhere to the northwest here, somewhere. So northeast, somewhere here. And if we see clearly, there's indication that there are some schools there. And for that reason, we come back to our question to justify. We can see here, but we cannot figure out whether it's a school or it's a church or it's an industry on the orthophoto map sometimes. But there's a school here, and this is a facility, a recreational facility within a school environment. So for that reason, we can safely conclude that it's a school recreational area, area 6. It matches with B. It's a school recreational area. Then area 7, we go to our orthophoto and try to figure where area 7 is. We see that area 7 is in this vegetated area here, which is on the approximately on the mid south part, going to the eastern side, from the mid-southern part going stretching to the east. This is an area with vegetation, and we can see. If also relate to the topographic map, we can also see that this area is around this area here. And it's even written a golf course here. If you can see clearly, this is an area of a golf course, the same area that is mapped on the orthophoto in this particular section here. So we can safely conclude that the area is a golf course, form 7. Right. Refer to street pattern around 8 on block D4 on the orthophoto. Explain how this street pattern will create challenges for commuters. Right. Let's look at the street pattern on the orthophoto. Is street pattern around 8. Our area 8 is around here. What kind of street pattern are we visualizing? If we are to check it there, we can safely see that this is more of a grid pattern. The streets are intersecting at right angles. These are going to the north, east. These ones are going to the western side. So it's more of a grid around 8. So how does the grid pattern influence commuters? How are they going to impact on people moving to and from work? They are going to impact on the commuters. They're going to cause challenge. They're going to cause delays. They're going to cause delays. Where do the delays come from? From congestion at intersections. We know that the grid pattern, it will going to cause congestion, and hence the commuters will be delayed. For that reason, they will be delayed. And for the same reason, again, they will have limited route options. The route options will be limited on these commuters because it's either you're going through the street directly to wherever you're going or you're going lost. So for that reason, it also means that the main problem is the delays because of congestion at intersections. It has many intersections where you need to stop and then it is going to create congested traffic. Identify the land use zone in which the symmetry is located. For one and obvious reason, the symmetry will be located in a rural urban fringe. That is where we find symmetries. Why is this land use zone suitable for a symmetry? For the reason that land is cheap. And also, there is large space. Right. Refer to the open cast mining taking place at H in block D1 on the topographical map. Let's look at block D1. Area H, we are looking at this particular area here. There's an open cast mine here. Right. Then the question is saying, identify one type of transport infrastructure at the open cast mine. We're just supposed to look and figure out this black line here, which is passing via. What does it mean? This is a railway line. That's the transport infrastructure. There's a railway line. Then what mineral is mined at the open cast? For one reason, Emalahleni is a coal mining area. So that open cast is for coal. And for one obvious reason, coal in Mpumalanga is extracted mainly using the open cast mining method because the reserves are not as deep as the gold reserves in Gauteng. State a physical factor, refer to industries at I. In block C3, on the topographic, industries at I, this is area I, use industries here. What could be the physical factor? For one and obvious reason, the physical factor there is that there is general gradient. Or there is a flatland. That area is flat. That is the physical factor that makes it suitable for the location. What are the economic advantages of these industries for the local population? Economic advantages, for one reason, is job opportunities. People are going to get job opportunities by those industries. They're going to get employed in those industries. And also, it will stimulate local spending. And also, for one reason, there will also be infrastructure development. Any of those and other. Right, that takes us to GIS. We are looking at data layers. There's vegetation layer. There's another layer with non-perennial water, and then data layering. Right. So what is data layering? Basically, layering is projecting, like what is shown there. Different data layers, one on top of another, to show comparison, for comparison reasons, and to show the relationship for spatial analysis. So you are seeing this is a data with non-perennial water, and this is data with vegetation, but they are elevated on top of each other. That is projection, or projecting it on top of another. We are layering, putting a layer, a thematic layer, and another layer on top of the other, so that we can analyze the relationship between those two, can do spatial analysis. Name the data layer B in the sketch above, as it is represented on the topographical map. Data layer B, we are told that it has non-perennial water. Even if we are to check here on the topographic map, we have this non-perennial water here. What layer does it fall under, a non-perennial water? Non-perennial water, it's for one and obvious reason, is a drainage layer. Right. Redraw layer C in the sketch above in your answer book. We want to now show this combined to A and B. We want to put them on layered. So we're going to take this feature. We're going to take this feature, take this feature, take this one, and take this one, and put them together. So I cannot be as precise, but I just try to give you a sketch. This is the feature to the northwest, to the northeast, like that. Then you take this, and then your non-perennial water is touching here, and is going like a semicircular. It can go back like that. Then you take this to the extreme end from the mid, plus or minus, it's shaped like this. It goes there, it comes like this, it goes like that. Then it ends here. This is our feature here. Then we take our feature to the north west corner. It must also come here. So basically, that is how the layer C is going to look like. It's going to have all the features combined. The vegetation features from A, we combine them with non-perennial water at B, such that we have a combination of the two. Right. Refer to the open space, layer C. Layer C, the open space in block E3 and E4 on the topographic map. The open space indicates that buffering is taking place in order to limit urban development. Name two pieces of evidence on the topographical map that supports the need for this buffering. Remember, when we're talking of buffering, we are putting a demarcation, or we are putting a boundary on some geographical feature. So in this instance, we are limiting urban growth towards an area. We leave an open space. We don't want urban growth to encroach in a given area. It must be left open. So let's check the area and try to find out the justification as to why there is need for the area to be buffered, and we must restrict the growth of the urban area encroaching into that particular area. What is the reason? What's the main argument towards the need for buffering? Right. Let me slightly enlarge my map. We're focusing specifically on this particular area, not worried about the other areas. We only want to focus on our key aspect here. Right. We are saying there's evidence of buffering here. Where are we seeing? The built-up area is ending here, and is not encroaching into this area. There is buffering. There is an open space here. But we want to find justification. Why is there a need to keep this open space here and not let this built up area encroach into this area? One reason there are sinkholes here. It's a danger to construct in areas of sinkholes. The infrastructure will sink, the buildings will sink at some point. And there is also subsiding ground, if you look at here. So those typical areas are not suitable for urban development and infrastructure development. They must be left open for those reasons. So if we are to justify, our justification is the area, it has sinkholes, and it also has subsiding ground. Those are our responses or our justifications as to why there's need to buffer that particular urban area and not encroach into that open space. It's a very risky area to develop infrastructure and to build houses. Right. With that being said and done, that has taken us to the end of this discussion session. We have safely come to the end of our discussion. So from my overall impression of this paper, I can say this is
question 2. We've been looking at settlement, rural and urban settlements. Now let's look at the economic geography of South Africa. Sometimes when you're writing this question, you feel that you have been writing one thing over and over because the answers are so similar from one question to another. So do not fear if you feel that the question that you are writing, the answers are more or less the same as the answers on the previous question. Answer the very same or give the very same answer that you gave, because we're talking about economy. And then most of the questions, they are the same. So what are we going to be looking at here? We're going to be looking at economic sectors. We have primary sector. We have already explained that primary activities or primary sector refers to the extraction of raw material. So there is no processing, extraction of raw material. Secondary is manufacturing of goods or adding value to raw material or processing raw material into finished goods. Example is industry, manufacturing, and building. That's secondary sector. Then tertiary activities is provision of services. An example is distribution, selling, education, health, finance. So those are the services. And then quaternary simply refer to the research or high technology. Now, primary sector. Let's look at primary sector. The one that we will be looking at, we're going to be focusing on primary. We'll be looking at farming and mining. Now, let's look at the factors that favor primary sector. We said, what are the factors that favors primary sector? We said it's availability of labor, availability of market, improved technology, availability of fertile soil, and wide range of climate. But if you look at all these factors up here, you can always apply them also into mining. Mining will also need labor, it will need market, it will need improved technology. So as much as we're looking at as factors that favors farming, these factors as they are, except for fertile soil, because mining does not need fertile soil, and wide range of climate. Actually, climate also, climate, we cannot use it as it is as wide range of climate. We'll look at what climate is required for mining. But these factors as they are, if you are looking at factors that favor farming and factors that favor mining, you can use them the same way as here. Because now we have availability of labor. Here we're talking about availability of skilled, semi-skilled, and unskilled labor. So it's still the same thing, availability of labor. Availability of water for cleaning the minerals. There are good transport infrastructure or networks. Also here we need transport network that we can transport raw material or farm products from one place to another. Availability of foreign and local markets also here. So these factors, you can use them interchangeably. if you have availability of industries, for an example, there are industries that are also manufacturing farm products, or that they are that are manufacturing using the farm products. There are also industries that are manufacturing using the mining raw materials. Actually, it's not products; it's raw material. So these factors, you can use them interchangeably. You can use them when you're looking at factors that favor farming and mining, except if you are writing a question on based on an extract, and the question is about the factors that favor, according to the extract, what are the factors that favor mining. So you should also check what the question is requesting of you. But if the question is open-ended, you can use these factors interchangeably. Now, let's look at the factors that hinder. Let's look at the factors that hinder let's look at the factors that hinder primary activities. Primary activities, which will be farming and mining. Now, let's start first with farming. Labor strikes. Technology is playing tricks on me. Okay. Factors that hinder farming. It will be labor unrest or strikes. So you can also use it here. Also in mining, if there are strikes, there's no production. So you can use it there. Labor cost, which it's minimum wage. So we can it's going to hinder farming. But also you can use the very same factors here. Natural disaster like droughts and floods. Okay, you cannot use natural disasters like droughts and floods, because mining will not focus mainly on floods and droughts, because it's not necessarily influenced by climate that much. But political factors, the political factors that are going to hinder farming will still be the political factors that could also hinder mining. So these factors, as they are, you can use them on both sides. And then inconsistent exchange rates. So inconsistent exchange rate, you can use it for farming. You can also use it for mining. Underground flooding. Okay, underground flooding will be strictly applied to mining, because when you're doing mining, you cannot be talking about underground flooding, but you can be talking about flooding. Here you're talking about underground flooding because mining is taking place in the shaft, but here you can talk about factors that hindering farming. You can also talk about flooding, like we were talking about droughts and floods, but here it will be just drought on the surface. But you must be careful with economic geography. Like settlement geography. The questions here are very specific. You must be careful. The specific questions, you must give them specific answers. If a question asks you to give the economic factors that favors, or economic factors that hinders, or physical factors that favors, or physical factors that hinders, so you must be careful. That is only the trick when it comes to this human geography. Human geography is mostly practical. It's applicable in our daily lives. However, we could get things wrong. Like for an example, you're looking into settlement geography and you talk about the problem there being traffic congestion, and you calling it traffic. You get no mark for saying it's traffic, but you get full marks for saying it is traffic congestion. So it is a question of trying to use a geographical concept in a correct way. It is how we phrase our answers that makes our answers to be correct or incorrect. So you must be careful of how you respond to the questions, because many a times you know the answer, but how you phrasing your question is incorrect. And then what do you have again? Factors that hinders, it's labor unrest or strikes. So labor unrest or strikes can be applied on both ways. We said here we can have underground flooding, but here we can have flooding. So the factors are very common. the rise in labor costs. So the rise in labor cost, you apply it from farming, you apply it for mining. Transportation of mining products to the harbor is expensive because mines are far away from the harbor. You can also use that as well. That transportation of raw material of farm products that are farmed in the interior, farming is far from the coast. So you can just use the answers on both sides because it is economic geography. We're talking about economy, and then we're looking at factors that can affect economy. So diseases such as HIV and AIDS, also diseases such as HIV and AIDS. You can also talk about COVID-19. You saw when it was COVID-19, most of the activities were halted. So it can be also diseases like HIV/AIDS. As much as it's going to affect mining, it will also affect farming. It will also affect all other industries. So the answers to many of the questions are related to each other. They are linked to each other. Now let's look at the importance of primary sector. This is the most common ones. The answers here are so common. Both are contributing to the GDP of the country. Mining contributes to the GDP, farming contributes to the GDP. They both create employment. They both contribute to the GNP. So they both contribute to the GNP. Again, they both have multiplier effect. They both have multiplier effect. What do we mean by multiplier effect? Farming, if there is a farm is going to give rise or is going to stimulate the development of an industry that is going to manufacture farm products. Let's say, for example, farming is going to stimulate the development of cornflakes because they have to do packaging, because they're going to process a maize. Now, when the maize is being processed, the maize is going to need, there's going to be a need for packaging. So farming and packaging are different industries. So packaging industry will develop because they want to package farming products. Or for example, we're talking about sugar cane farming. Sugar cane farming is a product that we are doing in 2025. So multiplier effect, it means somebody else is producing sugar, but they need to take sugar. Somebody else is producing sugar cane. The end product of sugar cane is sugar. So what's going to happen? Somebody else is going to package that sugar from sugar cane, and then that is a multiplier effect. Somebody who's producing milk, and they're going to turn milk into cheese or into yogurt. Somebody else must manufacture the packaging, and somebody else must also do the labeling of all the products that will be packaged. So that is a multiplier effect. When one company leads, or when one industry leads to the development of another industry, that is what we call a multiplier effect. And that multiplier effect is going to result in job creation and improve in the economy. Farming is going to promote infrastructure development, and also mining will also encourage. Mining can also encourage infrastructure, or it will also promote infrastructure development. Gold mining attracts foreign investment. Also, farming will also attract foreign investment. There will be people who coming in South Africa looking that the South African land is fertile. How can we make the best? So these factors can be used interchangeably. it earns foreign exchange through export. So when we export farm products, we're going to earn foreign exchange. Also, when we export raw material in terms of minerals from mines, we'll also earn foreign exchange. So whatever you have learned as importance of mining can also be applied as importance for mining, farming and mining, because it's all extraction of raw material. Except you cannot say this one provides minerals. You cannot say farming provides minerals, because farming does not provide minerals. They both provide raw material. Yes, they provide raw material for industries, but you must know that raw material can be farm products, or raw material can be minerals from the ground. So raw material is something that will be used in order to manufacture something, but it could be a farm product, it could be a mining raw material. Now, let's look at under farming. We have two types of activities that we're looking at here. We're looking at small scale farming and large scale farming. We're looking at small scale farming and large scale farming. Under farming, so what is the difference between large scale and small scale? The difference there is large and small. The difference there is the word large and small, and the scale refers to the size. So large scale farming simply refers to farming that is done over a larger area, and small scale farming simply refers to farming over a small area. That is the long and short. You can summarize that. So when it's talking about large scale farming, so the difference between large scale farming and small scale farming is only about a size there. Now, let's look at the characteristics of large scale farming and small scale farming. Farmers produce crops or livestock to make profit. So most of the large scale farming is done commercially. Which means now it is done for profit. That's large scale farming. And then small scale farming is usually done for subsistence benefits. It's for benefit of individual, because it's small scale. It means you are producing fewer livestock, or you're producing fewer products. And this one, large scale farming usually uses modern machinery, is specialized in one or two crops. This is what we call monoculture. That's your large scale farming. Livestock farmers keep large herds with selected breeding stock. You'll find that most of the time, if they are keeping Bonsmara, they're keeping Bonsmara alone, or if they are keeping Brahman or whatever livestock that they are keeping, it will be a similar type of livestock. And then if they are doing crop farming, it will either be a sunflower farm, it will be a sugarcane farm, or it will be soybean. It will be any farm product that they could keep, but usually it is monoculture. They focus in one product. And then farming methods are very scientific for large scale farming, and farmers keep up to date with the latest techniques because they want to produce as much, because this is the kind of farming that contributes to food security at a larger scale. It contributes to food security at a national level, but small scale farming contributes to food security over a smaller scale, local food security. So we'll look at what is food security when you continue. And this one has got large labor pool. It means that because it's covering large area, so it requires many people to work on. And then small scale can produce variety of products. So it's usually mixed farming that you have there. You can keep livestock together with crops, and then you can keep different kind of livestock. You can have Brahman mixed with Bonsmara, mixed with all Simantale, all these other livestock that you have. Then you can have a small portion where you have your cabbage, small portion where you have beetroot, spinach, and what have you. So it's usually mixed farming for your small scale farming, because it is usually done for subsistence purposes, which means it is for own consumption And large-scale farming is usually done for commercial purposes, which means it is done for profit purposes. And it is, like the name says, small-scale farming. This used over a smaller plots or smaller land. There is limited use of fertilizers. Usually is manual labor, but here we said usually it uses machinery. So here in large scale, because the area that must be cultivated or farmed, it is a very huge area, so they will usually use machinery here and techniques. But here, because it's usually a smaller area, they can the farmers or the employees usually use manual work. And then there is some mechanization, not extensive mechanization is used here. It is mechanization, but limited to a certain degree. There is some capital input, because definitely you will have to buy something in order to do your small scale farming, either your deep, your fertilizers, whatever material that you need. It can be intensive, meaning that small land can be used to maximize profit. It is mostly produced for home market. So sometimes you get a question in your examination, and the question wants you the type of farming that contribute to local food security. You must know that it is small scale farming, but this one will large scale farming will contribute to national food security. And then also large scale farming can be criticized and said that it contributes to food insecurity. You can criticize it, say it contributes to food insecurity, because there is little production that is taking place there. So we can say because of little production, therefore, it means there's not going to be a lot of food that is being produced. So we can say it produces to food insecurity. And then also you can say it also contributes to food security. So you can argue it in two ways. It contributes to food insecurity because of little production that is taking place. Then you can also say it contributes to food security because it makes sure that small households have got their own meals. So it's one of the tricky questions that you can deal with when you have to answer whether it contributes to food security or it does not contribute to food security. But usually the questions will be specific to contribute to high food security or local food security or national food security. But if the question, you have to choose between the two farming, and the question says which one will contribute more to food security, you will just have to look at the quantity, which one produces more. Then that is how you'll get to your answer. Now, there are examples of your large scale farming and small scale farming. You can see large scale farming here. What do we have here? We have a large land here using larger machinery, but here you can see the machinery that is being used here is a little bit smaller. You can see a large head of cattle. You can see the cattle number here. Then you look at the cattle here. So large scale farming. Then you can see here we have this product, we have this products, we have different types of products. But here we have same type of products that are being produced here. Here you have same products that looks like maize here. And then you can also see there is not much of the machinery that is used. People here are using manual work. So that's what we mean by using a manual. Like you can see this person here also driving their own thing here, pushing it. So it makes it very manual. Now, our farm product that we focus on in 2025 is sugarcane farming. So when you're looking at the importance of sugarcane farming, it's not going to vary from the importance of farming itself. The importance of sugarcane farming is not going to be different from the farming of the general concept of importance of farming. The only difference here will be the specifics. Where is sugarcane being farmed and what type of products is there? But when it comes to general importance. We said farming and mining contributes to the GDP. We said farming and mining contributes to the GDP. Also, it means if we said that about farming in general, also sugarcane farming will have the same source of employment. Is the same thing that we spoke about when we talking about the general importance. Multiplier effect is the same thing that we spoke about. Supplier of industries such as sugarcane processing plants with, so it supply industries with raw material. Mining supplies industries with farming product. Mining provide industries with raw material. Also, sugarcane and all other types of farming provide industries with raw material. So it's the same thing. Contributes to food security. So sugarcane will also contribute to food security, because with sugarcane, not that people are going to keep on eating sugar forever. No, sugarcane, because is going to create jobs. So people will be able to afford other products. Also, sugar can be used for food processes. I mean, not food, for food processing, or it can be added in other food products. So sugarcane is important because it contributes to food security in South Africa. So food security will take number of ways. There will be examples in which it contributes to sugarcane. You use sugar for food products, your ice cream, your sweets, all the sugar products. Also from sugarcane farming, you're going to earn money. And earning money is going to allow you to do a number of things that can allow you to be able to buy food for yourself. So that is what we mean by it contributing to food security. It is high employment. So these factors here, this importance here is the same importance as when we started looking at the importance of primary sector. Is the same thing. If you have mastered the importance at the beginning when we're looking at the importance of farming and mining, is the same factors here. You don't have to try to learn these specifics, because as much as they are specific to sugarcane farming, they are also general factors that favors farming, that favors, they are also importance, not factors favor, they are also importance of all other economic activities. And as much as we're looking at it here as importance of sugarcane farming, you can also look at these factors as importance of any other activity. It is the importance of secondary sector, or secondary sector contributes to the South African GDP, source of employment, multiplier effect. It is also importance of tertiary sector. It is also importance. So when it comes to economic geography, most of the facts are related to each other and must not be separated. So if you feel that the answers are the same as the answers that you gave on the previous question, you must give it. One of the things that you should never do is to leave questions unanswered. Make sure that you answer all questions. Make an attempt to answer all your questions. Now, that was that. Now, let's look at sugarcane farming. What factors favor sugarcane farming? Here, we are going to have some specifics, unlike when we're looking at the factors that favors farming in general. So there will be other conditions that you could give when you're looking at the factors that favors farming, which are general conditions. But there are also conditions that are specific to sugarcane farming, because sugarcane farming is not done everywhere. So there will be specific factors that favor sugarcane farming, but there will be other factors that you could get from the factors that we're looking at, factors that favors farming. Number one. Now let's look at the specific factors. You said it requires enough rainfall. Enough rainfall. Government support by subsidizing both the small scale, large plots of land to make for maximum usage. Good infrastructure. So good infrastructure is something that you spoke about When you're talking about general factors, use of technology is also a general factor that is going to favor farming, is going to favor sugarcane farming, is going to also favor mining. So these are the factors. You must be careful that these are related. These are related factors. These are related factors. Institutions of higher learning provide farmers with skills for farming. So this will be the specific factors. Banks giving loans to the farmers in a form of capital. Arable land is suitable for the plantation of sugar. Sugarcane plantation are closer to the processing industries to reduce costs and to reduce transport costs. So these are the factors that you are going to be looking at, which are specific to sugarcane farming. But there are other factors that are also common to all type of farming or to all other economic activities. Like all economic activities require labor. All economic activities require market. So those are the factors that are general that you can give for every economic activities. Now, what are the challenges that hinders sugarcane farming? Number one, it is the shortage of rainfall, which reduces sugar production because sugarcane requires high humidity. It requires warm temperatures. It requires moist temperatures. So the shortage of rainfall is the one that will hinder sugarcane farming. Climate change, because climate change results in regular droughts and floods, which reduce the amount and quality of sugar cane. Distance from the international market also influences sugarcane farming. Government contribution, which is low government subsidies, will push up the sugar prices, and then that is going to hinder sugarcane production. Unreliable inflation. So sometimes the inflation is high, sometimes the inflation is low. So that affects in trade because people or farmers will want to sell their products or to export their products when the value of their products is high so that they can make more profit. So once their value of products or their product is valued lower, it means now they're going to gain less profit, and therefore it's going to discourage farmers from exporting their profits or their products. And then lack of funding. If farmers don't have money and there is no funding from the government or from banks or from any other external person who can assist, it becomes difficult for them to do farming, and that is going to hinder a farm product. You find that now a farmer will have to stop producing the sugar, which will have negative impacts on the well-being of that particular farmer and also on the economy of the country at large. Cost of farming is very expensive. Medication against diseases, major machinery, and also labor cost. So labor cost, you can put it as effect on its own, labor cost, or you can talk about medication and other medication of against diseases, crop diseases, cost. And then we can also look at rural urban migration. Many farmers who have farming skills abandon their sugar farming. So if they abandon their sugar farming, what does it mean now? It means now there's going to be less production in those sugar fields, and therefore that's going to hinder the production of sugar cane. What am I doing here? Okay, fine. We're done with sugar cane farming here. Now, from sugarcane farming, let's go to food security and food insecurity. So food security refers to when everybody in a country have got access to nutritious food. Food security is when everybody in a country has access to sufficient or to nutritious food at all times. Access to nutritious food at all times. not access to nutritious food on Christmas Day, not access to to nutritious food on New Year's Day. So that is not food security. If a person or if people in a country have got access to nutritious food at all times to live the healthy lifestyle, that we say a country is food secure. And food security is when not everybody in a country has access to enough nutritious food. So it means now they only have nutritious food once in a year or twice in a year. Okay. So that is not food security. Now, there are a number of factors that are going to influence food security. Number one, it will be how rich the area. So food security can be, we can look at food security can be seen from different scales. You can look at food security from a household. You can look at food security from a province. You can look at the food security from countries. So you'll say now, provinces like Gauteng, it's a richer province. So it will have a better food security compared to other provinces that are not so rich. And you can also look at the countries that are developed, that have got more secondary and tertiary sectors, which are having higher economy. They will be more food secure than poor countries, especially countries that depend on farming to make their economy grow, because farming is influenced mainly by climate factors, which change from time to time. So food security will vary from area to area, from a person to a person. We can look at a person who is food secure. We can look at the person who's food insecure. We can look at the community that is food secure. We can look at the community that is food insecure. We can also look at province food secure. So food security will vary it will vary according to scales, from individuals to group of people, to countries, to provinces, to regions, like the Sahel region experiencing more food insecurity because of the large desert area, which affects farming, because it is mostly affected by El Nino, and therefore with less food production. So that is the long and short of food security. So why do we need food security? What is the importance of food security for economic development? Because when people are healthy, people are productive, and the economy grows, poverty reduction and alleviation, for trade opportunities, to increase global security and sustainability, because food insecurity causes a lot of global instability. Food insecurity, because many conflicts in the world will be there because of people they fighting for the resources. Resources mainly, if people are fighting for the resources like money or minerals, what will they do eventually with that? They will eventually buy food. So everybody will fight to have access to a mineral so that they can be food secured. Improve well-being and healthcare. So food security, people are living healthy, and now it reduces pressure on healthcare. If few people are going to hospital because they have diseases, because of weaker immune system, that is because of a malnourishment, is going to put a burden on the health services. And now you see, it has got now a multiplier effect. Now the health services have to spend more money on medication, instead of people could have had healthier lifestyles because they were eating well. So food security is very important for the development of every country. Now, look, what are the factors that contribute to food insecurity? Why do we have other areas having people struggling with food? Number one, we have these factors, fiscal factors. So even on food security, you must be careful how the questions are being phrased. When the question says, according to the extract, what are the fiscal factors that contribute to food insecurity? The expert could say what are the physical factors that contribute to food security, or what are the economic factors, or what are the social factors that are going to contribute to food security. So economic geography is a very practical topic. It is a very practical topic. So the questions there are very specific because the questions can't be difficult. The questions in economic geography can't be difficult. They are easy. But because the questions are easy, the questions now, a little challenge that will be put into a question will be a specific question because it cannot be difficult. The questions in economic can't be, there is no difficult question in economic geography. I expect at least everybody to score 40 marks and above out of 60 because it is so practical. But it being practical, the questions will be specific, which means now the answers must also be specific. So you must be careful. Don't go into examination center with excitement because the questions we think they are easy. Yes, they are easy, but they are very specific. They are easy but specific, and they need you to prepare and prepare well for you to do well there. Now, what are the factors that contribute to food insecurity there? You must know we have what we call physical factors, which is natural. We have drought, we have floods, outbreak of disease, land degradation because of soil erosion, and then soil infertility again because of soil erosion. Those are physical factors, and we can also have what we call social factors and economic factors. Shortage of arable land, shortage of arable land. Okay, arable land, you can also bring it to physical factor because arable land is a natural feature. And then replacement of subsistence farming with cash crops. Now people are no longer producing to eat at home. They are now producing for selling. So it's cash crops. High production costs. If the production costs are high, people will be discouraged from doing farming. There is foreign competition. You see that you have bananas that come from Brazil, and you have other products that come from overseas. So they compete with local products. And so many times, I'm not sure why, people will prefer foreign products to that of local. And then that is also going to contribute to food insecurity, wars, and conflict. When people are at war, there's no production. So there's no production in farms. So once the wars take place, which is political factors, then there's not going to be any production of food. And then poor infrastructure. If there is poor storage of farm products, the farm products will get wasted. If the infrastructure is not well developed, like for an example, there was a clover farm that has moved out of Lichtenberg to it has moved from Lichtenberg to KZN. So what does it mean now? It means now the clover product, people in that particular area will no longer have food security because number one, people are unemployed. Because people are unemployed, it means they can't afford to buy food. So infrastructure also will result in food insecurity. Overcrowding, there's too many people and there's limited resources there. So remember, when talking about overcrowding, it's when we have too many people in an area than the area can support. That is what we call overcrowding. Lack of funds for agriculture research, so that's also going to lead to people doing farming in the way that is not very profitable and results in poor production or less yield. Lack of capital or money to invest in supplies and machinery or small-scale farming. small-scale farming also contribute to food insecurity, because small-scale farming, as much as it contributes to local food security and it also gives people food, it is not contributing more to national food security. So it means fewer people have. Now let's continue with strategy to improve food security. What can we do to make sure that everybody has got access to nutritious food at all times? Introduce rural development schemes that include skill training and funding of farms, promoting sustainable agricultural practices, addressing and resolving issues of land ownership. So, which means now, when we're speaking about this, we're referring to land reform processes, land reform. So, issues of land reform, making sure that there is land redistribution, making sure that there is land restitution, because when there is land redistribution, people will get land. When there is land restitution, people will get their land back and start farming. Helping rural households to produce their own food, which is, you can give examples here, food gardens at home, you can make that example, creating job opportunities for that people can afford to buy food, improving food emergency management systems, promote land ownership through land reform strategies, as I have already explained it here, subsidize farmers, give farmers some money so that they can start farming, promote commercial farming or large-scale farming. Large-scale farming, promote large-scale farming or commercial farming so that there is more production. And now, National Food Fortification Program. What is this National Food Fortification Program? This occurs when additional of essential micronutrients are added to food. So we have the food, but what are we doing there? We're adding more nutrients to that particular food so that that food is more nutritious to people. And people can be healthier. So that is what we call food fortification. So you can, if you forget a food fortification, you can say adding more nutrients to available food. And now, one of the ways to do that, we can do genetically modified food. Modify the genes of food. Genetically modified foods produced from genetically modified plants or animals. Genetically modified plants have been engineered so that they contain one or more foreign genes, so that this gives the plant or animal improved growing properties, which means animals can grow faster and crops can grow faster as well, and with little amount of water, and animals can have resistance to diseases and harsh conditions. There are advantages of the GMF. It increases food yield. There is better quality, and there is more environmentally friendly pest control. There is shorter growing period of food, like crops can be produced quicker or livestock can be produced quicker. But what is the disadvantage of genetic modification? The public is very wary. It's not trusting of genetic modification food. Seeds are more expensive because seeds can have high yield and they are resistant, so they have high value. The impact on human is unknown, so people are very wary because they don't know what are the impacts of genetically modification. Now, we go straight into gold mining. Gold mining, the importance of gold mining is not going to vary from the importance of mining, and it's not going to vary from the importance of farming. They all contribute to the GDP, is the source of employment, it has got multiplier effects, and it attracts foreign. So this is something that we have spoken about in the earlier discussion. Also, gold mine help and foreign exchange. So these are the common factors. These are the common factors that you can give for all the importance, whether it is the importance, whether it is the importance, um, whether it is the importance of gold mining, whether it is the importance of farming, or you can give this as all the importance. Now, let's look at factors that favor gold mining. What are the factors that favors gold mining? Factors that favors gold mining is availability of skilled. So factors that favors gold mining are not different factors from the factors that favors mining. We spoke about availability of skilled labor. We spoke about availability of water, good transport infrastructure, availability of local markets, availability of industries. So the factors are the same. Whether it is the factors that favor gold mining or it is the factors that favors mining in general. Also, one of the factors that you can talk about here is that the gold deposits are very closer to the land or to the surface. That is a specific factor that is common, or that is common in South Africa. Most of our raw materials are not too deep in the into the belly of the land, or of the earth. So they are closer to the surface. So that is also going to be very good because it reduces the time people go into the shafts, and it also reduces the chances of accidents because deeper mines are more unstable, and therefore there are high chances of accidents. But because gold mines or mineral deposits are closer to the surface, therefore it becomes easy. And then again, specific factors that you can also give here is that there is the thermal temperatures, the temperatures of the rocks. The temperatures of the rocks are cooler compared to temperatures because you don't have to go deeper into the soil. So the temperatures are not that hot. So that's one of the specific factors that you could give. And now, what are the factors that are hindering mining, gold mining? It's the very same factors that we gave earlier on. It inconsistent exchange rates, underground flooding. We gave this labor unrest. Okay, I have underground flooding twice here. The rise in labor costs, minimum wage, transportation. So these factors, we have given these factors when we're looking at the factors that hinders mining in general. Now, they are the very same factors that are going to hinder. They are the very same factors that are going to hinder gold mining, because gold mining and mining is the same thing. It's just a different product. Mining is mining. Now, let's look at the what we call environmental impacts or environmental injustices. So when we talk of injustice, remember we're talking about unfairness. So unfairness can be called environmental, it can be called economic. So when we're speaking of economic injustice, we're talking about unfair sharing of resources. When we're talking about when you're talking about environmental injustice, doing about unfair treatment of the environment, when you're polluting the land and doing all things. Now, what is the environmental injustices associated with gold mining? Number one, there's going to be natural vegetation that is destroyed. What am I doing here? Natural environment, natural vegetation will be removed. Number two, the vegetation is removed, it destroys natural habitats. So we destroy natural vegetation, then we destroy natural habitats. The land is destroyed, and now what we have mine slimes and we have mine dumps. The chemicals that leach into dumps, they cause land pollution. We have land pollution there. We also have sinkholes that develop because of that. We have acid water that developed there. And then we have coal mining that is associated with mining. Cold mining that is associated with gold mining will also cause a lot of carbon dioxide. So this will be environmental impacts. So we said destruction of vegetation. And then when you're speaking vegetation, animals also live on vegetation. Now, if the vegetation is removed, automatically a natural habitat is removed. And then again, what happens? You can also talk about the natural ecosystems that are going to be in balance. So it is just playing around with the same answers, but giving different facts, but playing with the same factors. And then can also bring about soil erosion. Can also talk about soil erosion that you can bring in there. You can also talk about land degradation, because number one, the land is going to be polluted. So the land is going to lose its value. So once the land has lost the value, we say the grading of the land has decreased. So it is land degradation. And then you also have the increase in temperatures due to high pollution that is released in the mines. Now, let's look at these important concepts that we are going to use under secondary sector. So we're moving from primary activity, now we're going to secondary activities. Secondary activities or secondary sector, it refers to the processing of raw material into finished or semi-finished goods. Into finished or semi-finished goods. Like, for an example, you can be looking at a product that is that comes from a maize. You can looking at the product that comes from maize, and then when you create maize meal, you have created a product there, but you are not going to eat maize meal. You first have to cook it, and then now you are going to end up with your finished product there. So you can also have different products that are in different stages. So when you talk about manufacturing, when you talk about secondary sector, it's simply about manufacturing. So what are the key important concepts that you must know? What are the important or key concepts? So you must know GDP. What is GDP? Total value of goods and services produced in a country in a year. And then we have what you call GNP, is the total value of goods and services produced by the permanent citizens of a country in 1 year. Then we have types of industries. We have foodless industry, which is an industry. I'm not going to continue talking about these industries again. I'm just going to look at these industries in this concept. So when you speak of foodless industry, we're talking about an industry that can locate in any place without being affected by factors such as market or raw material. And then we also have what we call ubiquitous industries. So many learners could confuse foodless industries to ubiquitous industries. Remember, the word ubiquitous means found everywhere. The word ubiquitous means found everywhere. So ubiquitous industries are those industries that are found everywhere, in all areas that we go. So these industries, they are found everywhere so long as there is a market. So they cannot be separated from their market or from the market that they serve. That's your ubiquitous industries. They are found everywhere so long as there's a market. But now, foodless industries are that industries that can locate in any place, and they are not influenced by either the market or the raw material. But we said ubiquitous, they cannot be separated from the market they serve. Foodless can be located anywhere, and then their location is not influenced by either the market or the raw material. Then we have your foreign exchange, simply refers to the money paid to South Africa by other countries, e.g. in dollars. So when you say that a sector earns foreign exchange, it means people are going to pay in their money in order to obtain goods or services from a country. Formal sector refers to all registered businesses. And then we have IDZ is the industrial estates or areas aimed at economic growth and new investment in developing countries. And informal sector is the opposite of formal sector, is the unregistered businesses. And then bridge industry, if you have an bridge industry, so what is a bridge industry? It means here you have raw material, and here you have an industry, and here you have the market or the customers. So a bridge industry is this industry that is linking these two. Is called a bridge industry. It is an industry that is found between the raw material. So you take the raw material from this side, then you manufacture the products from here, then you take the finished products to the market. So that's what we call a bridge industry, an industry found between the raw material and the market. Sometimes this industry is called a break of bulk industry. It's called a break of bulk industry. So that is the industry that is found between the raw material and the market. Then we have this concept, balance of trade. What is balance of trade? Is the value of exports minus the value of imports. So your balance of trade can either be positive or it can be negative. What makes balance of trade positive is when the value of export is higher. When the value of export is higher than the value of import. So for export, the country is gaining. For export, the country gains because you are selling. So, and then for import, the country spends. Import, the country spends. Now, if the value of exports is higher than the value of imports, now we say now the balance of trade is favorable or positive. If a country has made more money than the money that it has spent, we say the balance of trade is favorable or is positive. But if the value of imports is higher than the value of export, then it is negative. So a country that is going to sell raw material and make a certain amount, and a country that is going to sell finished products, the country that sells finished products is going to make more money because number one, finished products are more expensive, but raw material are cheaper. So the process of beneficiation is taking place when the value of a product increases. We call that beneficiation. So it's very important that the countries manufacture products from their own raw materials and sell the finished products because the finished products are more expensive and therefore they result in a higher or better balance of trade. Now, we have another concept here. It's called balance of payment. Balance of payment. So balance of payment is an easy thing. It's all the transactions that a country make during export and import or during trade. So it means we look at the slips. The country was buying cars from Germany and it was selling iron and steel products to Germany. And the country was buying bananas from Brazil. It was buying chicken from Brazil. So you put all those things, the slips that the country had when they were selling products and when they were buying products. You put them together and you call them balance of payment. So it's all the transactions that a country make during trade. Now, we continue with our secondary sector, raw material oriented industry. So if you have raw material here and you put an industry here, this is raw mat. and this is an industry. This industry is called raw material oriented industry. So usually raw material oriented industry are heavy industries. Usually they are heavy industries. And the industries are located very close to the source of raw material because it is very expensive to transport raw material to the industry. But it's cheaper to transport finished products to the market. So instead, the industry is located closer to the raw material than to the market. And usually these are heavy industries and they produce a lot of pollution. But even if they don't produce a lot of pollution, the raw material will be more expensive to transport than the finished product. So these are the industries that are usually found in the rural urban fringe. And then we have market-oriented industry. So market-oriented industry is usually, market-oriented industries, they are usually light industries. They are usually light industry, like a bakery. A bakery is a market-oriented industry. It is usually located closer to the source of, not closer to the source, closer to the customers or closer to the market. We call it market-oriented. Those are usually the light industries. Then you have, I have already made a relationship between heavy industries and market-oriented. So your heavy industries are usually your raw material oriented industries, that are industries that manufacture heavy and bulky products. And we have looked at their characteristics: noisy, found in the outskirts or in the rural urban fringe. And light industries, they are usually found closer to people and they are making lighter products and they are characterized by lesser pollution and lesser noise. Now, what are the importance of secondary sector? So, the importance of secondary sector is the importance. And the importance of all economic sectors are the same. They all create employment. So, farming create employment in primary sector. Mining create employment in primary sector. Secondary sector also create employment. Empower previously disadvantaged communities. Also, secondary sector will also stimulate the development of infrastructure. So whatever the characteristics, whatever the importance that you give, secondary sector will also export finished products. So it also boosts the economy of the country. It boosts the GDP. It also stimulates the development of infrastructure. It also have a multiplier effect because one industry can give rise to another industry. An industry that is making sugar needs an industry that is going to package that sugar. So that is a multiplier effect. What are the factors that favor industrial development in South Africa? It is availability of water, availability of labor, availability of electricity, good transport network, and availability of the market. So these are the factors that favors industrial development in South Africa. Now, this is the map that is showing industries. So what we have here, you have industries. What we have industries there. So will this be considered to be heavy industry or light industries? They are heavy industries. Why would you say these are light industries? Because they are located in the rural urban fringe. They are located on the outskirts. They are located on the outskirts of the town. Now, what is the other factor that you can look at here? Here, you can see there aren't many contour lines here, showing that this area over here is flat. It's showing that this area over here is flat. What is the other factor that you can look at here? You have the road here, you have the railway here. So transport network is available for these industries there. Also, what do you have here? You have people here that come here. This is a residential area. This is where people can come, and here you can look at that being a town or something like that. So here, what are you going to have? You're going to have shops here. Here, you're also going to have shops. You're going to get people coming here. So what do you get here? You have labor that comes from here. You also have market that comes here from here. So that is why we have this industry there. There is water availability here. There is raw material availability here. We can assume that these industries here over here, they are using raw material from these orchards here. We have orchards there. So we have orchards there. You can look at the orchards. So this industry could be doing that. We have also farm there. We could also be using the farm products here. So because this is cultivated land, but these are orchards. So this could be where these industries are getting their raw material from. So this you will consider to be a heavy industry because of its location. And then you can see what factors favor industrial development. You can see there's power lines there. One of the factors that favor industrial development is power line. You can see the power line there. These are the factors that favors industrial development. So this is much applicable in your map, as you can also look at it from theory point of view. Now let's look at the core industrial regions of South Africa. So we have 4 core industrial regions in South Africa. Number 1, we have Gauteng, or PWV region. You have Durban Pinetown or eThekwini. Then you have Southwestern Cape, and then you have Nelson Mandela. But for 2025, you must know that Southwestern Cape is found in the Western Cape. You must know that Port Elizabeth H is found in the Eastern Cape. Then you must know that Durban Pinetown is found in the KZN, and Gauteng PWV is found in Gauteng. But for the purpose of 2025 examination, we are going to focus mainly on these 2. We're going to focus on PWV and Durban Pinetown. So this is an overview, but from this overview, I'm going to look straight into the type of industries that you are going to get in PWV. Number 1, in PWV, you have aircraft industry, which is the industry that makes aircraft. We have chemical industry, we have iron and steel industry, you have motor vehicle industry, or sometimes they call it automobile industry. So these are the main industries that you find in PWV. Before we look at the factors that favors industrial development in PWV, we have already looked at the types of industries. So we're not going to go back. We're not going to come back to this. These are the type of industries that you find in PWV. You have your aircraft industry, chemical industry, iron and steel industry, motor vehicle industry. So these are the main industries that you find. These are the main industries that you find in the PWV area, or Gauteng. It's called PWV, or it's called Gauteng Industrial Area. Now we have Durban Pinetown. That's the next one. What you should know is that the main industries there is chemical industries, is oil refinery industries, is sugar cane or sugar milling industry, and we have shipbuilding. So these are the main industries. So it's very important that you are able to name the main industries in these areas. Now, Pretoria Witwatersrand, this is the largest of the 4 core industrial region, and it is the only core industrial region that is situated inland. If you can look at it here, the Southwestern Cape is on the coast. Port Elizabeth H is also at the coast, and Durban Pinetown is at the coast. So the only one that is landlocked, that is found in the interior of the country, is the Gauteng, PWV. Then it is situated in the province of Gauteng, which is a place of gold. What are the factors? Why do we have this industrial area? So even before we go into those things, you must always know that we have industries. We have industries anywhere in South Africa. We have industries anywhere in South Africa because of availability of power, labor, transport, raw material, market, and water. So these are the main factors that favors industrial development anywhere in South Africa. So even if you could not be specific, and talk about things in particular. If you have given factors that favor industrial development, you are still correct. Now, let's look at now the specific factors. PWV in Gauteng. Gauteng is well developed province. So there are specific factors that favors industrial development in Gauteng, which is good transport network. We have good roads, good rail, and air transportation. And we have well linked to other regions through harbors and large market because of the population. Sometimes the examiner asks you the impact of high population in PWV or in Durban. How does it favor industrial development? You must know that population is going to serve as market. Population is also going to serve as labor. So that's how it's important. There is a lot of raw material available in Gauteng. So the raw material in terms of your mining products. And then Gauteng has skilled labor which is available for mining for industrial purposes, and we have large power station because Gauteng is very close to Mpumalanga, and therefore there is not much of a challenge when it gets to industrial development. However, you can talk about the challenge that you have, which is load shedding. But load shedding is a challenge that is happening, but the closeness to Mpumalanga Harbor is the one that is favorable. Because of what? Because of access to electricity. So it does not mean because there is load shedding, we cannot use electricity. So one of the factors that favors industrial development in PWV is we are closer to the power stations, and therefore we're supposed to be having a better access to electricity. And there is sufficient water supply. Because of sufficient water supply, because Gauteng is highly populated, there is Tugela Val water project that is used in order to add into or to reduce water shortages. Because when the population of Gauteng increased and then industrial development increased, it put a lot of pressure on industrial development. And then what was the solution there? Was to bring into Tugela Val water transfer scheme to make sure that there is additional water to what the province had. Now, what are the factors that hinders industrial development? Number one, it's over concentration of industries. Because of over concentration of industries, this results in strain in natural resources. There is over concentration. So these factors are so related to each other. Number one, factors that hinder industrial development is over concentration of industries. So over concentration of industries is going to result in, number one, in strain on resources like water, electricity. I was talking about water shedding and load shedding, all those things. So it is because of many industries, and there is high demand for resources. There's load shedding as well, which is also as a result of strain on resources. There's strain on transport infrastructure that results in traffic congestion. PWV industrial region is far from the harbor. Therefore, it is expensive if you are to sell your products to overseas, because you are going to spend more money, or going to spend a lot of money transporting your products inside the land before they can even go to the shore to be exported outside. And industries, especially heavy industries, create a lot of air pollution. They create a lot of air pollution, so that is factors hindering labor unrest or protest, safety problems, power struggle between labor unions and industries, production decrease due to workers taking more sick leave. So it comes back to all those factors when we're talking about the HIV and AIDS. We're talking about COVID-19. We're talking about all other diseases. They will also contribute to people leaving work and all those other factors that we talk about that reduce production. Hard lockdown during pandemics has a negative impact in production. So now let's look at the economic and social impacts of PWV region. Now, it boosts the economy, it creates employment, it results in skill development, it earns foreign earning, development of infrastructure. So these are the economic and social impacts that we gave when we're talking about farming, when we talk about mining, when we're talking industrial manufacturing. So these economic and social impacts of economic activities will be the same. Economic and social impacts of economic activities will be the same. They are all going to boost the economy. They're all going to create jobs. They're going to earn foreign exchange. They're going to develop skill. So the social and economic impacts will be the same. Yeah. Now, what are the factors that favor the location? Why do we have this PWV located where it is? Is because there's availability. So the factors that favors industrial development and that favors location will be slightly different, but there are more common factors there. So the location, there could be factors that influence the location, and those factors could be physical factors that influence location. But other factors would be social factors, which will not necessarily be physical factors. So number one is availability of labor. That's why we have industries, good transport. Okay, now I think I have messed up this. I have messed this. This is relating now to this is now relating to here is the last topic on, or last subtopic or last discussion on PWV. Now we're moving to what we call Durban Pinetown. What are the factors that favors location of Durban Pinetown? This one will be Durban Pinetown. Factors that favors the location of Durban Pinetown. It will be now availability of labor. It will be good transport network to access the markets, including a harbor and King Shaka International Airport, enough water supply for the industries and generate electricity, access to domestic and international market, high population to serve markets as labor, availability of raw materials such as sugar cane to support the industries, and availability of institutions of higher learning to equip labor with skills. What are the factors that limit industrial development in KZN? Is limited household levels of production, high levels of unemployment. Because of high level of unemployment, it means people will not be buying products. Low household income, limited access to social facilities, and limited transport infrastructure. Now, when it comes to economic and social impacts of Durban Pinetown, is the same as the one for PWV, has the same impacts. There's no need for you to be looking at the economic and social impacts of Durban Pinetown. When we have looked at them, economic and social impacts of PWV, they are the same. Now, we're looking at strategies for industrial development. What are strategies for industrial development? Prior to 1994, development was focused in the four core regions that we have spoken. But after 1994, the government came up with strategies. They came up with strategies for industrial development, ensuring that all areas experience development. So what did they come up with? They came up with, number one, industrial development zones, or IDZ. So what is an IDZ? It's an industrial zone that has been identified specifically for export-driven industry. So this is a concept you might have defined it differently from what is written here. Sometimes you can say it is an industrial estate that is built in order to support export. It is industrial estate developed to support export. That is your IDZ. And then we have what we call Spatial Development Initiative. It is the area that have been identified in South Africa as having the potential for economic growth. Or you can also use a definition that says it is a transport link between major metropolitans and harbors. So it also help in development of or not development. It also helped in the export of finished goods. So you can say it is a transport and communication link between major transport links and metropolis. So, or metropolitans. So that is your SDI. And then we have this concept of decentralization. Decentralization, if industries were placed here and you put them away from the central point, what have you done? You have decentralized. And then we also have the strategy that was called Good Hope strategy. What was the characteristics of Good Hope? Number one, it is the spread of economic wealth in South Africa. What am I doing here? Okay. It is the spread of economic wealth in South Africa. It led to the geographic regions that make up the 9 provinces. So it means now development is no longer concentrated in 4 core areas only. It deconcentrated points that were created. It isolated industrial development points that were identified. So, and also tax incentives were given for people to develop industries in different places, and border industries created on the borders of homelands. Remember back then in the during before 1994, where we used to have homelands, there would be industries outside the homelands so that these industries will provide employment for people in those homelands. Now, let's look at comparison now. Let's look at the comparison between the SDI and IDZ. We say SDI are transport and communication link between major industries or industrial areas, metropolitan area, and harbors. They are communication links. They are communication links between major industrial areas, metropolitan areas, and harbors. This is your SDI. Or you can say they are development corridors along major transport routes. I think this one is a simpler one that you can adopt. They are development corridors along major transport routes. I think this one is shorter. You can remember this easy. And we have also what we call IDZ. It is Industrial Development Zone. What are they? They are purpose-built industrial estates to support export. They are purpose-built industrial estates to support export, which means now these industrial estates was simply built to support export. They are purpose-built industrial estates to support transport. So, you know, we have estates where people live, but these ones are not estates where people live. They are enclosed area. It is an enclosed area, but this enclosed area is simply for different industries. It is simply for industries, but it is there just to support export. It is a purpose-built industrial estate to support export. And then, what are the aims of SDIs and IDZ? The aims is to develop existing transport infrastructure, is to create an environment for private sector investment, is to initiate economic activities along the transport corridor, is to improve trade, to improve international trade for export, is for movement of raw materials by road and rail, movement of finished goods by road and rail, accessibility to markets, virtual and actual, and the importance there is to attract tourists, because when you improve infrastructure, you make the country to be accessible, and therefore people can migrate, or they cannot migrate, they can move easy. When they move easy, they can visit the country. Now, what are the aims of IDZ? Number one is to promote growth in areas that are underdeveloped, is to create development in areas that are underdeveloped. Or you can simply say is creation of new jobs. Creation of new jobs. You can also say it is to improve infrastructure that is existing and build new infrastructure. I think these ones will be so easy to remember. The importance of IDZ, creation of new jobs, and improvement of the existing infrastructure and building new infrastructure. Again, is to encourage increased levels of foreign or direct investment in the economy, and to encourage or to promote international competitiveness, and to encourage manufacturing in areas and use of resources in those areas. So those will be the aims of IDZ. But when it comes to IDZ, you don't need to cram all these facts here. You don't have to cram all these facts here. Remember, most of the questions here will be source-based when it comes to economic geography. Most of the questions here are source-based. And then you have to bring in the definition. Yes, definition will not be source-based. You have to be able to define the concepts there. You have to define the concepts here. So like we said, SDI is development corridor along major transport routes. It's a definition. IDZ is a purpose-built industrial estate to support exports. And then this importance or the aims. So the aims will also serve as the importance, because once you achieve the aim, it becomes an importance. So the importance will be to develop infrastructure, because the aim is to develop infrastructure. So the purpose, the importance will be it has developed infrastructure. So the aims and the purpose will not be different from one another if you are able to play around with your answers. Now, the SDI that you are going to be assessed on is the one that we call Maputo corridor. The SDI that we are going to be assessed on is the Maputo corridor. Is the Maputo corridor that we are going to be assessed on. Special development initiative that is set aside for us to study for 2025. It is a Maputo corridor. So you can see it is we said in definition what is an SDI. Let's look at an SDI. We said it's a development corridor along major transport routes. It is a development corridor along major transport routes. Now let's go to Maputo corridor and look here. So this is major transport routes. So what is the transport route here? This transport route here is N4. So what are you looking at here? You can look, you have rail transport and you have road transport. So you can look, this is an area of development. These are the areas of development. But where are they found? They are found along this route here. So let's look back into the definition. We say it's a development corridor along major transport routes, or you say transport and communication links between major industrial area, metropolitan area, and harbor. Now let's go back here and see. You see we have your major transport area here, and they are found along this. So the countries that are involved there is South Africa, you have Zimbabwe, we have Swaziland, you have Botswana, and you have Mozambique, because it comes from Johannesburg all the way to Maputo. So this will be your metropolitans, this will be your This will be your metropolitans. This will be your industrial area. So when you're looking at the SDI, SDI will also have the same impacts as industries individually. So we said industries will create jobs. Also, SDI will create jobs because they have all this development along them. So we're looking at the importance of this Maputo corridor. It led into the upgrading of the N4 highway. So it means now your SDI will also serve your IDZ because your IDZ are found along your SDIs. So your industries are found along the path. So we're talking about major industries. So these two concepts are so related to each other, even if they are not the same. Even if they are not the same. So you find that here you are going to have industries. You can have industries here. You can have industries there. You will have industries here. So if you have industrial estates here, you have industrial estates here, you have industrial estates here, those will be your SDIs. But now they are all linked by this transport route. They are linked by this communication and transport link. So your SDIs and your IDZ, they are linked to each other because the other one is a corridor, the other one are specific areas. They are estates. You find an estate here and you link one estate to another estate. Then you link all other industries which are non-IDZs. So the importance there was the upgrading of the N4 highway and the Maputo Harbor, 129 hectares, is favoring this SDI. The Rizano Garcia border post of Mozambique has been upgraded because to allow for trade. The railway line between Johannesburg and Maputo has also been upgraded. The gas pipeline between Sasolburg and Maputo, the Mazel aluminum smelt. So these are the activities. These are the activities along the Maputo corridor. So all these activities that you find there, they have a potential of creating jobs. All these activities that we have here, all these toll plazas, people are working there by toll plazas, collecting money from people, vehicles that are passing. You have Mazel aluminum smelters. They are found along Maputo corridor. You have the gas pipeline that you get there. Railway. So these are also economic activities that you find along here. There's steel manufacturing in Middleburg, vehicle manufacturing in Pretoria. Mbombela also has services there. This has result in improved electricity because there are many industries there, and this results in overall improvement and development of infrastructure. Now let's look at the economic advantages. So the economic advantages of SDIs. The economic advantages of SDIs are the same as economic and social advantages of industries in general. They are the same. They all create employment opportunities. They increase buying power. So all you need to do is look at what are the benefits. So all what you have here is everything that we have repeated from the beginning. So they have similar economic advantages. Now let's look at this advantages there. Let's look at number one. It creates jobs. It increases buying power. It enables the growth of small and medium enterprises. It improves transportation, communication network, attracts informal and formal activities. Tourism increases. Standard of living, wealth of people increase. Poverty is alleviated. New businesses are developing. The corridor makes transport between countries easy. The total GDP and GNP of the country is also going to increase. What will be the social advantages? Quality of life improves because people have got jobs, access to services and amenities. Money is going to be generated. Development of ethnic cultural pride, mobility of people is going to increase because of improved infrastructure. It reduces rural urban migration, skill development, also entrepreneurial ship will be developed, reduces crime because people have got jobs, there's better housing, there's upliftment of community, medical sectors. Also, these industries will also provide bursaries to learners around there. They also have community responsibilities. So there's a number of reasons that you can give. So economic geography is so practical, You just need to think. Now, what will be the environmental injustice? The environmental injustice for SDI is not different from the environmental injustice for IDZ. Environmental injustice, number one, is the negative impact on the environment. So it's going to result in destruction of natural habitats, destruction of natural vegetation. We spoke about land degradation. We spoke about air pollution. So it is the very same factors, the environmental impacts that are caused by industries and the environmental impacts that are caused by the SDI and IDZ are all the same. You cannot have a difference there. Now, the last topic that we're looking at here is the IDZ. IDZ, Industrial Development Zone. This Industrial Development Zone is called Dube Trade Port, and Dube Trade Port is found in KZN at the coast. Now, let's look at the factors that favor this Dube Trade Port. What I want to emphasize to you, dear learners, is that so many times when we hear new concepts like SDI and IDZ, we think so deep about it and we get so scared. So we think it's a difficult thing. IDZ and SDI are not anything new. It's just a naming of things that are existing already. Because when you're speaking of a corridor, Maputo corridor, we're talking about SDI. It's the same roads that is linking different towns and cities. It's the same thing. We're talking about industrial development zone. It's the same industries. It's the estates of industries. And the estates of industries, what is it doing? It is simply manufacturing products, and the product will be exported. So it does the same thing that was done by industries. So what you should know that it's nothing that is extraordinary. It's nothing that is too different from other things. So don't be threatened by the word SDI and start saying, oh, SDI, IDZ. Don't be threatened by those and start thinking SDI and IDZ are things that are out of this world. It's just naming of features that are already existing, because we already had roads. But when you're looking at those roads in that particular area and we start demarcating and saying this SDI starts from Maputo, it ends at Johannesburg. It is the road between Johannesburg and Maputo was always existing. So we're now just calling it a Maputo corridor because it's linking Maputo and Johannesburg. But it's nothing extraordinary. So don't think that SDIs and IDZ are new concepts, and because they are new concepts and therefore they are difficult. No, they are not difficult. And even when you talk about factors and the benefits or the economic impacts, don't think because it's IDZ and SDI, it must be something that is extraordinary. It is just activities that are creating jobs. They are going to have the same impacts. So look at it from a very relaxed point of view. Don't think of it because it's something that you only heard of in grade 12. Then it is something that is very new. It is not something that is very new. Yes, it is new because it was introduced from 1994 or post 1994. But even when it was introduced, it was only acknowledging the structures that were already there and keeping and calling them in different names. And yes, there will be new ideas that develop, but do not be scared and think this is something that is very difficult and the answers must be very difficult from what you know. So your SDI, they can provide bursaries, just like any other industry can provide bursary. They can improve quality of life, just like any other industry can improve quality of life. So the answers should not scare you. You should not be scared by the word SDI or ADZ. These things are simple. We have been living with them and they've always been there. Now, what are the factors that are favorable for the development of not Maputo corridor? We have now moved to the IDZ, the Dube Trade Port. No, there's hugely efficient infrastructure. We know KZN has got good infrastructure. There's seamless support services provisioning available that gives business competitive edge. Kinshaka International. So Kinshaka International is very important. So here you can look at specific factors that favors there, like Kinshaka. Kinshaka is not everywhere else, but it is an airport that favors export because the purpose of IDZ is to support export. So Kinshaka is good for export. There are two seaports. There are two seaports here in Dube Trade Port that make exporting and importing favorable. So they made it easy. There's major freight corridor between Gauteng and the ports of Durban, and there is a 50-year master plan with hectares of land. There's a large land. So there is large land that is used here for Dube Trade Port, and there is bouquet service that is offered, and there is also government support that is also improving the government. That's improving, or that is favoring the industrial development here in a Dube Trade Port, because Dube Trade Port is simply industries that are put together in one place so that they can support the export of finished products. And then what are the challenges that they are facing there? It's cash flow. The IDZ could only be situated in a few regions located closer to an airport or seaport, and the nature of support of IDZ received in the past, which has government, and there is poor planning, which is a factor there, and lack of skilled labor. Because of poor or lack of skilled labor, then that's going to be a problem. Now, what are the economic advantages and what are the social advantages of the IDZ? The economic advantages and the social advantages of the IDZ are the same as that of the SDI. They all result in creation of employment, increasing of earnings, skill development, access to resources of these areas, promotes development of new and existing infrastructure, provide. So IDZ will do the same as SDIs. SDIs promotes the development of new and existing infrastructure. So are IDZ. So the economic and social advantages are the same. So we've been talking about the social and economic advantages when we started with our primary sector. So the economic and social advantages are so related to each other. You cannot separate them from one another. This provides access to different markets and assisting with the economic upliftment of different places. It promotes local and international trade and efficient transport network to move raw materials and finished goods. So efficient transport that we're talking about here, this IDZ is the same as SDI. Employment opportunities, foreign investment, it promotes imports and export. So you see the link between the concepts, between the IDZ and SDI. So the economic importance or the economic advantages and the social advantages are the same because it's all economic activities. Remember, the topic is economic geography of South Africa. So we're looking at all factors that contribute to the economy of South Africa. Social advantage, it creates employment, earning potential is increasing, buying power of local will also increase, improvement of quality of life, skill development, infrastructure development, improvement of service facilities, more investment. So if you take these factors, you can simply answer these answers. Even when you can give these answers when you're answering the question, you can give these answers even when the question is talking about SDI or IDZ, because the economic advantages and social advantages are the same. That is why you cannot leave a blank space. You have to answer all the questions because you already know the questions. You already know the questions. So all the questions must be answered. Now, we have lastly, our topic is informal sector. So informal sector simply referred to unregistered businesses. And now, reasons why do we have informal sector? We have informal sector because people lost their jobs. There is lack of formal education that people have, so people cannot show the certificate, so they cannot be, if you cannot show an employer your qualifications, it means you cannot be employed, because what the formal sector wants, they want a minimum of degree or minimum of matric certificate or equivalence thereof. So if you cannot produce that, but you can still work, so what do you do now? You involve yourself in the informal sector. Large scale immigration, meaning people moving from other countries into South Africa, moving from other provinces to Gauteng, or so that's the reasons, or into many metropolitans. Other people are going to move from different provinces or from different countries. They go to Pretoria, they go to Johannesburg, they go to all metropolitans where there are better job opportunities. So because of that, immigration is going to result in people not getting formal jobs, and therefore they need one way to survive. Urbanization, meaning that the percentage of people living in urban area has increased so much, and therefore those people need to survive. And single-headed families, you find that people will find one way or the other to survive. And now, the importance of informal sector. What is the importance of informal sector? It equips people with skills, entrepreneur skills, lower the unemployment rate. It sells goods at a lower price, and so many times people have to do Uber Eats. But you find so many informal traders, you don't have to pay for transportation. People will just come and pass by your household selling whatever products. So it makes access to products easy. It makes access to product easy, and it makes access to products, it makes products cheaper. It sells cheaper products, and it helps to minimize crime. It reduces crime. And now, what are the general characteristics? Number one is that they do not pay income tax. The workers there do not pay income tax. It is not tax. They do pay tax because everybody pays tax, which is VAT when you buy a product. But these ones, they do not pay income tax. It mainly consists of women and children. Businesses are found mainly in the CBD. It consists of unskilled and semi-skilled labor, mostly consist of self-workers and self-affordable food products. What are the challenges that people that work in informal sector face? What are their challenges? Number one, bad weather. Once the weather is bad, because they don't have infrastructure that they are working in, they cannot work. Their work is influenced by weather. Their work is influenced by Their work is influenced by weather, and most of them they don't have capital, and they are usually harassed by officials or authorities. They are exposed to crime because they don't have places to work at. They have inconsistent income today, could be higher tomorrow, it could be less or none. There is no trading facilities. How can we help informal traders? We can provide them with infrastructure to work in, storage systems, storage facilities. We can help them with skill and training. They can partner with formal sector. We can regulate the sector, not register. The word there is not register. Once you register them now, it's no longer formal. But what can you do? You can regulate, show, put some strategies on how to operate or some regulations on how to operate, not register. Once you say register them, now you're changing from informal to formal sector. So you can support them by regulating them, not by registering them, and provide loans and subsidies for them to function. And at this point in time, I think you will be ready to write your examination paper 2, which is highly practical, and you will be able to do well. And I want to say thank you for paying attention. Good day, grade 12 learners. Welcome back to a final paper of grade 12, paper 2, Geography 2025. You wrote paper 1, it was not so difficult. Now you are headed for paper 2, which is more practical and which you'll be very comfortable writing. But let's quickly go through the content and check. And remind ourselves what is it that we should know in geography paper 2. Number 1, let's go to classification of settlements. Settlements can be classified in 3 ways according to their size and complexity, according to their function, and according to their pattern. So what we are looking here, we're looking at the classification of settlements according to size and complexity. So size and complexity, meaning from the smallest to the largest. So the smallest form of settlement is an isolated farmstead, and the largest form of settlement is a megalopolis. So that is the ranking of settlements from the smallest to the largest. Now, when you're looking at the 3 top settlements there, isolated farmstead, hamlet, village, all these can also be categorized as being rural settlement. But then rural settlement, remember, it's a classification according to function. When you say settlement is rural, we are simply classifying it according to function. Then we continue looking at settlements from town, city, metropolis, conurbation, and megalopolis. So this is now a classification of settlements now according to function as well. So this one we're saying rural settlements is classification according to function, and we're saying rural settlements are unifunctional. Unifunctional. What do we mean unifunctional? It means one type of economic activity. It specializes with one type of economic activity. And when you say settlements are urban, it means now we're saying these settlements are multi. Multi means more than one. They are multifunctional. So what do we mean by multifunctional? There is more than one economic activity, and you know the economic activities that are happening in urban settlements will be your secondary, which is manufacturing. It will be your tertiary, and as well as quaternary. However, quaternary could also be practiced in any other place except for rural area, because this is your research, this is your laboratories. They can be located anywhere. However, you must know what is meant by multifunctional. Now, let's look at the factors that influence the site and situation of a settlement. We have number 1, water. We have fertile soil, fuel, building materials, face of this or slope aspect where the sun is facing. So when you're looking at this will be the factors that influence the site and situation of a settlement. However, Mentioning them alone is not enough to give you marks. You must be able to explain how did water influence, or what is the importance of the water in the existence of a particular settlement. So you must be able to explain the importance of these factors, or how did these factors influence the choice of site. Let's quickly continue with our settlement types. We said rural settlement and urban settlement. What do you mean by that? Rural settlement is a settlement which has single function, or which has one dominant economic activity. So they have rural settlements have dominance of primary activities, or they are dominating with primary activities. What are primary activities? It is the extraction of raw materials from the earth surface. And an example thereof is your farming, fishing, forestry, mining, and to a certain extent, hunting. Then you have your urban settlement, as I explained earlier, that they have more than one type of economic activity, which we are looking here is secondary, which is manufacturing, and tertiary, which is service provision. And then we quickly again look at urban hierarchies. So when we're saying urban hierarchies, we're simply looking at the ranking of settlements from the smallest to the largest. So here we're looking at these different concepts. We're looking at, we said hierarchy refers to the ranking of urban areas according to the criteria of size and number of functions and the degree of specialization of the function. However, this becomes very complex. When you speak of hierarchy, it's easy. You just say it is the ranking of settlements from the smallest to the largest. Now, under this urban hierarchies, we have a central place town, or a central place, which is central place town or central place city, which is a town that supplies urban functions to the surrounding uh, rural areas. So you have a town in the center, and you have rural settlements around it, and they receive the services from this urban area. Then you have rural here, you have rural right round. So this is where now we're moving to the concept of threshold population. What is threshold population? It is the number of people a function must serve to be profitable, or this is a concept. Remember, you don't have to change the concept the way you understand it. If you say it's a minimum number of people required to make business profitable, however it was taught in class, it must have the same meaning. It doesn't have to have the same weights. And the sphere of influence, the area served by a central place, or an area where business get customers from. However you explain it, so long as it's going to have the same meaning, then you have range of goods and services. So the range in this case does not mean a number of things. A range simply refers to the maximum distance that a customer is to travel, or is willing to travel, for goods and services. And remember, the range of goods and services depends on the order of services. So we have high order services, we have low order services. Low order services are the daily needs. You don't travel longer distance for your daily needs. And then we also have high order services, or high order goods, which are specialized. And therefore, you don't travel every day for those services, which means now the range for the high order services will be longer than the range for low order, or low order goods or services. Now, let's look at types of elements according to function. We've been talking about order of goods and services. So when we're looking at the order of goods and services, we're looking at example of bread, example of milk, and then this will be your daily needs, and therefore you are not going to travel longer distance to access these goods, because if you are to travel longer distance on daily basis for these goods, you will have more expenses. And then The low order goods and services have got smaller threshold population, which means a smaller shop has got fewer people to buy from for it to remain profitable than a shopping mall or a shopping complex. A shopping complex will be a higher order service because it's going to need more people than a small grocery store. Then we have high order services, which are the services or the goods that are not used frequently. So the distance for them is longer, or the range for those goods and services is longer, and they have larger threshold population, and there's less shops or services. So, like the shopping centers, we are going to have fewer shopping centers because they are high order services. Now, let's quickly go into types of towns. Let's go to types of towns. We have what we call a break of bulk. So, the break of bulk sometimes is called a bridge. A break of bulk town sometimes is called a bridge. This is where one mode of transport is replaced by another. Like, for example, looking at all of your coastal towns. All your coastal towns will be the bridge industry, or will be the bridge towns, not bridge industry, sorry. It will be the bridge towns because you will travel by sea transport, and when you're getting at the sea, then you use either road transport or air transport or rail transport. So that is a break of bulk, a type of settlement. Then you have junction. A junction town is simply a town that is found at the main intersection. Where there are main intersection, that is your junction town. Then you have a gap town. So you can see here we have a mountain, and through the mountain there we have a road there. We have a road through the mountain, and what is going to develop there? People start to settle there. Now we call that a gap town. We call that town a gap town. Then we have another town. So this town is called a mining town. So a mining town, education town, industrial town, resort town, or commuter town. These are simply considered to be these are simply considered to be the these towns are considered to be special towns or specialized towns because these ones will have a dominant economic activity. So we refer to them as specialized towns. So a town like Welkom is a mining town. Just like the origin of Johannesburg, that is why it's called the place of gold. It originated because of gold mining. However, even today we can't say Johannesburg is still a mining town because it has since evolved and it has now developed into an economic hub with many functions there. And then we have another type of specialized town, which is education town. Your Stellenbosch for all the universities and other institutions there. And then we have industrial town, Secunda. And then we have resort town, Margate. Then we have commuter town, like Soweto, where people stay and work outside where they work outside where they stay. So in the mornings, those people will commute to the workplace. So we call that a commuter town. Then we are also going to look at urban profile. So when you're looking at urban profile, we're simply looking at the side view of the city. And then what is it that we learn from the urban profile? We learn that how the building density and building height. We learn that the building density and the building height increases when you go towards the city center, and it decreases when you move away from the city center. And there are reasons for that. What are the reasons? Why does the buildings increase with height when you go to the city center? Is because number one, in the CBD, the land is very expensive, and therefore you buy small land but you build vertically to maximize the potential of the land. And there is high building density. The buildings are vertical and there are offices, and it's used mainly for commercial purposes. Then you look, when you're moving away from the city center, you are going to find where the land is cheaper, and therefore the height of the buildings is going to decrease as well, because the buildings will not be tall, because you can buy a large land and build many buildings instead of building one tall building. So the land is cheaper when you're moving away from the city center, and there is lower building density, which means there are fewer buildings there. And the buildings are more horizontal, of which most of those horizontal buildings will be some industries because the land is cheaper. And then you will also have residential areas. Then between your CBD and your industrial and residential, you'll also have what we call transitional zone. So the transitional zone, this is sometimes called the zone of decay. A zone of decay. What do you get in the zone of decay? You get high quality of land or high land value. The land value in the transitional zone is still very high, but the buildings are not taken care of because of what could have been people that abandon the buildings and other people taking the buildings or hijacking the buildings, therefore resulting in the area not being taken care of. However, the value here is still high. The value in the transition zone is still high. It's only the buildings that are not taken good care of. And then you'll have different types of residential areas. And then between the urban area and the rural area, between the rural area and the urban area, that is where you are going to get what we call rural urban fringe. Okay, let's quickly go to activities that are relating to the activity to the revision activities that we have done. Now let's look at the activities here. The question says refer to diagram A and B of the dispersed and nucleated rural settlement. So one of the patterns of settlement, it is what we call nucleated and dispersed. So when you're looking at this one, you're looking at the settlements here. You're saying the settlements here are close to each other. So this is what you call nucleated. And you see the settlements here, they are very dispersed. They are very far from each other. And this is what we call, this is what we call, uh, this is what we call dispersed pattern. This is what we call dispersed pattern. Now let's quickly look at the questions that we have here. Again, what you should know is that you should know the advantages of staying in the settlement and the advantages of staying in the settlement as well. Advantages of dispersed and the advantages of a nucleated. And it is very important that your understanding must also be of, are the advantages social or are the advantages economic? So the questions here are very specific. They don't say give the advantages. It says what are the economic advantages, or what are the social advantages, or what are the economic disadvantages. So you must be able to categorize those advantages according to that, either according to either social or economic. Now let's look at what questions we have here. This is a short objective questions. It says here, you must state whether the question relates to A or it relates to B. Now, buildings are widely spaced. So here, it simply refers to, it simply refers to A. This is where houses are spaced. Sharing farming equipment, tools. So these people are closer to each other. Because they are closer to each other, which means now they are able to share. So this one will be a B. Lack of, it lacks privacy. So these people are very close to each other, and therefore there won't be privacy. So this will be a disadvantage. This will be a social disadvantage of being in nucleated pattern. It's easy target for criminals. So this will also be a social disadvantage for this settlement because people are isolated from one another. For A. And then basic services are distant or are far. So you can see here the settlements are far from each other, meaning that people will have to travel longer distance for services, which means the disadvantage for this one, it will be uh, this will be a disadvantage for number A. However, when you look at it, these disadvantages or advantages, actually, when you're looking at these answers are the characteristics or they are advantages and disadvantage. Now, they say basic services are distant. So it means now this will be a social disadvantage. This will be a social disadvantage for area A. But now you must classify this social disadvantage as is it economic or is it social? Now it becomes social. Now we can still add on this one and make it economic by saying basic services are distant and therefore the the residents will spend more money trying to get services. So it means now it becomes economic. But when you just say it is far, then it becomes just social because you don't indicate how does that affect the income. Then easy to socialize, which one, where will people socialize easy? So it is going to become B. So the correct answer there will be B. Then it becomes social. But you can easily make you can change this again to make it economic and say easy to socialize and therefore they can make good decisions because they are socializing and also improve on production and increase in money. So what I want to tell you is that all factors all factors or advantages, not advantages, all factors, characteristics, you can simply turn them to be economic by explaining your answer further. You can turn them into economic by just simply expanding or explaining your answer further. Okay, then they say where farming is associated with more large profit. So this one talks about profit. So it will be this one because one of the reason, one of the factors here is that the land is large. Because the land is large, and therefore there's going to be more production. So this one will be A, reduces the need for manual labor and the cost of production. So this one, because it's dispersed, they are not going to use manual labor because it is so dispersed and the farming is large and therefore it is going to become A. So this is the short objective questions on patterns of a settlement. I hope you get how we got those answers. Now, let's continue and look at this other activity as well. This question says, refer to the sketch below showing rural settlement A and B, which is A here and B here. Now, they say they are located in the southern hemisphere. Complete the statements in column A with the options in column B. Now, it says settlement B is a dash settlement. Is it a dry point or is it a wet point settlement? So you can see there is B there, and you can see it's very close to a floodplain, but it is also found along the river. So it will become a settlement B. It will be not Y. It is not Y. It is a wet point because you can see it is closer to a permanent river. So it's going to become a wet point, not a Y here. I think this Y is a mistake there. The site of a settlement A is influenced by its location on a south facing or north facing slope. So this one over here, because we said it is a settlement in the southern hemisphere, and there is your north there. There is your north there. So this settlement is facing to that north there. So this settlement will be north facing slope. This will be a north facing slope, not a Y. This is a north facing slope. This settlement A is north facing. There is your north, and there is your settlement there. And then we have the land use. Remember why we get to that question? Because we were told that this is the settlement in the southern hemisphere. So this leading statement is guiding us actually to get our answers. The land use associated with settlement B. The land use associated with settlement B. This settlement B, what is the land use associated? Is it forestry or is it agriculture? Because we're talking about floodplains here. We're talking about floodplains and we're talking about the river. So it will be agriculture. It will be agriculture associated with B because it has got flatland and it is also located closer to the river. So it cannot be AZ, it should be and it should be it should be agriculture because of access to water and because of flat land. The shape of settlement A, look at the settlement A, the shape of settlement A, is it a cross or is it a linear? So the correct one there, here you see the settlement is built along a dirt track. It's built along the dirt track here, or which can be a road. So it is a linear. It is a linear, not this one. And they say a social disadvantage of settlement B. Social disadvantage of settlement B. So where is settlement B? This is settlement B. And you see settlement B is standing there by itself. And then what will be the social? What will be the social? So it cannot be less profit because it doesn't talk about the economic. So the correct answer there will be less safety. Settlement A and B. Okay, let me quickly go back to settlement A and B. Okay, settlement A and B are they unifunctional or multifunctional? These settlements are rural settlements because you can see they are found closer to the source of water, which is river and flatland. So you can see it is a homestead. So they are unifunctional because these are rural settlements. And the physical factor that influence the site of a settlement B, the site of settlement B, look at the site of settlement B. So we're looking at the physical factor there. Is it a road access or is it fertile land? So road access, the physical factor that influence the site of a settlement B, it cannot be road access because road access is not a physical factor. Remember, when you're speaking of physical factors, we're talking about natural factors. So the reason why the settlement is developed there, it will be because of fertile soil. Because you can see the settlement is on a flat plain where there is deposition of fertile soil. So the correct answer there, will be a fertile soil. Then nucleated pattern. Which settlement has got nucleated pattern? Is it settlement A or settlement B? But at settlement B, we can only see one settlement there. So it cannot be nucleated because you can only see one settlement there. So which means here, this is where we can have nucleated. This is where we have more than one building which are closer to each other. Let's continue with our short objective question. Choose one term or concept for each of the following descriptions provided. Write a term or concept next to the question number. All right. You choose one term that from the brackets that fit the description here. The question says a resort or specialized town that develops due to the occurrence of main physical resource. Is it a resort? It cannot be a resort. It will be a specialized town. It can be a specialized town because it occur because of the main physical resource. Because of the main physical resource. Okay, look at this one. This thing is disturbing me here. Let's quickly go back. Okay, sorry about that. A junction or gap town develops at a major transport intersection. Major intersection. So that will be a junction town. A gap will be through a gap. A gap will be through a pass on the mountain. But here we're talking about intersection. So it will be a junction. Where goods and services are transferred from one mode of transport to another, this one will be a break of bulk point. And then specialized towns or central place towns provides goods and services to the surrounding rural areas. This is your central place town. A natural attraction that leads to the development of resort towns or bridge towns, and a natural attraction. So it cannot be a bridge town, because a bridge town will be where you have one mode of transport replacing another. So the correct one there will be your resort town. Worcester, or a central town or a gap town, is located in a mountain pass. Mountain pass there, it means now it should be a. Let's continue with this question. Let's look at this question. It says the diagram above, which is this diagram. The diagram above, which is the entire diagram, it says the diagram above illustrates an urban profile or an urban hierarchy. So we know profile is the side view of the city, where you're looking at the buildings increasing with height towards the center and decreasing away from the center. But this one is simply showing you the ranking of settlements from the smallest to the largest. So it's going to be an urban hierarchy. The question, and the next question is: a conurbation or a city is a large urban area where several towns have joined together. So it will make this a conurbation. The smallest settlement in the diagram is a farmstead or a hamlet. So this one will be the one at the bottom, which is the farmstead. And then, so the correct answer there will be the farmstead. The town or a city has a larger sphere of influence. Now we have town and a city. Between a town and a city, where are we going to have more people coming to buy? So the correct one will be the city will have a larger sphere of influence than a town. The reason will be the city will have more high order services than a town. And then the city or a metropolis has more high order services. And remember, the availability of high order services is going to depend on the ranking of the settlements. The higher the settlement in ranking, the more high order services it will have. For an example, between a metropolis and a conurbation will now have more high order services than a metropolis. But a metropolis will have more high order service than a city, and a city will have more high order services than a town. So that is how you are going to be able to explain that. So the higher the order, the higher the services. So it depends on which one is higher on the ranking. Okay, sorry, I skipped this other one. Now, the minimum number of people required to support a business, is it a market area or threshold population? This will be your threshold population. The maximum distance a customer is willing to travel to buy something or for goods or for services, that will be your range of goods and services. All buildings in a city that are not maintained and painted, decay sets in, and this is termed what? This is urban blight. So urban blight is it simply occurs when the buildings are not taken care of. And then this it makes it important for us to have what we call urban renewal, where we improve the buildings in urban area. Okay, let's continue with our short question. The total area that is serviced by a central place, the central will be your D. It is a sphere of influence, a side view of a town or a city. Is H. It is an urban profile. Goods that are needed on daily basis. What are they? They are low order goods. And what are the characteristics? They are cheaper and the range is shorter. Minimum number of customers needed for a service to make profit. This is G, which is the threshold population. Describe the ranking of urban areas according to their size and functions. It is B, which is urban hierarchy. We have looked at this question so many times. External appearance of an urban settlement from form and structure. It's C, which is urban morphology. Where you're looking at the street patterns, those are your urban morphology. Uncontrolled expansion of a city is a. So I believe now you have seen many of these concepts, and you'll be able to apply the number of concepts in your examination question. Should you get any of them, I believe you'll get a total mark. Now, let's go to other short questions. A central place town services the surrounding rural area, which is number C. Now, the A is classified as a low order goods, and A is the bread. So, it is a large. A is classified as a low order good compared to B because, number one, it is a low order price. It is a luxury item and not needed. This one is not correct. Has a low order price and consumed regularly, is non-perishable and not consumable, has a higher price and is. So the correct answer here will be it has a lower price and is consumed regularly. So the correct answer here will be a B. Range refers to the what to buy a product. Its range refers to the maximum distance travel. That is the range, which is number C. This one is correct. The range of a high order goods. The range of a high order goods is small due to its daily use, is large due to its daily use, small due to its high cost, it is large to its high cost. The range of high order goods will be number D. It is large because we travel longer distances for very expensive goods. Then dash refers to the minimum number of customers needed to make a business profitable. What is that? That is your threshold population, which is B, is correct. The threshold population of a grocery store is is low because it has more high order. So there's contradiction, low and high order. High because it has more low order. So it's also contradicting. It is high because it has more high order goods. It is low because it has more low order goods, which is D, which is correct then. The area from which a settlement draw its customers is a what? Is it a threshold population? Is it a sphere of influence? It is a service area, or it is a... So the correct answer there, this will be it is the area. It is the area. So it becomes the sphere of influence, which means this one is correct and all this is incorrect. This one is incorrect and this one is incorrect. Now, let's move now to land reform. So this is a common examination question where you're going to get a question that says define land reform. We must know what is land reform. So land reform simply refers to the policies that are used to redress the injustices of apartheid. It refers to the policies that are used to redress the injustices of apartheid. And we have three of them here. We have land restitution. What is land restitution? When people are given their land back, or compensation. Land redistribution is when when previously disadvantaged people are given an opportunity to own land. That is land redistribution. And the land tenure is to secure the rights of those living on land owned by others. For an example, and landlords cannot just overnight chase a person from their land. They need to give them some time to find alternative. What is protecting that person there? It is a land tenure reform. It is to secure the rights of those living on the land owned by others. So a person cannot just wake up overnight and say, move out of my place, because you are protected by the Land Tenure Act. Then let's quickly go through the questions that want us to answer on land reform. The first question there is define the term land reform. We know land reform is policies. Land reform 2, policies. What are these policies doing? They are redressing. They are correcting the injustices of apartheid. They are redressing the injustices of apartheid. So we call them land reform. And then this one is a quote from the extract. So we don't think that this extract is going to come from your next examination. So we cannot answer the questions that are directly from the extract. Let's just focus on the questions that are common questions, not the questions that necessarily come from the extract. So the definition for land reform is a common question that we can answer. And then this one says, provide one reason why land reform is necessary in South Africa. So why is it necessary? This is an application question. This is an application question. It needs you to reason. It needs you to give a reason. So there is no single answer to that. But why do you think it is important? Provide one reason why land reform is necessary in South Africa. Number one, it is to reduce poverty. It's to improve access to land ownership. It is for people to be able to have integrity and dignity to own the land. So there are a number of reasons. Number one is to reduce poverty. Number two is for people to own their own land. And then what will people do when they owning own land? They can produce their own food. So this does not have a specific answer. It doesn't have one answer. So it depends on your interpretation of this question. So long as you can give the reason why must people be provided land? why must the challenges of land be addressed? So it has got a variety of options. So there's too many reasons for us to give here. Now, explain two challenges associated with land reform that cause the government not to achieve their goal. The government is not achieving their goal as quick enough as possible. But now, this is another common answers that you can get. Number one, challenge number one is that the procedures are long. The challenge here is now number one, the procedures to claim land are very long, is because some people cannot prove that the land is theirs. Some people cannot prove that the land is theirs. And then we have this clause with land reform that is called willing buyer and willing seller. So there are more unwilling sellers. Even when the government wants to buy the land, people that are owning the land are unwilling sellers. So those are some of the challenges that we have. Let me try to write them down. We said, number one, we have unwilling sellers. People don't want to sell the land. Unwilling sellers and willing buyers. By the way, who's buying the land? It is the government is buying the land so that they can redistribute. So we have government which is willing buyer, but we have unwilling sellers. That's number one. Number two, the court processes take long. The court processes take a long time. And now other people can't show no proof for land ownership, no proof for land ownership. So people cannot prove that this is my land, and therefore they are unable to, the government is unable to help. And then the processes are expensive. Expensive processes. Remember, for you to go to court, you need a lawyer who is going to go and present your story in court. So it is very expensive. Some people do not have money to go and hire lawyers so that they can speak on their behalf in court. So these are the processes that make it difficult. These are the processes that make it to drag. And then explain two methods that the government can put in place to assist the people that have been relocated due to land reform, which have been relocated. Now, if a person is now given a land to work on, if a person is given a land to work on, how can the government assist them? Number one, the government can assist them with what? Skill development. The government can assist the people with skill development where people will be trained to use the land. That's number one. Number two, the government can give them subsidies. The subsidies that they can use in order to buy machinery or fertilizers or whatever they need for a particular land. So they can give them skills. They can give them subsidies. They can also help the new landowners with collaboration with the existing farmers. They can help them to develop a collaboration so that those who are new in land ownership can learn from those who have been owning land over a period of time. Now, let's look at the questions here. Let's look at the questions. What is important? I want you to identify this arrow. What does this arrow mean? What is this area? So you can see there's a tractor there. What are you associating tractor with? And you can see here we have tall buildings. What are you associating tall buildings with? So associate tall buildings with urban area and tractor with rural area. So the movement here, let's identify movement here. This will be rural and this will be urban. And this will be urban. And because there is an arrow between movement, because there's an arrow between them that shows movement from here to here. So this movement is rural urban migration. So state and environmental factor that result in the movement of people from A to B. So this question here is very clear. It wants environmental. It does not want social. It does not want economic. It wants environmental factor. So what are those environmental factors? It could be natural disasters. It could be natural disasters. Number one, it could be because of flooding. It could be because of drought. Remember, people in rural areas, they depend on climate for their activities. They depend on climate for their activities. So if there are any physical factor like any of this, so there could be soil erosion. These are natural things that could happen there. These are the natural things that could happen here. There could be animal diseases, natural things. Could be animal or livestock diseases or crop diseases. Could be anything. So it must be natural. You cannot talk about poverty. You cannot talk about unemployment. You cannot talk about that is not environmental. That is not physical. It has to be. It has to be. You cannot talk anything social. For 1 mark. How does rural urban migration give rise to rural depopulation? This is not even a question. The question says, why does the number of people decrease here when people move here? The reason is simple, is because the people have moved out of rural areas. That is why now we are going to have depopulation. How does rural urban migration give rise to rural depopulation? How does movement of people out of rural areas results in the decrease in population of rural areas? Because people have moved out of rural areas, now the rural areas is going to have lesser people. So that will be the answer to that question. What is the negative economic impact? Now, it is very important that every time when you answer the questions, you must always underline the key words here. What is the negative economic impact? So here it must be economic. It cannot be social. It cannot be environmental. So it must be economic. What is the negative economic impact of rural urban migration on settlement A? Settlement A is rural area. So how will the rural areas be affected economically when people move out? Number one, what do you think is going to happen? Number one, financially, how is rural areas going to be affected? So there's going to be less production. There's going to be less production and less income. So there's going to be less production. People that could produce have left, so there's less production, which leads to less income. Now, again, is there going to be more investment when people are moving out? No. So it's going to result in less investment, which means now the rural areas are going to become less profitable. And again, we can also talk about the government. The government is giving its a budget according to, it's making its budget according to where the people are. So because there will be fewer people, there's going to be less money for people that are left in rural areas. So the municipalities in rural areas will not be able to do their services because there are fewer people and their allocation is going to be lesser. So that's one of the reasons that will happen. And then again, what's going to happen? There's going to be unemployment. It's going to result in unemployment in rural areas. So the cycle of rural decay continues. Remember, the question here says the economic impact of rural urban migration on settlement A. So if the people are going to be, if they now on what are we looking at here? We're looking at what is the negative economic impact of rural urban migration on settlement A. So if the people move out, the businesses are closing, then we're going to have unemployment. We're going to have unemployment. Therefore, with unemployment, it means now there is less income. Less income. So what happens here? There is less buying power. Less buying power because of unemployment. Because of unemployment. And then again, because of less buying power, the cycle of rural decay continues. The shops close down because of no customers. The shops are going to close down. And then when shops close down, what happens? There is no profit. So it is the same cycle that is going to continue over and over. Now let's look at the next question. It says, in a paragraph of approximately 8 lines, why rural migrants experience difficulty in finding employment in area B? So this question wants, why will people that move from rural areas to urban areas not be able to find jobs there? Why will they not find jobs? Number one, now you must be careful. This question has got 2 parts. It says, explain why rural migrants experience why difficulty in finding employment in urban areas. Why rural migrants find difficulty in finding jobs in urban areas, and the impact therefore on their quality of life. So number one, what do? You're going to look at why they find it difficult to find jobs. Then number two, how will that impact on the quality of their lives? Number one, we said rural areas because of lack of skills. Number one, because they lack skills. And now, because they lack skills, they will not get jobs. Now, how will this now impact on the quality of life? Because they did not get jobs, number one, they can't afford. They can't afford basic needs. They can't afford basic needs. So that they can't afford basic needs. Number one, we have to say, explain why rural migrants experience difficulty in finding jobs. Number one, lack of skills. And then how does that impact on them? They can't afford basic needs. Number two, why can't they find job? Number one, you're talking about skills. Now they do not have no qualifications. No qualifications. Remember, this is one of the the push factors. One of the push factors was that in rural areas the quality of education is low. So which means people will not have qualification. Now, if they do not have qualifications, the reason is they do not have qualification. That is why they are not going to get jobs. And now, how will that affect them? They can't afford food. Okay, let's say they can't buy houses. They can't buy houses. That's the reason. Number three, now we said why. Now, some of them can't read and write. Can't read and write. So can't read and write, in short, is that they are illiterate. And because they can't find jobs, remember the question wants you to give the reason why they can't find jobs, and then how is not finding job going to impact them. Now, they are going to result in development of informal settlements. Because they cannot buy houses. But they need a place to stay, so they end up building own houses. Now, another reason why they cannot find jobs is maybe they don't have money. No money to go search for job. They have no money to go and search for job. Now, how is this going to impact in the quality of their lives? Okay, they might resort to social ills. They might resort to social ills. stealing, getting arrested. So that is how it's going to impact on the quality of their lives. So you must be careful if you get a question like this that want you to answer two parts. Be careful. Make sure that you have answered both questions that are there. So, yeah, both questions, because it's the first part and the second part. Now, let's quickly go through this question. What is an urban land use zone? What is an urban land use zone? So you must be able to give a definition for an urban land use zone. It simply refers to an area with a specific function. It simply refers to an urban part of an urban area with a specific function. So we can look at it as say it is a rural urban fringe, it is a heavy industrial zone, or it's a low residential area, or it is a transitional zone, or a zone of decay, or it is a CBD or central business district. So it simply refers to an area with a specific function. Why is CBD located at the center of the city? For easy access. It is located there for easy access. Identify land use zone label A in the diagram. So this land use zone A is a zone of decay. It's a transitional zone. It's a transitional zone or a zone of decay. The transitional zone or zone of decay. State two characteristics of the land use zone identified in above here, which is here. State number one, it is characterized by high land value. High land value. The land value here is high, but it has got what? Urban decay. Urban decay. That's what you should know. And then another characteristics there is that it has mixed functions. So what do you mean by mixed functions here? It will have the functions of, it will have residential area. Residential areas can be found here. It can also have businesses that can be found here. So it has got more than one type of function. It's got mixed functions, both commercial and residential. It has residential and commercial functions. Now they say describe the expected topography or relief of the land. Refer to heavy industries zone B. Heavy industry at zone B. So describe the expected terrain or relief where you have heavy industries. Is large, flat land. Because the industries require large flat land. Because the industries cannot be built upwards, they have to be built horizontally, so the land must be very large. Give one reason for your answer. Why must the land be large and flat? Because that is on there, it is away from CBD where land is cheaper. The land is cheaper in this area. Explain why the CBD and the heavy industrial zone are often considered incompatible. So the CBD and heavy industrial zone, why are they incompatible? Number one, in the CBD, the land is expensive. And then in the heavy industry, the land is cheap. The land is cheaper. And again, in the heavy industry, there is more pollution. In the heavy industry, there is more pollution. So those are clear differences that you will find between the two land use zones. Now, let's look at the CBD again. We continue with the CBD. we continue with our land use zone and continue the CBD. So this is the second question that we're looking at here. So in red here, it says urban blight. So you must be careful what we're looking at here. We're looking at urban area that is not well taken care of. So this is what we term urban blight. So what is urban blight? Is the deterioration of urban buildings and infrastructure in the urban area when the buildings are not well taken care of. So the simple question, which all grade 12 learners should get right. CBD stands for Central Business District. Just for that, that's your 1 mark out of 60. So now your mark you're working out of 59. So it's a free mark there. Every grade 12 learner should know that. Describe 2 characteristics of the CBD evident in photo A. Let's look at photo A. Describe 2 characteristics of the CBD that you can see there. You can see crowding there. There is crowding there. You can see tall buildings. So that is what you can see from that. You can see there's overcrowding there. You can see there's tall buildings there. And then refer to the extract and explain what could have led to urban blight of the Johannesburg CBD. Now, we said whatever is according to the extract, we're not going to answer those questions because we're not going to get specifically questions on that. But the characteristics of CBD, the characteristics of the CBD is something that you can get from other question papers, which you should know. And the definition of CBD is something that, the acronym for CBD, you should know what it stands for. But this one, it is referred to the extract. So we don't answer the questions that have specific answers from the extract. We only answer those that has got the concepts, that have the concepts that we are learning. Which term or concept best describe the process of change as shown in photo A to B? So this one is also a concept. This one is also a concept. So what do you see here? This concept that you see here is urban renewal. This concept that you see here is urban renewal. You can see the urban area has been improved from this to that. So this is an urban renewal. So this is a concept. This is a concept which is the opposite of urban blight. Urban blight is the deterioration of buildings and infrastructure in the urban area. But urban renewal is the improvement of urban areas. And then in a paragraph of approximately 8 lines, explain the positive impact of the process on the CBD in Johannesburg. Explain the positive impact of the process. Which process? The process of urban renewal. Where? On the CBD and Johannesburg. Now, if there is urban renewal, now you need to, in 4 facts, giving 4 facts. You must give 4 facts. Explain the positive impact of the process. Now, the urban area, what will be the positive impact of the process? And now what I like about this question is that this question is so open-ended. It does not say specifically social or economic, which means you can give any of the answers that you can think of that are going to be positive impact for urban renewal. Now, what are we going to have? We're going to have more people and more income. We're going to have more people coming, and therefore we're going to have more income. And then when more people come, there's going to be more job opportunities. More job opportunities. And then it is going to, can also look at the social. The area becomes safer. The CBD is safer compared to what it was. You can look at another factors that you will get there. It's going to attract more tourists. Attract more tourists. That will be the positive things. There's going to be more investment. So this is not limited. So once an urban or a CBD has been, once the CBD has been renovated, once the buildings have been renovated, they are more attractive, and there is number of factors or number of benefits that the CBD will enjoy because of that improvement. Now let's look at another common examination questions could be on informal settlement. So you must be able to define what an informal settlement is. This is a concept. We can say it is a settlement that developed without the permission of the government or without the permission of the municipalities. This type of settlement developed without permission. Without permission or without authorization. This is what we call informal settlement. But again, with informal settlement, you must be careful. Don't confuse informal settlements to informal sector. They are two different things. We look at informal sector when you go to economic geography. How many checks according to the source? So we don't need to answer this question. How many questions are because this is not a concept, it's a specific thing. And then quote evidence from the extract. Okay, we don't need to answer this question because again, these questions are based on the extract. And remember, we are preparing for a completely new examination question. We don't know what the extracts are about there. So it's going to be just a waste of time for us to go through that, because after knowing how many checks, how is that going to help us? Quote evidence from the extract, how is that going to help us? Because we want to learn the concepts that we can use in our forthcoming examination. Now, explain why informal settlements are vulnerable to storms. Now, this is a concept. This is a concept which we need to know. Because this question has come in the previous examinations. Explain why informal settlements are vulnerable to storms and fires in the Western Cape. Number one, it will be because of the material that are used. It will be because of the material that are used. It's because, number one, of the weak material used. It will be again because of the weak material used. That is why they are vulnerable to storms. So if there is a storm or there is wind blowing or it's raining, so these material are easily destroyed and people are affected. So because of the weak material that is used, and again against fires. Why are they vulnerable to fires? Because they are mutated, because they are built closer to each other. They are built closer to each other, and again, flammable material. Flammable material. So the reason why they are vulnerable to fires is because of the proximity to each other. They are built very close to each other. Number two is because they are highly flammable. The material used is highly flammable. And again, the material that is used is very weak. So the settlements there, they easily leak in terms of water going through, and the wind can easily blow the buildings away because of that. So these are the three factors why they are vulnerable to storms and fires: because of weak material that is used, because of the flammable material used, because the buildings are very close to each other. So once one building catches fire, then the next building will also be up. Now, settlement are vulnerable, yeah, because of that. So this is the reason, because it makes them very vulnerable. And again, because they don't have roads, and therefore it's not easy for emergency services to go and assist them. So that's what makes them so vulnerable to storms and fires. Suggest a measure that the government of the Western Cape could implement to assist households in informal settlements. So it is not only in Western Cape, everywhere where we have informal settlement. What can the government do in order to assist households in informal settlements? Maybe they can provide material, provide stronger building material that will not be blown by water, that is not going to have rainfall leaking into their houses. And then number one, they can provide services, provide basic services. They can also assist with skill development so that people can build their houses differently. What can they do? They can also provide land. They can provide larger land so that people don't build their houses very close to each other so that they are not affected by that fire. And they can also build proper structures. Apart from giving people some land and material, they can also build proper structures for those people. So that is how the people can be assisted that are living in informal settlement. Now, what we have here is what we call models. So these questions on models could come in short questions, they could come in long questions. So what you need to know is that we have models, and these models, what the models represent. What do these models represent? These models simply represent. Remember, when you're speaking of a model, you're saying it's a simplified representation of reality. A model is a simplified representation of reality. So what do models represent? They simply represent the arrangement of land use zones. The model simply show the arrangement of land use zones. So according to multiple nuclei, what do we learn from that? We learn that cities have got have got more than one focal point. They've got more than one focal point. And then we have this other model that we call the South African apartheid city. So this model is simply influenced by apartheid spatial planning and group acts, where people were placed according to different races. So this is the long and short of this South African apartheid city. And then we have this one. Other model is called a sector model. So what does the sector model show? The sector model simply shows that all of the land use zones are constructed. They are constructed in sectors. They are constructed in centers, and each sector has got access to the CBD, or all sectors are radiating from the CBD. So that is the long and short of the models. Most model questions there, you will get the short questions, or it could be source-based, just like all these other long questions that we looked at. So they will be source-based, which means you will read from the extract and answer the questions there. Now, let's look at the internal structure of the settlements as we spoke about earlier. Now, this is what are we looking at here? This is what we call urban morphology. So this is the internal structure of the settlement. So what are we looking at here? We're looking at street patterns. We have two types of street patterns that we're looking at on this diagram, on this map. We're looking at the grid iron pattern, and we're looking at an irregular pattern. So this is the grid iron pattern. What you need to know about the grid iron pattern, you need to know the advantages and the disadvantages, as well as the irregular pattern. You need to know the advantages. Now, let's look at the characteristics of the grid pattern. This grid pattern. So it's on a gentle slopes. It is on a gentle slopes. How do you tell the slopes are gentle? You can see with the contour lines that are far from each other. This is usually the older part of the city. This is usually the older part of the city. How do you tell it's the older part of the city? You can see there. We have monuments there. We have monuments there. So this will be the older part of the city. Those are the characteristics. And then you must know the advantages, and you must also know the disadvantages. So what will be the advantages of this grid iron pattern? So it is easy to lay out. It is easy to build. It is easy to build the green iron pattern because it is found on a flat land. And then it is also easy for you to find your way. It is easy for you to find your way. But what will be the disadvantages? What will be the disadvantages of this pattern? The disadvantages because of the stop go and stop go, it wastes a lot of petrol, which becomes the economic disadvantage. And again, because of stop and go, there are high chances of accidents, and then it results in traffic congestion. And then now let's look at irregular pattern. Irregular pattern, what are the characteristics? It is usually found on a steeper slopes and the latest developments. It is found on the steeper slopes and the latest developments. And then what will be the characteristics there? The irregular patterns are interesting. They are not monotonous. And because there aren't so many intersections, it allows for traffic flow. And as it allows for traffic flow, it also saves traveling time. And again, it also, because there aren't many intersections, there are few chances of accidents, and it is interesting to drive on. It is not as monotonous. It's not as boring as the grid iron pattern. So this is the application questions that you could get from your examination question. Now, let's go to our economic geography quickly, which is question 2. Economic sectors, we have 4 economic sectors. Number 1, it is primary sector, which is the extraction of raw material from nature. Example is farming, fishing, forestry, mining, and hunting. And then we have another sector which we call secondary sector, which is adding value to raw material, or it is simply manufacturing or building. So this is your secondary sector. And we have tertiary sector, which is provision of services, example, distribution, selling, education, medical services, and so many. And then we have quaternary. Quaternary simply refers to specialized services which are rendered by professionals, or you can call it advanced technology, like your GIS. It is also quaternary activities. And also administration and information, like I said, GIS and research. So these are the quaternary activities. So now let's look at the primary sector. Under primary sector, we have farming and we have fishing, we have mining, we have a number of those. Let's start first with farming. Farming can be characterized by 2 types of farming: large-scale farming and small-scale farming. And like the word says, large. So large-scale farming, large land is used. And because large land is used, there is a need for large machinery that is used. And the production is also large, because you can see there's a lot of cattle there that are being taken from one place to another. And you can see we have large herds of cattle. There's a use of machinery. There's an insect pesticides that are being used here. So these are the characteristics of large scale. And then this is the type of farming that is responsible for food security. This is a type of farming that is responsible for food security in both local and national scale. At a national scale and at a local scale, large scale farming is responsible. But when you're looking at this one, it's a small scale farming, which means farming is done over a small area. And this one is only responsible for food security on a local scale, because there is no much production, is fewer livestock that is being kept. It's cultivation over a smaller area, and therefore this is only able to feed smaller populations, or it is only interested in servicing smaller or fewer people. So it is only in charge, or it can only serve local. It can only serve. It can not necessarily serve, but it is responsible for local food security. But this one is for national food security. And then you can see here small land and mixed. So this one has got a mixed farming, but this one is the one that we say it has got monoculture. This one has got monoculture, which means it's usually focused on one type of farming activities, either livestock farming, large livestock farming, or when they produce here, they produce only maize, or they produce sugarcane, or they focus mainly on one crop or one livestock, type of livestock. But here it's a mixed farming, and it usually uses manual work. So people are using simple tools, and the machinery that is used there is usually small. Remember, they are not interested in providing or ensuring food security over a large area. So it is only local food security for fewer people. That is why even the livestock there is not as many as the livestock here. Now, let's look at these questions and try to answer them. You have to choose between option A and option B. It's a farming that produces high yields per hectare. Which is going to become B. Associated with extensive farming practices, which is going to be A, because they are not using a lot of fertilizers. The land is not used intensively. The land is used loosely. There is little input into this land. There is not much use of fertilizers, so this is extensive use of land. Products for the home and export market. So it will be B for home and export market, but this one will be mainly for home market because it's done over a smaller scale. Farming described as a small scale farming. This is A. Farming associated with monoculture. So this one is A. Monoculture is B, because mainly it is a specialized kind of farming. So mainly it is done for one type of crop. Farming that is capital intensive and use advanced technology, which is B. Capital intensive. It uses a lot of resources. It uses a lot of money. It uses a lot of fertilizers, and it requires high technology. So it is capital intensive. Farming that focuses on food security in a local community. This will be A. Farming that produces a low yield per hectare. This will still be A. So those are the short questions that you'll get on, that you can expect on farming. Now, here are other short questions here on secondary sector. The largest industrial region in South Africa is the PWV. The activity which the activity dominant in the Durban Pinetown industrial region? Is it winemaking? Is it motor car assembly? Is it sugar refinery? This will be your sugar refinery. The physical factor influencing the location of the Durban Pinetown. So it wants the physical. So we know when we're talking about physical factor, we're talking about the natural factor. Is it minerals? There aren't many minerals, which means it is wrong. Is it harbor? Is harbor a natural? Is a harbor a physical factor? No, harbor is a man-made factor. It's not physical. Is it labor force? No, labor force is humans. So the physical factor there is rainfall, because we also said there is a lot of sugar refinery there. The only core industrial region that is landlocked. Landlocked means it does not have access to sea. Is it the PWV? Is it the Southwestern Cape? Southwestern Cape is not waterlogged. There is a coast there. Port Elizabeth is not landlocked. Durban is not landlocked. So the correct answer there will be A. The two types of industries associated with bulk transport. Bulk transport means the transport that transport huge and bulky goods. Is it ubiquitous industry? Is it heavy industry? Is it light industry? Or is it the raw material orientated? So what is ubiquitous industry? The industries that are located everywhere where there is a market. So industries that are located everywhere, or the industries that cannot be separated from their immediate market. So they become ubiquitous. So we want bulk transport. So the correct one there will be heavy industry, and heavy industries need a lot of raw material. So the correct answer will be Roman figure 2 and Roman figure 4. So this is incorrect and this is incorrect. So Roman figure 2 and Roman figure 4, Roman figure 2 and Roman figure 4. So which means this answer is the most suitable answer. The core industrial region that benefits from Kinshasa Airport. Is it Durban? Is it Gauteng? Is it Durban Pinetown? Is Southwestern Cape? So the correct one there will be Durban Pinetown, because Kinshasa is in KZN. Electricity in the Gauteng province, in the Gauteng or PWV. So this region is called PWV, or it is called Gauteng. So when you get the question that say identify the industrial region, so you can call it Gauteng or you can call it PWV. So it is indicated there. The electricity in Gauteng or PWV industrial area is cheaper as it is located to coal fields. It's not located to iron ore, because iron ore is not used to make there is iron ore, but iron ore has nothing to do with electricity, because we don't use iron ore for electricity. And unfortunately, there is no international harbor in PWV, and raw material has nothing to do with electricity. What is important with generation of electricity is the coal fields. So this one becomes the correct one. This one incorrect, this one incorrect, this one incorrect. The hindering environmental factor for industrial development in South Africa. Environmental. So here it must be environmental. So is it labor strikes? Labor is not environmental. Is it load shedding? Load shedding is not environmental. Is it high transport cost? It is not environmental. So the only environmental factor there is pollution, which is the correct answer. Now, choose the correct weights given in brackets. Write only the weight next to the question in answer book. Now, here, which industry, light industry or heavy industry, cover large area and tend to cause more air pollution? Large area is heavy industry. A power station is an example of a market or raw material. Power station is a power station. There is no market there. So it is a raw material orientated. The location of footloose or ubiquitous industry is not determined by the location factors such as raw material, transport, and market. So the correct one there is footloose. Remember, ubiquitous industries are industries that could be located anywhere, but they cannot be separated from their immediate market. Ubiquitous industries cannot be separated from their immediate market. So this one says the industries that cannot, the location of these industries is not determined by either location factors such as raw material, transport, or market. So market is there. So ubiquitous cannot be separated from the immediate market, which means market is the influence or market influence the location there. Industry that is not influenced by anything, raw material, transport, or market. Then, light industry or heavy industries can be located around the CBD. It cannot be heavy industry because heavy industries are located far from the CBD. So this one is incorrect. The correct one is the light industry. Market or raw material orientated industries generally produce low order and perishable goods. So it will be the market orientated industries which are located closer to the the market or closer to the customers, not the raw material. Raw material are located far from the market and they don't necessarily produce perishable goods. They don't produce perishable goods. So the raw material, so the market-oriented industries will be your light industries. So there's a link between market-oriented and light industries because your market-oriented are those industries that you will find closer to the customers. You'll find them closer to the customers. Those are the industries like your bakeries and as well as your dairy industries. So they are selling perishable goods and they are also light industries. And you can also look at them as being ubiquitous because they are market orientated. Market orientated means they cannot be separated from their immediate market like your ubiquitous industries. So there will be a lot of similarities between these industries. So you will see that one industry could have characteristics of more than one. One industry could have characteristics of more than one. Like when you're looking at this industry, you said the two types of industries associated with bulk transport will be the raw material orientated and the heavy industry. So this industry will have, one industry can have characteristics of more than one industry. And now 2.2.6, bridge industry or raw material orientated. Bridge industry or raw material orientated industries are located near harbors where raw material are imported. So this is bridge industries. They are located near harbors. So another name for bridge industry is what? Is break off bulk. Is break off bulk. So those are the industries that are located near harbors. Now, let's look at our question on sugarcane. According to the infographic, how many direct jobs are created? So we said, according to the infographic, we are not going to answer that question because it is not a concept. It's a question that's going to change from one source to another. There is a general decrease in sugarcane production in South Africa. Explain at least one factor that contributes towards this decrease. So this one is a concept. This one is a concept. What does this question want? This question wants, what are the factors that hinder sugarcane farming? There is a general decrease in sugarcane production in South Africa. So, and again, what I like about this question, what I like about this question is that this question is not specific to any factor in particular, be it its environmental, social, or economic. It just want to explain at least one factor that contributes towards this decrease. Number one, we can look at the social factor. We can say there is labor unrest. You can say there is labor unrest. You can say climate change. You can say shortage of rainfall. So on this one, you can give number of factors that will affect, that will result in the. You can also talk about different factors such as availability, availability of flat land or fertile soil. So here you can give a range. You can give factors that will hinder farming. You can give any factor that we think will hinder sugarcane farming. It cannot be economic, social, or environmental. You can give all any example. Discuss why the two provinces mentioned in the infographic are favorable. So this was the factors hindering. So if you studied factors hindering sugarcane farming, you'll be able to answer this question. And now here, discuss why the two provinces mentioned in the infographic are favorable for sugarcane. So here, what do you want? You want factors that favors sugarcane farming. So number one, you look at the rainfall, high rainfall of 1,000 millimeters and above. That's number one. You're looking at sunshine. That's number two. Sugarcane requires a lot of sunshine for it to grow. You're also looking at availability of labor availability. There are people that are working on those sugarcane farms. And then another factor that is very important for sugarcane farming, we said rainfall, we said sunshine, we said availability of water. And then it requires fertile soil. It requires fertile soil. So because this is sugarcane is a perennial crop, which means it grows throughout the year. So it's going to require rainfall throughout the year. And then also it requires a lot of water. It requires a lot of water. So this will be the factors that will favor sugarcane farming. So this one is a concept. It requires factors favoring. This one is also a concept. It requires factors that are hindering sugarcane farming. Now, another question is, in a paragraph of approximately 8 lines, explain the importance of sugarcane production to the South African economy. The importance of sugarcane farming to the South African economy. So what are the importance of sugarcane farming in South African economy? Number one, what do we think of sugarcane farming? Does it create jobs? Yes, it creates jobs. Yeah. Number two, does it provide for GDP? Yes, it boosts GDP. Also, you can say it also boosts it boosts the local economies. It boosts the local economies. So when you say it boosts local economies and when you say it boosts GDP, you cannot say GDP when you're talking about local economies. You talk about GDP when you're talking about the country. So it does create that. What will be the other economic importance of sugar cane? So it provides raw material for exports. Raw material for export, and because raw material for export, now what do we gain? We gain foreign earning. We gain foreign earning as a country. So foreign earnings. So this will be your economic importance of sugarcane farming in South Africa. Now let's look at this important concept as well. It's called food security. food insecurity. So you need to be able to define the concept food insecurity. What is food insecurity? So every time when you study food insecurity or food security, we must study it with each other. We must study food security with food insecurity and food insecurity with food security. So what is food security? When there is availability of nutritious food, food security. Security is when there is availability of nutritious food to all at all time. So not availability, should be accessibility. Food can be available, not accessible. Accessibility means that people can afford to buy that food. So it can be available but expensive. So it's going to result in food insecurity. So it must not be available, but it must be accessible. It must be afforded by all. Now the opposite of this is when there is shortage of, or when there is not, when there is no accessibility. Where there is no accessibility of healthy, nutritious food to all to live healthy lifestyles, to have healthy lifestyles. So, which means here you can also add the same here. When there is accessibility of nutritious food to all at all times, to live healthy lifestyles, to live healthy. So, insecurity, there is no access to all to live a healthy lifestyle. So that is the difference between security and insecurity. Now, you are able to define that. According to the extract, how many people? You said we don't answer those questions of according to extract because we are looking at the concept. We want to answer the concepts, not the specific questions to a specific extract, because those questions will be different from time to time. So if you want that answer, you come here and you read from the extract. Suggest how the poor provision of services mentioned in the extract contribute to food insecurity. Now, here we're looking at what services here? We're looking at the basic services, including health, water, hygiene, and sanitation. How will lack of these services influence food security? So without water, it means people will not be able to do farming. Without good health, people will not be able to do their work. In an unhygienic condition, people will be sick and therefore will not be able to produce food for themselves. With poor sanitation also, there's going to be spread of diseases and people will not be able to produce food for themselves. So this one you could get from that. In a paragraph of approximately 8 lines, explain how the South African government can assist people facing hunger. Number one, how do we assist people facing hunger? By speed up. You can speed up land reform. The government can speed up land reform. So if the government speed up land reform, ensure that people have access to land. When people have access to land, people will be able to produce their own food. Number two is skill development. So that people are able to produce their own food. And it's the creation of job opportunities. Create job opportunities. create job opportunities so that people are able to work and earn living and therefore buy their own food. You can also provide basic services like water for people to produce their own food. Gold mining. What is the importance of gold mining? Gold mining contributes to the GDP of South Africa. Just like all other economic sectors, they contribute to the economy of South Africa. So contribution to the GDP of South Africa, it will be gold mining, it will be farming, it will be secondary sector, tertiary sector. All economic sectors contribute to the GDP of South Africa. And source of employment in South Africa. In as well, all sectors of economy are the source of employment everywhere. And then gold mining also has a multiplier effect. What is multiplier effect? It is additional economic development in response to a new expanding part of the economy. So simply, what does that mean? It means one industry leads to the growth of another industries. So that is your multiplier effect. Gold mining attracts foreign investment. Gold mining help to earn foreign exchange. Now let's look at the gold mining. Gold mining is not all good. There are some negative impacts of gold mining to the environment. What are the negative impacts? Yeah, it destroys natural environment. And then because of that, it destroys natural habitats. And then it destroys the land. Chemicals also are going to cause water and land pollution. It results in sinkholes and power stations. They can provide carbon dioxide that is released and contribute to global warming and climate change. So as much as gold mining is going to bring positive impacts in economic growth, it also has some negative environmental impact. Now, let's in South Africa. To which economic sector does gold mining belong? You must all be knowing that because gold mining is extraction, this will be primary sector. Name the gold mine found in the Free State that you have there. Name the gold mine in Free State that you have. You will look at the gold mine in the Free State there. It is circled down there. I said this is according to the extract, so we're not going to pay much attention to that. We're going to pay attention to the concept. According to the table, which province has the highest gold reserves? So you have to just interpret this table and see which one has got the highest number. So this will be based on the table. Quote evidence from the extract that gold mining is a backbone. So you quote from the extract here. These different extracts will have different quotations, so we're not going to pay much attention to that. Suggest two factors that resulted in the decline of gold production for the past 3 years. So this one is factors that hinders. This will be the factors that hinders gold mining. But in this case, it will be according to the extract. So it will be according to the extract. State two factors that resulted in. So what will be the factors that hinder gold mining? Number one, it will be labor unrest. Number two, what will be the factors that could contribute to the decline in gold mining? It will be fluctuating gold prices. This is going to impact on whether people are going to buy our gold or not buy our gold. If the gold is expensive, people will not want to buy it when it's expensive. They will want to buy it when it is cheaper. Explain how the decline in gold production in South Africa will negatively impact the economy. So when you're looking at the economy, you are not only looking at the economy of the country, because that question does not say the economy of South Africa. It says the economy. So number one, it will result in job losses. And if there is job losses, it means there is going to be loss of income. Loss of income is going to result in a decline in GDP. It's going to result in the decline in GDP. It's going to result in the decline of GDP. Okay, now we're looking at secondary sector, which refers to the processing of raw material into semi-finished good and finished good, or simply it is the manufacturing of goods. So I'll advise everybody to go it is manufacturing of goods or processing of raw material into finished goods. So that is our secondary sector. So there are very important concepts that you need to know. Number one is GDP. What does GDP stands for? You have to know that it stands for gross domestic product. And what is GDP? It's the value of all goods and services produced in a country over a period of 1 year. And GNP is the total value of goods and services produced by the permanent citizens of a country in 1 year, which means now the permanent citizens of the country may not be working in a country. Then we have types of industries, your footloose industries. These are the industries that can locate in any place without being affected by factors such as raw material, or we have done this. And ubiquitous industries that are inseparable from the immediate market. So the difference between your footloose and your ubiquitous is that your ubiquitous cannot be separated from your immediate market. But footloose, they are not influenced by either the raw material nor the market. Then what is foreign exchange? You always say the importance of economic activity is to earn foreign exchange. What is foreign exchange? Is the money that's paid to South Africa by other countries, e.g. dollars, pounds, all currencies. Formal sector refers to all the registered businesses, and informal sector refers to all unregistered businesses. Then you have your bridge industry, industries that are located between the source of raw material and the customer. And then you have balance of trade, which is the value of export minus the value of import. And you have balance of payment, which is a financial statement showing its transaction with the entire world. So your balance of trade can either be positive or negative. Balance of trade can be negative or positive. When does the balance of trade become positive? Is when the value of exports is higher than the value of imports. Remember, imports, you are spending money because you are buying, and exports, you are gaining money because you are selling. So when you sell more than what you buy, or the value of what you sell is more than the value of what you buy, then you're going to have positive balance of trade. But when you buy more than what you sell, or when the value of what you sell is lower than the value of what you buy, which means you are going to have now a negative balance of trade, which is not good for a country. And then balance of payment, remember, it refers to all the transactions that the country makes. So it means during export, the country gets slips or receipts, and then during export and import, all those when the country puts all those documents together, it's what they have as balance of payment. All the transactions. So you take all the receipts that the country has made when they were exporting and when they were importing. We put them together, you get what we call balance of payment. Now, secondary sector, the importance there is to create employment, just like in primary sector, just like in mining, empower previously disadvantaged communities, help to increase the production of raw material, help to process raw material. So, which means now it also leads to multiplier effect because the secondary sector, they manufacture machinery that is used in primary sector and also in secondary sector. So it leads to the manufacturing of other products. So that is what we call multiplier effect. And then what are the factors that favor industrial development in South Africa? Availability of water, availability of labor, electricity, good transport network, and availability of market. Now, let's do a map application or map interpretation of factors that will favor industrial development. Now, what you're looking at here, you're looking at the power lines. So if you get a question, say, what are the factors that favor industrial development in block C1 or whatever block? So you look at these factors that favors industrial development. So you're looking at this area here. This will be your industries. But on the map, this is going to show buildings. On the map, this will be represented as buildings. But now you're looking at the characteristics of the buildings that you're looking at. Then you can decide whether these buildings are a school like this one. You can see there's an S there indicating that there's a school also here. So this is usually the this is usually the buildings that will be representing industries. So you can see here, what do we have here? We have labor. How do you see that there is labor here? You can see there is a built-up area here, which is a residential area for people. There is raw material. How do you see this raw material here? There's orchards here. There's orchard all over here. And then that is where the raw material can come from. And there is variety of transport network here. So what do you see? There's railway here. There is roads. So there's variety of transport. There is access of water. You can see there's a river there. You can see there's a dam there. So which makes now these are the factors that favor industrial development. And now you can see this area over here. Try to check the contour lines here. So there aren't many contour lines here, indicating that this area is flat. So this is the factor that favor industrial development on this map, a gentle gradient or a flat land. And then here you have other built-up area here. It could be a town here or residential area here, which also provides a market to the industries, Now, let's look at our four core industrial regions. We have this one that we call PWV, or it is also called Gauteng. Then we have this one, Durban Pinetown. We have Durban Pinetown, and we have Nelson Mandela Bay, and then we have Southwestern Cape. But for 2025 examination, our focus is in PWV or Gauteng and Durban Pinetown. These ones, you must just know where they are located. But for details, you need to know PWV and Durban Pinetown. And what do you need to know more there? You need to know type of industries there. So in Gauteng, we have aircraft industries, we have chemical industries, we have iron and steel industries, and we have motor industries. Let's see PWV, Durban Pinetown, what we have. We have chemical industries. Also, we have chemical industries. So if you learn one industry, chemical industries, you'll be able to answer that for two industrial regions. Then we have oil refinery, we have sugar milling, and then we have shipbuilding industries in Durban Pinetown. And then let's move Pretoria, Witwatersrand industry or PWV or Gauteng. So what are the factors that favor industries in PWV? We have good transport network. We are well linked to other regions because PWV is very centrally located, so it is easy accessible. Then we have a large market, we have raw materials, we have skilled labor, we have power station available or electricity, we have supply of water from Tugela Val water projects, and there is many tertiary education or tertiary education institutions which ensure that there is skill development for people to work in industries and become productive. And PWV has a relatively flat land, which is very conducive for industrial development, or which is important for construction of industries. So these are the importance of that. Now, what are the factors that hinder the PWV? What are the challenges? Number one, it is over concentration of industries. This over concentration of industries is going to lead to pollution, is going to lead to strain on available resources. There is load shedding as well. There is a strain on transport infrastructure. There is the PWV is far from the harbors, and therefore it makes exporting of goods very expensive because you have to go. You have the goods have to travel longer distances, which is going to bring a lot of travel or transportation cost. Industries create a lot of air pollution, which is the physical factor that hinders industrial development, labor unrests. There's a safety issues there. There's power struggle between labor unions and industries. There's production decreases due to workers taking more sick leave because of pollution and other factors. Hard lockdown also impacted largely on industrial development. Some of the industries have not even recovered even now from the hard lockdown that was experienced in 2020 in South Africa and across the world. Now, let's quickly look at the typical examination questions that we can expect based on PWV. Mention one main industry in Gauteng industrial region. So by just looking at this, you would be able to give the industries that are found in PWV. But now, because this is a source-based question, you must refer to the extract here. Mention one main industry in Gauteng. But now this question does not say according to the extract, which means now you bring your information that you have learned, because it does not say according to the extract. Now, what problems are Gauteng likely to face because of unreliable electricity supply according to the extract? So this one is based on the extract. You just read the answers from the extract. State two physical natural factors that influence the location of this industrial region. So this one does not want you to quote. So it could be any other factor. So state two physical or natural factors that influence the location of this industrial region. So you can talk about flat land. You can talk about water access. You can talk about raw materials, because the question does not say according to the extract. So you can refer to the extract. You can also bring in the knowledge that you know about factors that favor industrial development. Let me say, in a paragraph of approximately 8 lines, explain why the PWV Gauteng or is preferred destination for Ford Motor Company. Why is it a preferred? In a paragraph of approximately 8 lines, explain why the PWV Gauteng Industrial is a preferred destination for Ford Motor Company international investors. So what are you going to look here? you are going to look at the factors that make it accessible, or that factors that favor industrial development here. Number one, you look at availability of labor. This place, PWV, has access to labor. You look at, again, its accessibility. It is highly accessible. What else do you look at? Because it's a preferred company for this. And then you look at the market. It has got market. And then what are you looking at? We look at the availability of raw material that makes the industries to function there. You look at the infrastructure. You look at the infrastructure that is available for transportation of goods. And then you look at the access to international market. You look at the access to international market. So these are the factors that you could look at for Gauteng as a desired or as a preferred destination for Ford Motor Company. Now, let's move to strategies for industrial development. We've been looking at the core industrial region, which is Durban Pinetown and PWV for 2025 examination. Now, let's look at what are the other strategies for industrial development that was developed by government. Number one, we have this, what we call Industrial Development Zone, or IDZ. This is an industrial zone that has been identified especially for export-driven industries. And then we have Spatial Development Initiative, which are the areas that have been identified in South Africa as having the potential for economic growth. Or you can simply say they are the they are transport and development areas along major transport routes. And then we have this concept. We have this concept of decentralization. Which simply means you have things in the center and now you're putting them away from the center. That is what decentralization is placing industries away from the center to the boundaries, or we can say periphery. So that is what industrial decentralization is. So you must be able to define these concepts, what industrial development zone is. We say we can also define it as a purpose-built industrial estate. It is a purpose-built industrial estate to support export. It is a purpose-built industrial estate to support export. And then you must be able to define this as well. Spatial Development Initiative, you say it is areas that have been identified in South Africa as having the potential for economic growth, or you can say it is the development that takes place along the main industrial regions, metropolitans. So you could say you should be able to give the characteristics of spatial development zone. So if you want to define a concept easier, you must look at, for an example, let's look at this one. Let's look at this one. Let's look at the PWV. So you see, you're looking at this place, this place, this place, this place, this place. And this is an SDI. This is an SDI. So if you are to make a definition, you must give the characteristics. You must give the characteristics of this. So what do you say now? You say it is a development area, or it's a corridor which is linking these metropolitans, which is linking these metropolitans together. So try to find a simplified method. Try to find a simplified method instead of trying to remember the concept as you were taught in class. Think of it, put different things together. You're putting Johannesburg here, you have Middelburg, you have all those things. And then when you're looking at this, it is a corridor. It is a corridor. But what is this corridor doing? It is joining these places together. It is joining these places together. So how do you now define it? You say it's simple. It's a corridor along major transport route. So this one will be here along this transport route here, which will be your rail transport, which will be your road transport. So this is your Maputo corridor. So you can also define it as a development corridor along major transport routes, or you can complicate it and say it is a transport and communication link between major industrial areas, metropolitan. So it is very long when you use this one. I advise you not to use this one if you want to get it easier. Use your understanding of what is it doing. It is linking. It is linking what? It is linking industrial regions or industrial areas and metropolitans. And now, what are the aims of this SDIs? Is to develop existing transport infrastructure, is to create environment for private sector investment, initiate economic activities along transport corridor, improve trade, to improve international trade for export. So there are many aims that you can learn from that, or that you can give. Now, let's look at the activities that you can get from. You see now, the very same diagram for Maputo corridor. This is so predictable. So if they say identify the corridor, so it will be the same structure of the same structure or the same diagram. So you cannot miss this Maputo corridor. Let's look at what do we have there. Let's look at the questions. Let's look at the questions. Let's look at the questions. Which country is linked to South Africa by the Maputo? So now here is Maputo. So you must know where is Maputo found. Where is Maputo? In which country? So from there you'll know it is Mozambique. Which country is linked to South Africa by Maputo corridor? Number one country that you should know is it's Mozambique. But then you can come here and look at other countries in a diagram. So you can see there is Maputo there. You can see there is Swaziland there. So you can give more than one country there. What was the initial aim of launching the Maputo Corridor Spatial Development Initiative as stated in the extract? As stated in the extract, which means you have to read the extract to get the question. Name the core industrial region that will benefit the most from the Maputo corridor. This Maputo corridor, you see it's starting from Johannesburg and it's going through like that. So which means here it will be the Gauteng industrial region. How will the Maputo Corridor Spatial Development Initiative create business opportunities for underdeveloped communities along the corridor? How will the Maputo Corridor Spatial Development Initiative create business opportunities for underdeveloped communities? So what will happen there is going to result in infrastructure development. So with infrastructure development, That's number one. That's what we're going to get. Is going to increase accessibility. Is going to increase accessibility of this area. How will the Maputo Corridor Spatial Development Initiative create business opportunities for underdeveloped communities along the corridors? There's going to be infrastructure development. There's going to be an increase in accessibility of this area. Is going to create job opportunities because there's going to be development of hotels, motels. It will encourage the people that are doing craft. People, when people are passing, they can buy the products there. So it will support the communities. It will support communities because it's going to stimulate. It's going to stimulate tourism. It is going to stimulate tourism. And tourists will be passing the place and will be buying. Now, in a paragraph of approximately 8 lines, explain how the upgrading of the different types of infrastructure positively impacts on trade for the core industrial region. They say answer to question 2.4.3. Name the core industrial region. So what must you do? You must explain how the upgrading of the different types of infrastructure positively impacts on trade for the core industrial region, which is the PWV. So now, what are we looking at here? We're looking at what? Upgrading of the different types of infrastructure. So you're looking at what infrastructure? Number one, you're looking at the road infrastructure. How will road infrastructure impact on trade for the core industrial region? So it's going to increase accessibility. It's going to increase accessibility. Road infrastructure. So there's going to be educational. There's going to be educational institutions. There's going to be educational institutions. How will educational institution assist there? There's going to be skills. There's going to be skills. What else is going to develop there? There's going to be electricity. How will electricity assist? Electricity is going to help with production. Electricity is going to help with production. What else is going to, because we're talking about what? Infrastructure. We're talking about infrastructure. So the infrastructure, upgrading of different types of infrastructure. So we have water infrastructure. How will water infrastructure assist there? It is also going to assist in production. Remember now, when you're looking at the Maputo corridor, you're not only looking at one type of activity. There are agricultural activities taking place along Maputo corridor, which means water availability will increase, which means water availability will then increase on farming productivity. Electricity will help with industrial production. Educational institution will provide skills that are needed for electricity production, for water maintenance, and what cleaning, for manufacturing in general. So road infrastructure for accessibility. And then what other infrastructure can you look at? There's going to be also the development of hotels, because that's another things that are going to develop there. So if you have hotels, what is hotels going to do? There's going to be tourism. It's going to improve tourism. So there is number of infrastructure that you can talk about here. There's a lot of infrastructure that you can talk about here that will improve or that will help to develop the core industrial region. So you just think of any infrastructure that we have. Apart from that, there's going to be telecommunication that's going to improve. So telecommunication is going to improve the communication and therefore improve the production and the development. We can also talk about technology. Technology is also going to improve. And then when technology improve, it means, so there's going to be technology as well. So there is a lot of infrastructure that is going to develop there. Now, let's look at the Dubai trade port. You need to look at the factors that favor Dubai trade port. This trade port is usually, it has hugely effective infrastructure, and it has seamless service provision and available incentive, which gives business a competitive edge. So businesses will be subsidized. There is airport there. There are two seaports there. There is major freight corridors between Gauteng and the Durban and Richards Bay. And then there is bouquet services that are available there. There's government support. So these are the factors that are going to favor industrial development in this Dubai trade port. And then what are the challenges there? Is cash flow. There isn't enough money. And then IDZ can only suitable in a few regions. So it is over a small scale. So it hinders development because of a small scale. And you know, small scale means that there's going to be less money. The factors that are going to hinder Dubai trade port, the nature of support IDZ receive in the past, which has seen the government putting emphasis on infrastructure while ignoring other critical support areas. So it takes all the money, and therefore other developments are being ignored. Poor planning is another problem. Lack of skilled labor is another problem. Now, let's try to answer these few questions. Define the concept industrial development zone. We have already looked at what is the industrial development zone. We said it is a purpose-built industrial estate to support exports. And then according to the extract, name one company that invested in the trade port. It's fine. You are not going to get this extract anymore. So you need to look at the concept. How does the foreign investment increase the Dubai trade port contribution to the gross domestic product of South Africa? How does the foreign investment increase the Dubai? So it results in more income. How does the foreign investment increase the Dubai trade port contribution to the gross domestic product? How does it help? There is more income made by Dubai trade port. It increases the job opportunities, or it creates job opportunities. In what way does the creation of jobs by the Dubai trade port impact positively on the people of KZN? So improve quality of life, reduces poverty, it improves quality of life, it reduces poverty. Discuss three factors that influence the development of the Dubai trade port. Just like we spoke about here, factors that will favor the development of Dubai trade port. So, three factors that influence the development of the Dubai trade port. Discuss three factors that influence the development of Dubai trade port. So you choose which one you want. Dubai trade port has huge, effective infrastructure that leads to the growth of the Dubai trade port. Number two, choose the shorter ones. You can say the two seaports ensures that uh, 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 there is enough export and import of goods there. Then we choose another short one. There is a government support which provides money, or we provide incentives for the industries in the area. So just choose any three short ones that you can get there. Now, let's quickly go to informal sector. What you should know, you should be able to define an informal sector. What is an informal sector? What is an informal sector? It simply refers to all unregistered businesses. Informal sector refers to all unregistered businesses. According to the graph, what percentage of South Africa's population is classified as the informal sector? So according to the graph, this is what you do. You look at the percentages that are given there. Give economic reasons that have led to such a large informal sector. So this one is a concept. This one is a concept. You need to know, why do we have high informal sector in South Africa? Number one is because of unemployment. There is high level of unemployment in South Africa. Number two, there is retrenchment of people that were working. Number three is because of high level of rural-urban migration. Rural-urban migration. And then lack of qualifications. Lack of qualifications. These are some of the factors that will lead to a high involvement in informal sector. Now, explain the economic importance of the informal sector. Economic importance. Create jobs. That's number one. People save money because products are cheaper. So these are the economic importance. These are economic importance. So it creates jobs. It reduces poverty. Okay. Then we have, in a paragraph of approximately 8 lines, suggest strategies that could be implemented to improve the sector. What can be done to improve the sector? Let's quickly go to what can be done to improve the sector. Number one, you can provide the traders with infrastructure. You can do skill development for informal traders. You can make partnership with the formal sector. You can regulate but not register. You can regulate the sector. You can provide loans and subsidies for informal sector. And this is the last topic that I wanted to talk about, which is which is informal sector. And I want to wish you well in your last paper of your 2025 examination when it comes to geography. This is your last paper. Have enough study and make sure that you sleep early and have enough rest. And I say good luck for your examinations.
Good day, learners. Welcome to the discussion for Geography Paper 2, our Geography preliminary examinations for Gauteng Province. We are going to go through the paper, and we are going to have some discussions on the questions, and we'll also be trying to highlight on the possible responses to the questions. As usual, we understand our paper 2 is made up of 2 sections, as usual. Section A, which is a theory section, is made up of 2 questions, each question out of 6 marks, which is settlement geography, question number 1, and then question number 2 is economic geography for South Africa. Then we go to section B, which is our question on geographical skills and techniques. Right, so our paper is 3 hours, which is to be out of 150 marks. Right, let's go through the paper and let's check the questions and just discuss as we go through our questions. Right, the first question is based on a settlement pattern, which is illustrated at point X. There is the settlement and there is point X, which is on the flat plane. Right, so the question is saying, the settlement pattern illustrated at X is the settlement pattern at X. That's our first question. We are seeing our X is indicated here. So we are saying this settlement pattern here. What kind of a pattern is it? Right. We understand when we're talking of settlement patterns and geography, always remember when we're talking of settlement patterns, we have 2 patterns. We have one, a settlement which is clustered, or which we can say it's nucleated. Then number 2, we have a settlement which is dispersed, or which you can say is isolated. So based on this, we are saying what kind of a settlement is it that we are seeing on X? Nucleated, we are saying the units are close to each other. Then dispersed, they are further apart from each other. So going back to our question, we can actually figure out that this pattern here is a nucleated pattern. Right, I'll move on to the next question. The settlement shape illustrated at X is, when it comes to shape now, that is where we have so many options of shapes of settlement. We have circular, we have crossroads, we have linear, we have T-junctions. Those are typical shapes of settlements. So for this our settlement here, if we can try to check and figure out our shape, we're going to see that our units are in a linear form. These houses are in a line along the river. They are following the course of the river, and they are in a line following the course of the river. So our shape of settlement, we can safely conclude that it's a linear shape. Right, settlement X in the sketch is a dash point settlement. It is dash to or from a water source. Right, I'll just briefly explain on the relationship of settlements with water. How do settlements relate to water? Right, the relationship of settlements in relation to water, we have one, what we call a dry point settlement. Right, we're talking of a dry point settlement. We are saying the settlement is established on a high-lying area in areas that are prone to flooding. The reason for the establishment of the settlement is to get safety from the danger of flooding. So we establish a settlement on a high-lying area, which is far away from the flood line, which is higher than the flood line. That is a dry point settlement. Then we have what we call a wet point settlement. A wet point, we are saying water is a scarce resource. Water is scarce in most instances. So the settlement has to locate close to the water source. That is a wet point settlement. So going back to our question, checking on this settlement here, we are seeing that the settlement is located on a flat plain. and it's just as close as is possible to the river. So we can safely conclude that it's a wet point settlement. The reason for the establishment of this settlement on a flood plain is not to shelter from flooding, but is to access the river, for the sake of getting water. So we are saying here it's a wet point and it's close to the river or a water source. So our response, we can safely say it's response number C. Right, we move on to the next question. It says the factors affecting the site of the settlement illustrated at X are factors affecting site of the settlement. What factors affected the site of this settlement here? Right, if you're looking at these factors that we can see here, one, we are talking about a flood plain, and also we are talking about a river. These are the two main factors influencing this settlement here. So coming back to our question, we are saying one is relief, which is on the flat plain. And the second factor is water availability. So by merely looking at those two, we are seeing that our correct response becomes C, where we have item 3 and item 4. Right. Move on to the next question, number 115. The illustration above shows how a city looks from the side. The concept illustrated is, what is this concept of looking at a city from a side, the side view of a city? That is what we call an urban profile. It shows how the buildings look like from the side view. Coming from the outskirts of the city, getting into the CBD, will be viewing how the buildings will be like. That is what we call the urban profile. Right, moving on to the next question. Next question is saying, the CBD refers to the Central Business District, and this is a land use zone. A land use zone is defined as, right, we have distinct land use zones in an urban area. Like we have the CBD, which is commercial. We have industrial areas, which are divided into light industries and commercial industry and heavy industries. We have residential areas, which are classified according to the level of income. We have low income, middle income, high income, and we also have informal settlements. What are those? When we're talking of a land use zone, we are looking at a specific geographical area with a particular function which is being carried out in that area. It means there is a specific zone or a specific section of the urban area which has got one main dominant function. So by merely looking at these responses, we are saying a land use zone, the correct response from a land use zone is response number B. An area with an urban settlement, an area within an urban settlement with a particular function. If a function is particularly commercial, then that is the CBD. If the function is particularly industrial, then it's industrial zone, whether it's heavy or light, or if the main function is residential, then that is a residential land use zone. So this is our correct response. All right, the next question is saying the area labeled Q surrounds the city and is called a green belt. The green belt is made up of, what is the green belt made up of? It's made up of parks and open fields. So that qualifies us to get the response, which is correct as B. Right, I'll move on to the next question, which is question number 1.2. Question number 1.2 is showing us the relationship of settlement population size to number of functions, what we call the urban hierarchy, the arrangement of urban settlements according to the number of functions and also according to the complexity of the settlement. So it starts from the farmstead, which is the smallest settlement, going up the hierarchy to a hamlet, to a village, to a town, to a city, metropolis, and apparently the conurbation at the top of the hierarchy. The first question says, the diagram above illustrates A or N. What is being illustrated there on this diagram is illustrating for us an urban hierarchy, showing us the hierarchy. Right, so the hierarchy becomes the correct response. A conurbation or a city is a large urban area where several towns have joined together. For example, the West Rand, Joburg, East Rand. This whole area is now merged into one where there are no more distinct physical boundaries between the towns and the cities. From the West Rand area, getting into Joburg until you get to the East Rand area. it has grown into what we call a conurbation. Right, we move on to the next question. The smallest settlement in the diagram illustrated is, our smallest is the one at the bottom of the hierarchy, which is a farmstead. 124, a town or a city has a larger sphere of influence. Between a town and a city has got a larger sphere of influence. People are willing to travel longer distances. It has a bigger catchment area, which means people can travel for a bigger radial distance to get to a city compared to a town. A town only has got its catchment from people who are nearby, but for a city, people travel for longer. So the sphere of influence is a larger from a city. Right, we move on to the next question, number 125. Number 125, it says, the city or metropolis has more higher order functions. The higher we go up the hierarchy, the higher we also have more high order functions. So if you compare a city and a metropolis, you can see that a city is at the bottom, a metropolis is at the top and the hierarchy. So basically, the metropolis will have more high order services. Right. Then number 126, it says minimum number of people required to support a business. That is what we call the threshold population. The minimum number required. If the minimum falls below the minimum, if the number falls below the minimum, then that service has to close down because it's no longer be profitable. It won't be able to break even if the minimum falls below the threshold population. Then we look at the maximum distance a customer is willing to travel to buy something at a central place. Right, that is what we call the range. If a person is going to buy a high order product, they are willing to travel a longer distance, which is the wider range. Or if a person is willing to buy convenient goods or low order, they are not prepared to travel for longer distances, which is a shorter range. Right, 128. Old buildings in a city are not maintained and painted. Decay sets in, and this is termed, that is what we call urban blight. Unmaintained buildings which are decaying in the zone of transition mainly. That is what we call the problem of urban blight. Right, we move on to the next question. Right, refer to the information below and answer the questions that follow. This particular question is based on the trends of urban population and rural population, comparably from the years 1940, the 1940s getting to the modern current year, and prediction of around to 2040. The trends are illustrated by two line graphs, one showing the urban population and another one showing the rural population. So by mere interpreting or interpretation of this graph here, we can actually see that the trend is such that in the earlier years, we had more people in the rural areas compared to urban areas. But however, after the year 2000, we can see that the urban population grew above the rural population. And from after the years around 2010, you can see that the rural population is actually declining. It's actually getting to decline while its urban population is sharply increasing. That's the trend that you can figure out from interpreting that source that you are given there. Let's go to answer the questions. Right, and it also has another part of the infographic, which is talking about those two, the husband and the woman. The husband is saying, we had no choice. There are jobs and services in the city. That is perception. As they are going toward the city, he is perceiving that they had no choice to stay in the rural areas, but they had to force to go to the urban area where there are jobs and services. While the woman is also suggesting that it is said to live our family, but we need money to educate them. And the city will provide it. We are grateful for their grandparents. Right, that is the situation. Right, we move to the questions. Our first question is saying, define the term rural depopulation. Right, what you must note there when you're talking of depopulation, the word depopulation is a negative term. When something is depopulation, we are looking at a decrease in the number of people staying in the rural areas, or can say in the farmlands. That's depopulation. Depopulation decrease. The number of people is declining, or the decline in the number of people staying in the rural areas. That is rural depopulation. So the term depopulation, you must be guided by decrease or decline. Right. I'll move on to, according to the graph, what is the general trend in urban population from 1960 to 2024? When the question is asking about a trend on a graph, when you're analyzing a trend, we either have a trend of an increase, it's increasing, or it's decreasing. That's what the question wants. If it's asking about a trend, give us the general direction of the change in population. Is it positive, which is increasing, or is negative, which is decline? So if we check here, what is the trend of urban population from 1960? If we check on our graph, 1960s here, our urban population is going in this direction to 2024, the current part of our graph here. So this is a positive trend. So we can say our trend is increasing. The population is increasing. That's the general trend. State the economic reason evident in the cartoon for the couple living the rural area. Why is this couple living the rural area? They are jobs. That's their main economic reason. They are jobs. They believe that there are jobs there. They want to benefit from those jobs. So the fact that they perceive that there are jobs, they are tempted to leave the rural areas for the sake of acquiring those employment opportunities. Right. And if you check, you can also see from the situation how those people are moving to an urban area where they are coming from. We can see that things are not working well by me interpreting what is happening on the side of their side of the story, where they are hoping to get jobs in the urban area. And by merely looking at the situation, you can actually see that they are running away from a very difficult situation from the rural area. Things are not working well for them. Identify two pull factors illustrated in the cartoon. Pull factors. If you look at the people here, right, we are saying here in this instance, they want to acquire jobs in the rural area, but why are they for the couple living in the rural area? Right, if you can check the rural area there, the conditions that you can see that there's evidence on the land here. You can see evidence of dryness of the land and lack of productivity. Loss of productivity. If you check, there is evidence of lack of productivity in the rural area. So for that reason, it shows that they have got no incentive for them to keep staying in the rural area because the area is less productive. There's less productivity in the rural area, and they are hoping to get jobs in the urban area. So we are looking at the pull factors. Now we're looking at the urban area. What is the factor attracting them to want to go to the urban area? They are talking about services, and also they're talking about employment opportunities in the urban area. So for that reason, they are tempted to go to the urban area to acquire those services and also to get access to employment opportunities for that sake, for they believe that there are employment opportunities in the urban area. Right. So we move on to the next question. Next question is talking about describe the social impact of rural depopulation on the rural areas as stated in the cartoon. Describe the social impact of rural depopulation as stated in the cartoon. And if you check on our cartoon here, the impact of rural depopulation, right, we are looking at this situation here. These two guys are moving to an urban area. But if we suggest the situation here, they are saying It is said to leave our family. It is said to leave our family. They are suggesting that it is said to leave the family. And what is also going to happen? But they need money, and the city will provide it. But we are grateful for their grandparents. That is where the situation is. They are leaving their family, it's a social impact, and also we are looking at the influence of the grandparents there. So what can we say as social impacts of rural depopulation? Right. We have the situation of breaking down of social cohesion. Social cohesion is broken down. Families are no longer staying together. It's a social impact. The productive workforce is moving out, and there's lack of social cohesion. People no longer stay as distinct families, as united families. The cohesion of society is now disturbed because some of the people are forced to leave the rural areas, and hence there's no more that social interaction between people as society in the rural areas. And also as families, like what you are seeing there, they are leaving the family behind. So at the end, the children are growing without their parents, which is a social implication on the lives of those children. And also, if you check, they are talking about the grandparents, which takes us to the problem of aging population. The elderly are made to fend for the young ones. The children are being looked after for by the elderly because the productive ones are the ones who are living in the rural areas trying to find a fortune in the urban area and leaving behind the elderly to take care of the young ones. So we end up having that typical problem of the grandparents taking care or trying to fend for the little ones who have been left by their parents who have opted to go to the cities and to the towns to try to find opportunities. Right. Then it says discuss how land reform may help reduce rural depopulation. We are looking at land reform measures, the address of land ownership and also land redistribution and land restitution issues. How are they going to try to reduce the problem of rural depopulation if the government puts in place measures to address the issues of land? Right, that is going to help significantly if you are to look at the situation from an economic perspective and also from a social perspective. We are going to look at it and we are going to see that it is going actually to impact on the societies of the rural areas, and it's going to limit the level of rural depopulation. Right, if you're looking at land reform, we are looking at it is going to lead to enhanced agricultural productivity. If people have got land, or it's going to lead to sustainable agriculture. If people are going to have productivity, then there's no more incentive for people to move to rural areas. Some of the reasons why people move is because the lands are no longer productive. They're no longer supporting the size of the population, and hence they opt to go to urban areas to find opportunities. But if the rural area becomes productive enough, then it acts as a disincentive for people to want to move to urban areas. Then you can also talk of other things like it can lead to higher incomes for the farmers, or it can lead to profitability of the farming business. And hence, that would deter people from moving to urban areas because they'll be having relatively higher incomes from the farming activities in the rural area. And also, it looks at the other dimension, it leads to employment creation. People will have jobs in the rural areas, in farming and in related industries, and hence they won't be any incentive for those people to want to move to urban areas. And it also leads to improved services. Services are going to improve, or we can also talk of improvement in infrastructure, which is another reason why people move from rural areas because of poor infrastructure. If there's successful land reform, the government develops infrastructure to assist the farmers do productive farming, then infrastructure is going to assist also in the viability of the living conditions of the people in the rural area. and hence there won't be any incentive for people to move to urban area. And then we can also look at growth of related activities. Some other activities will also thrive because of land reform. It's not only in the farming sector. The farming sector is going to enhance other sectors through the multiplier effect, and then you're going to have enhanced production in other sectors of the economy, and hence it means it is going to sustain people in the rural areas. Right, moving on to question number 1.4, refer to the infographic below on informal settlements and answer the questions that follow. Right, Cape Town. One of the most informal settlements fires for the history of Cape Town took place in sprawling Cape Township of Khayelitsha. As more people migrate to the country's towns and cities, new informal settlements regularly sprang up unannounced. The high density of these urban areas, combined with the flammability of the materials used to build in them, make spontaneous and rapid spreading fires a constant threat. At least 5 people died, and over 4,000 were left homeless in Khayelitsha in the early hours of the 1st of January, when a wall of fire fueled by strong winds tore through an informal settlement known as BM section. Over 1,000 shacks were burned to the ground. That's the situation of informal settlements, a typical problem in the South African society, where we have urban sprawl situation, where there is now uncontrolled growth of cities and towns, formless growth of cities and towns because of the sprouting of illegal informal settlements. Right. We are going to look at the infographic and try to quickly answer the questions. The first question is saying, according to the infographic, what percentage of South Africans live in informal settlements? Our answer, we find it here. Informal is 14%. So we are actually saying 14% of the total South African population, they stay in informal settlements. What is the main reason for the development of informal settlements as is stated in the infographic? You want to just pick the reasons in the infographic that we have. What is ultimately facilitating the sprouting of informal settlements? Right. If we check here, it is saying, as more people migrate to the country's towns and cities, as more people migrate to the country's towns and cities, new informal settlements regularly spring up unannounced. So what is our reason here? Our reason is rural, urban migration. Our people are moving from the rural areas going to the cities. As more people migrate to the country's towns and cities, that migration trend of going to cities and towns is the one that is facilitating the growth of informal settlements. The local municipality has assisted the community living in informal settlements by providing them with basic services. Provide evidence from the photo to support this statement. In other words, we are saying, what form of basic services can we see being evident in the infographic? One piece of evidence you can check here. This is an electricity pole and also that one. So we are saying there's electricity. And also if you check here, this is assumed to be mobile toilet facilities. So we can also talk of toilet facilities. It's also evident from what you are seeing here, according to our illustration. If there's any other that you can justify, then it can be also a justification to the assistance which has been offered. Right. According to the extract, what are the reasons for the frequent spread of fires in informal settlements? Right. This is an extraction question. Again, our answers are in the text. You just need to go to the text and pick up where the answers are. Right. What is the main cause for, what is the reason for the frequent spread of fires? The fires are spreading. Why? Right. The high density of these areas. is one reason. The high density of these urban areas, combined with what? The flammability of the material used to build in them. Those are the main reasons. The high density, you are saying the buildings are too close to each other, such that in the event there is a fire outbreak, the fire can easily spread because the buildings are just packed towards each other, and hence there is no space that can act as a fire break between one or two structures. They will just catch fire all on one. And also flammability. We are saying the material used to construct the structures, it easily catches fire. We are looking at material like planks, wooden planks. We are looking at material like plastic. Those materials are easily flammable. They can easily catch fire, and the fire will spread wildly. Then in a paragraph of 8 lines, suggest initiatives that the national government can implement to reduce the number of informal settlements. I will just highlight what can the government do. That is number 145. To reduce the number of informal settlements, reducing informal settlements. What can be done by the national government so that we do not have continued sprouting of informal settlements? Right, we can look at low-cost housing approach. Low-cost housing approach by the government. The government can try to get an initiative to come out with lower-cost housing where people can afford, which can also shelter a number of families. Then we can also look at other things like overall employment creation. Some of the reasons is the people are not employed. So if the government takes an initiative to create jobs, then those people can gainfully be employed and be able to afford decent housing. Then we can also talk of skills upgrading. Some of the people don't have skills, so they stay in the informal settlement for the sake that they are not employable and they don't have a source of life. So by that, if people's skills are upgraded, then they become employable and then they have a way of life and they can no longer fend to stay in the informal settlements. Then you can also look at dealing with tackling the problem of rural-urban migration. Is another typical issue. The government must address the problem of rural-urban migration by either trying to upgrade the rural area so that people don't have a tendency of moving to the cities and the towns for the sake of willing to get employment opportunities, and at the end they will not find such and they end up staying in deplorable conditions in some of the informal settlements. And also we can also look at the government trying to engage in partnerships, development with development partners. Either the private businesses or e.g. with the non-governmental organizations to try and find solutions and try to source funding to try and address the problem of housing. The government can also try to engage in public-private partnerships with either private individuals, private businesses, or with some non-governmental organizations as a way of trying to have combined efforts in the struggle to fight against the problem of housing shortages. Right. Those are some of the techniques that can be employed. We're not saying we're ending with those ones. There are other things that can be put in place, which can also try to reduce the typical problem of informal settlement sprouting. But for the sake of our discussion, we cannot exhaust all. We'll move on to the next question. Right, the last question here on question number 1 is question number 1.5, which talks about Johannesburg facing critical water crisis amid infrastructure collapse. Right, we're not going to go through the text, but we're going to go to the questions. According to the article, what is the cause of the water issues in Gauteng? What is causing water issues? This is an extraction question. We find the answers in the extract here. Among these issues are severe infrastructure challenges. That is one, and critical water shortages that are pushing the city's water system to its limit. So actually, it's one because of infrastructure. The infrastructure is old and is aging, and it needs maintenance. It's no longer effective, and is also no longer capacitated to take care of the growing population. And also because of critical water shortages, our water sources are quickly running dry. They can no longer effectively supply the growing population. So that's typical problems that we are faced with. The number 152, it says, why is it important for the municipality to ensure that people have got access to basic services like water? Why is it important for the municipality to ensure that people have got access to basic services like water? We know water is a basic service. We cannot do without it. So why is it important that the municipality ensures that people have got access to basic services? Right. One and foremost important thing here is to prevent spread of diseases, mainly the waterborne diseases. They are easily spread if there's no water. People drink contaminated water because there's no clean water. At the end, we have health issues, the spread of waterborne diseases. And that is also going to be a burden. We need to prevent a burden on healthcare. We need water for a functioning society so that we don't burden our healthcare provisions. And also, water is a basic right, which is prescribed under human rights and uphold of dignity of humanity. For human dignity and rights, the government actually advocates for free basic water. People must have access to a minimum of free basic water for every household. So it's a human right for every individual to have access to clean water and safe water for the up of the rights of the people and also for dignity of the people. And also we are saying to support economic activity. Water must be there for economic viability and productivity. If people don't have water, then they cannot go to work. And hence, what is going to happen to productivity? We're not going to have production taking place. We need the workforce to be active. They need water for them to be active. So it is the duty of the municipality to ensure that water is readily available, and it's a basic service that must not be ignored at any cost. Otherwise, it is going to cause more problems than the problems of ignoring the provision of it. Right. Then we move on to, according to the article, identify two of the water restrictions introduced by municipality. What are the restrictions? Right. It says the current level 1 water restrictions effective from September 1. It prohibits, that is number 1, prohibits the watering of gardens, filling of swimming pools, washing cars, and using hose pipes between 6 a.m. and 6 p.m. Those are the restrictions. So the question here requires us to find our main restrictions. It's a 2 by 1. We need 2 restrictions there, but here we have 1, 2, 3, 4. So which means 2 from any of those 4 are qualified to be a correct response. Right, we move on to the next question about 1.5.4. It is saying, suggest how the local municipality can assist the local residents during water disruptions. How can the local municipality assist the local residents during water restrictions? All right, what kind of assistance can be given or what kind of help can be given during the time of water disruptions? The municipality during water disruptions, there's no water supply. How can it assist people? It can try to assist by plans like water delivery tanks, water delivery trucks. or the tankers. That is one measure that can be put in place. Water delivery trucks, the municipality can try to acquire water from some other areas which have got sufficient supply and try to deliver it to the areas which are at dire need. And also we can say, besides the usage of the trucks, we can look at usage of storage tanks or reservoirs. Which means the municipality can make use of, for example, some large storage tanks to fill in water for residents to access during the time when there is limited supply or when there is a complete disruption in some other areas. Then we can also look at other measures like prioritizing critical services. For example, hospitals. If there is an outage, water outage, at least the municipality must make an effort to ensure that the hospitals have got access to water, because it's a critical infrastructure, it's a critical service which is being provided, which cannot be ignored, which cannot run without running a water supply. Right, you can also look at other measures like communication alerts. It's very important to update the people on the situation. If there's maintenance which is happening, people need to know and when to expect the water to be back. So there must be communication alerts, for example, through WhatsApp communications, so that people are always prepared and will take the right action based on the communications which will be current and which will be made available by the authorities. Right, the other question was saying, in a paragraph of approximately 8 lines, suggest strategies on how communities can assist in saving water. How communities can assist in saving water. This now takes the initiative of the community to find ways of saving water. We understand that we are in a dire situation, water is not readily available, the supplies are running dry, and also the infrastructure is old and aging, is no longer capable to supply the growing size of population. Then we must implement measures to try and save the limited available water resources. Right. We can try to fix leakages. Sometimes the water gets to waste because we have leaking taps, we have leaking pipes. So those leakages must be fixed so that we minimize on water losses. And also, we can look for low flow shower heads. We try to use shower heads that minimize the flow of water so that we don't waste much water. Or we can talk of watering the garden later in the evening. Why do we do this? So that at least we limit the level of evaporation. If we water the garden during the day when the sun is overhead, there are high temperatures, the moisture will quickly evaporate. But if we water the garden later in the evening, it means the moisture is going to sustain for relatively longer. Or very early in the morning, you can also look at other strategies like rainwater harvesting. We can also harvest rainwater to try and minimize the usage of piped water for some other purposes. Then you can also use look at reusing water, what we call the gray water. Where there is need to reuse water, we must reuse for the next purpose so that we do not ultimately deplete the available limited water resources. And also we can look at mulching the garden. Mulching helps in conserving moisture. So if we mulch our gardens, it means the level of evaporation from the gardens will be limited, and hence there will be some preservation of the moisture available, and hence we are saving on water. Then we can also use other strategies like using the bucket for washing cars. instead of the hose. Instead of you using the hose pipe consumes more water. So by using a bucket, it actually saves water, and apparently we're achieving the goal of saving water as a community or as people in the surroundings. Right. So, and also one other important thing is closing taps. We close the taps while brushing teeth. We cannot leave the tap running while you are brushing the teeth. That can take you 2 to 3 minutes brushing the teeth while the tap is running, and you would have lost a number of liters from there. So it is advisable that we close the tap when we're brushing the teeth. And we can only close when there's a necessity for us to access water. Right, that takes us to the end of question number 1, which is a question on settlement geography. Right, then we quickly move on to economic geography of South Africa. Right, under economic geography of South Africa, we understand that your agricultural product for the exam year 2025, that is a sugarcane production, and also your mineral product for the year is gold mining. Right, so we are starting with a question on mining here, which is giving us the trends of mining output in South Africa. It gives us the total mining output, which is exclusive of gold, and total mining output, and then gold output on its own. Right. So the first question is saying gold mining falls under the Dutch sector of the South African economy. We understand mining deals with raw materials and it's a primary activity. Right. According to the graph, the general trend in gold mining output from 1995 to 2022. The trend in gold mining, if you're looking from 1995, we are here. And we are only worried about this graph here, which deals with gold. The trend here is a decline, it's decreasing. So can safely say the trend is decreasing. A possible reason for the trend mentioned in 12212, why is gold mining, why is gold output declining? Definitely is because of high levels of workers' unrest. All the other factors, they promote the improvement in the levels of output. But if there's labor unrest, that is likely to hinder production and likely to cause a decline in the output of the mineral in question. Right, move on to the next question. Number 213. 213 says 214. The GDP is the total value of goods and services produced dash the borders of a country during a specific period of time, and dash the income of foreign residents. Right. So we are looking at the GDP here. We are looking at the gross domestic product of a given country. That is the total value of goods produced inside the borders of a country. And it excludes foreign income, what you call net primary income from abroad. So you must not confuse GDP with GNP. When we are looking at GDP, we are looking at production inside the borders of a country. Whatever was produced inside the borders of a country constitute part of the GDP. Then you must not confuse with GNP. This one now is about nationality. We are looking at production by citizens of a given country, despite of their physical location. Whether it's a South African who is doing business in the UK, we add their production to the GNP of South Africa. If it is a foreign national producing goods in South Africa, we exclude that because it's out of nationality of South Africa. So GNP and GDP. Our correct response for that particular question is inside, and it excludes income of foreign residents. Let us go on to right. This question talking about in the pie graph, the Dutch sector contributed the most to contributed the most to the GDP, and the dairy sector contributed the least. But if we check there, we can actually figure out that the most, if we try to look and analyze our diagram, you can see we have transport, which is a tertiary. We have finance and real estate, which is also a tertiary activity. We have trade, catering and accommodation, which is also a tertiary. We also have government services. Those ones, they contributed the most. So we can safely say it's the highest is coming from the tertiary sector, and the quaternary sector contributed the least. So we can safely say our response for that one qualifies to be the response where it talks about the tertiary sector having the highest. From the look of things there, when you analyze those sectors, the tertiary sector is the one that has got the highest percentage of contribution. Then the economic sector displayed in the two devices, we are looking at someone who is doing online banking and also who is analyzing financial trends on the laptop. That is basically tertiary activities. The service provision. Banking is part of service provision. Finance is part of service provision. It's a tertiary. Gold mining promotes dash in South Africa. Gold mining promotes job creation. The gold mining industry contributed to the development of secondary and tertiary sectors by means of the dash effect. Gold mining is primary, but they are contributing towards the secondary sector. We are saying the products from the gold mining, they are going into secondary for processing. And also they are facilitating tertiary activities like transportation. So what is that effect? Is the multiplier effect. Right. Movement of industries into core areas, that is centralization. If industries are moving to the core areas, they are being centralized, can result in a decrease in rural urban migration. That is decentralization. If we put some other industries in the rural areas, then people won't have a need to move to urban areas and congest the core areas. Then the next question is saying results in the distribution of wealth across the country. It's again decentralization. Wealth is redistributed across the country because of decentralization. Can cause a strain on physical infrastructure, that is centralization. All industries are in one place. It means the railway lines, the road networks, they are overwhelmed because of the presence of high traffic volumes in that particular core industrial region. Results in reduced congestion. You can reduce congestion with decentralization. Can cause higher levels of pollution and environmental degradation in core regions, can cause higher levels of pollution. It's centralization. Then can result in increased transport costs on the final products. Here it depends with our argument. We can say centralization can result in increased transport costs. How? If it is feeding into some other markets outside. But however, if we look at it from the decentralized part, it can be an advantage that they are close to the central, to the local markets. So if you look at centralization, it's usually away from the regional markets. So it can ultimately increase the transport costs in that manner, that it is away from the regional markets. Right. Refer the sketch below on small-scale farming and answer the questions that follow. The question is saying, define the term small-scale farming. When you're looking at small-scale farming, our term suggests when someone is small, we are looking at a small-scale farmer. We have small-scale and large-scale farming. When I look at a small scale, we are using, it's a farming practice that uses limited land. Meaning to say the land space is limited, and also lower level mechanization. We don't have high sophisticated machinery on small scale farms. And also the input. They use relatively small amounts of inputs. Example that you can give as a small scale farmer, we have subsistence farmers. Those farmers that produce for their families. They are small scale. They do farming on a smaller, they practice agriculture on a smaller scale, using smaller pieces of land and also lower levels of mechanization. The size of inputs is usually lower. Right. Give evidence from the sketch that small scale farming is practiced. What evidence can we use here? Right, if you check this, land holding is small. This guy is using inside his fence here, ending there. So the land size is smaller. That is one. The plot holding is smaller. And can we say this farm is mechanized? It's not mechanized. You can see that he is getting into his workplace using manual labor. He is holding that particular bucket. Maybe he's having some poultry feed there to feed his chicken inside. So we can also see that there is limited mechanization there. And also, if you try to check the size of the workforce, if it's commercial farming, we expect that we have a large workforce. But him, we can see him that he's just alone there trying to balance his own production business on his own small scale land holding. Right. Then we can look at the strategy, two challenges that small scale farmers face. What are the typical problems that small scale farmers face? We talked about limitation of resources, resource limitation. They have limited resources in their operations. For example, sometimes they might fail to get access to credit facility to expand their businesses. Or we can also talk of market linkages. Sometimes they're not well linked to the markets. They cannot supply their products to established markets. Those markets, the big markets like the retail shops, they mainly want to buy from established commercial farmers. They don't want to buy from these small scale farmers. So they have got limited market link for their products. It's a challenge that they face, that they cannot effectively market their products. And also they are very vulnerable to environmental factors. They are easily affected by environmental factors. We know that agriculture is prone to environmental factors, but for small scale farmers, they are more prone because of limitation of some form of technology, which come in the form of weather, like if there's a drought or pests, they are easily affected and their businesses are more vulnerable to such instances. Then we can also talk of limited technology. They resort to manual labor in most instances because they cannot access modern technology, which is a challenge again to the small scale farmers. Right. The next question says, suggests a strategy on how the government can support small scale farmers. We want now government input. What can the government do to support small scale farmers, government support towards these farmers? Right. The government must facilitate access to loans for the small scale farmers. The government must act in a way that they make these farmers access credit, which is not very expensive for them to afford to repay. And also, they need education and training. The government can offer education and training the small-scale farmers so that they can be able to be more productive enough through using modern ways of farming. And also, there is need for agricultural extension services. The government must offer agricultural extension services to the farmers. They must be able to be accessible easily to the farmers so that they can consult wherever they have issues in relation to agriculture. They can know how to handle such issues affecting their productivity. Then we can also assist in infrastructure development. Infrastructure development, for example, the government can assist in dam construction or roads to assist the farmers. It's a way of trying to assist them. And also the government can try to improve access to markets for the small scale farmers. They can try to source new markets for the farmers so that they are able to effectively sell their products on the new markets and be able to make a fortune out of their efforts. Right, I will move on to the last question, which is number 235. Explain, the question says, explain the social importance of small-scale farming to communities in South Africa. We want to look at the social importance. How is small-scale farming too important to the societies of South Africa? So we want to look at the social importance of small-scale farming. How does it impact positively on the societies of South Africa? One of the most definite thing is food security. The society gets to be food secure because of production which is coming from the small scale farmers. They supplement food production and lead to sustenance of what we call food security. Then you can also look at other factors like the small scale farmers. They also assist society in employment creation. They can also create jobs for the local people, the society, and also they can contribute towards improved livelihoods. People will have better lives through benefiting from small-scale farming. So if you check, the society is going to benefit through some of those things as a result of the working of the small-scale farmers in the South African communities. Right, we move on to the next question. This question is based on infographic on KwaZulu-Natal sugarcane fields, and also is based on the Duet Trade Port, the Pinetown core industrial region of KwaZulu-Natal. Identify the core industrial region on the map. Our core industrial region on the map here is our Durban Pinetown. So our core region is the Durban Pinetown. That's our core industrial region, Durban Pinetown. Which agricultural product is Tongat? What Tongat well known for? Tongat is well known for sugarcane production. That's the agricultural product. Give a climatic reason for the growing of the agricultural product. What climatic conditions favor the growth of sugarcane in Tongat farms? Right, we look at the climatic conditions of the subtropical region. We have sufficient rainfall and it's warm. For the subtropical climate, it favors the thriving of sugarcane. Then we can also talk of adequate rainfall, sufficient rainfall to sustain sugarcane production. Then we can also look at warm temperatures. The temperatures are relatively warm, which promote the growth of sugarcane. Then you can also look at other factors like, besides, we'll have frost-free conditions. We know that sugarcane once thrives well in warm conditions without frost conditions. So we have frost-free conditions, and also we have sufficient sunlight for the photosynthesis and the growth of the sugarcane. So these are some of the climatic conditions which are favorable for the growth of sugarcane in Durban, in the area of KwaZulu-Natal. Right. Explain how the dual trade port can be an advantage for agricultural product grown in Tongat. How is the dual trade port an advantage for the sugarcane production which is happening here? But we can say it is an efficient export access. Because of the trade port, we can easily access the export market. And also it assists in reduction transport costs for the sugarcane farmers. They get to have reduced transport costs for that reason. And also they can easily access the export market. Right. Discuss the economic importance of agricultural product grown in Tongat for the Durban Pine Town industrial core region. Right. What is the advantage? The economic importance of agricultural production of sugarcane for the Durban Pine Town. In the core industrial region, how do they benefit from sugarcane production? People in the core industrial region of Durban Pine Town. We look at factors like the benefits, right? We just summarize some of the things. But look at effects like employment opportunities. A number of people gets employed in the sugarcane related activities, from the farming activities to the processing of sugarcane. There's a lot of people who get employed in those areas. And then also it benefits in infrastructure development in the area. Different forms of infrastructure are developed through farming activities of sugarcane and the processing of sugarcane. Then we can also look at the benefit of stimulation of the local economy. Stimulates local economy. The local economy gets viable through the activities of sugarcane production and the related activities. We can also look at other factors like the growth of related industries, some other related activities, they also tend to grow. For example, the suppliers of sugarcane production fertilizers, chemicals that are used, they also thrive upon the activities of sugarcane production in the area. Right. There are other reasons that you can also figure out. Right. Then we'll look at the last question. How will a natural disaster, for example, flooding, negatively impact the economy of the Dube trade port? How can it impact negatively on the economy of the Dube trade port? A natural disaster like flooding. Right, we need to check on it from the perspective of a natural disaster. How does it impact negatively on the viability of an economy of the Dube trade port? Natural disaster. Right, we look at aspects like under natural disaster here, it will lead to reduced productivity. If there's a natural disaster, it means productivity is going to be affected, and apparently the economy is going to be also affected. We have reduced incomes or profits. They are going to go down, and the economy is going to perform poorly. And also, we are looking at unemployment may rise because of the destructive effects. Some operations might be stopped, and hence that is going to cause unemployment in the area. And also, it's costly to repair the damages caused by a flood. So the economy is going to be affected by the cost of trying to recover from such damages which have been caused by the negative implication of a natural disaster like flooding. Then we can also look at disruption of key infrastructure, disruption of transport and communications. For example, road networks are going to be destroyed. That is going to disrupt movement of people from point A to point B. Communication infrastructure, electricity provision infrastructure can be damaged. That is going to affect the overall performance of the economy. Right, we move on to the next question. We have come to question number 2.4.6. We need to move on to question 2.5, which is based on the Maputo Corridor Spatial Development Initiative. Right, it talks about informal traders on the RSA 570 and the N4 crossing. and also talks the Maputo corridor in relation to the surrounding small towns along the corridor. Then it also talks about some text on that particular aspect of the Maputo corridor. Define the term spatial development initiatives. What is an SDI? A spatial development initiative. Right. When we're looking at spatial development initiatives, we are saying the government identifies an area with potential for growth and development. Either the area is having a link of a major route, it's an area which is underdeveloped, which is targeted for development. Why? Because it has potential for development. How does the potential come to exist? It can come in the form of maybe there's a major route which passes through that particular area, or there might be a particular resource that need to be extracted, or there might be potential for tourism activities in that particular area. There might be places of interest that can stimulate tourism activities. So that area specifically is targeted for development. That is what you call a spatial development initiative. It's a geographical space which has got potential for development, which is targeted for development because it has potential. Right. So we can define it geographically as the SDI. We can say it's a strategic approach aimed at promoting economic development and investment in specific geographical areas. That's the idea of an SDI. And also, do not confuse. Usually, we tend to have learners confusing an SDI with an IDZ. An IDZ is completely different from an SDI. Then we also have spatial development initiatives. Then we have industrial development zones. You must not confuse this. And also, we have a special economic zone. We must not confuse those items. They are not the same. Though we cannot focus on IDZs because they are not being asked for, or special economic zones because they're not being asked for. Right, we are looking at the SDI only. Right. So this Maputo corridor is an SDI. Why? Because it's linking important hubs of trade in the Southern African region, linking South Africa to Mozambique. There must be potential of development of the towns which are along that major route. So they must be targeted for investment purposes in different potential areas of investment to try and uplift the development levels of those areas, because there is already a major route which is linking between linking through those areas. Then it means it poses a potential for economic development of those particular areas. Right, I will move on to question number 5.2. 2.5.2 is saying, refer to the infographic and quote evidence to explain why the Maputo corridor can be classified as a spatial development initiative. Why can it be classified as a spatial development initiative? Right, if you try to check the infographic that we have, it says this strategic corridor is a key trade and logistics route in Southern Africa, facilitating the movement of goods and resources to and from the harbor, which means it has potential for growth and development in this particular, because it's a key trade and logistics routes. Logistics meaning to say we are having an interlink of transport routes in between the two particular Southern African harbors. So it has potential. So that is where we extract our quote there. Then we move on to the next question. Name one transport link mentioned in the infographic. What are the transport links that we have? We have road and also we have rail. Those are our two links. Identify one of the aims of the SDI as illustrated in the infographic. Identify one of the aims of the Spatial Development Initiative as illustrated in the infographic. What are the aims of a Spatial Development Initiative? Right. It says, if we check here, it talks about informal trading. Right. We can see that the Spatial Development Initiative can be also a target towards investment in this particular section here. Investment in informal trading activities, which can also boost the economy. Because we are seeing informal traders who are on the R570 and the N4 are crossing, which means there's also potential for investment in the informal sector. And hence, it can be a target for the Spatial Development Initiative to try and also boost investments in that particular area of business investment. Then it says in a paragraph of approximately 8 lines, explain how the Maputo S corridor, SDI, can improve the lives of people in small towns along the corridor. People in the small towns, how can they benefit from the SDI? They can benefit from job opportunities. More opportunities can be created as the SDI grows. And also you can look at access to markets. For their local products. It means the more people travel along the corridor, it means they also access the markets for their products, which can be a benefit to the people. And also it can benefit through tourism development. If there are areas of potential tourist attraction, then people are going to visit those areas because we'll be having a large volume of people moving across in the corridor. And also we can look at other benefits like infrastructure development. Infrastructure can fully develop in those small towns, and which will also enhance connectivity. They will be connected well with the rest of the world. And also can talk of improved trade opportunities, trading opportunities for the people. They can easily access products from other markets through the corridor, and also they can easily also sell their local products. So it improves trading opportunities if the corridor is to be beneficial to the people in the small towns around that particular area. Right, so that takes us to the end of our first part, our section A, which is our theory part. Then it means from here, we need now to look at the last part, which is section B, which is our geographical skills and techniques. Right, our map is based on the map of Kronstadt. And as usual, I encourage people to go through the map information for them to be able to understand the background of the area in study, and also to have some insights into other information that will help them answer the other questions which are based on the map information. Right. Let's go to our questions. It talks about Kronstadt, which is a town in South Africa's Free State province. Our first question is saying, the scale of the orthophoto map is dash times larger than the topographical map. When we are comparing these scales, we understand our standard scale from the orthophoto is 1:10,000. And for the topographic, our scale is 1:50,000. So we are comparing these two scales here. One is a large scale. This is a large scale. 1:10,000 is a large scale, and this one is a small So the question is saying, how big is this? How many times is this one bigger than this? 1:10,000 is 5 times bigger than 1:50,000. Right. Due to the influence of the map scale, the features on topographical map are dash than on the orthophoto map. If you look at the orthophoto map, comparing the features, if you try to compare the features here, let's go to our mapped area. If you try to check here, like for example, you are comparing this river here, you are seeing this river here, as it appears on the topographic map. Compare it to how it appears on the orthophoto map. The same river is here. It's the same river. So we are saying, how are these features different in terms of their appearance? You see the same feature which is appearing small here. This river, this very same river is the river that we're talking about here. This one, it's 5 times smaller on this map. And here is now 5 times bigger. It has been enlarged 5 times on the orthophoto map. So our question is saying, due to the influence of the map scale, the features on the topographical map they are small than on the orthophoto map. They are small with less detail. They are small and they show less detail. So it's C. We will not actually see a lot of detail there. Then the Kronstadt projects produce. We go to the extract. We look at the Kronstadt projects. What do they produce? It's part of map information. It says the Kronstadt project is a gold exploration project that could potentially become a new Witwatersrand gold field. So it's an extraction question. You get it from the extract. Kronstadt is a, what kind of a town is it? It says here, Kronstadt railway station serves as the town and is situated on a key railway junction that connects Cape Town to Johannesburg via Bloemfontein. So we can safely say it's a junction town, according to the map information. Right, refer to the coordinates, refer to the topographic map, and name the feature found at coordinates 27, 29, 26, south, and 27, 12, 44 to the east. Right, our coordinates, I will try to highlight them here so that we can try to figure out how we come to realize the geographical feature that we are looking at. Right, our coordinates, I will try to indicate them here. The latitude is saying is 27 degrees. Then it's 39 minutes and 26 is 26 seconds to the south. Then our longitude is 27 degrees, 12 minutes and 44 seconds to the east. So our values for degrees and minutes are already provided for us on the map. We only need to estimate or calculate the the second values which are not available on the map. 27 for latitude is here, 27 degrees. And we can see that our line of latitude, it is saying 27 degrees, 30. What is saying? Our question is saying 27 degrees, 39. I wrote it wrong. 39. 27 degrees, 39 minutes, 26 to the south. This is 27 degrees, 36 minutes, which means the next line here is plus 1 minute. Our minute values are increasing going to the south. This is 27 degrees, 37 minutes. This becomes 38 minutes. And that becomes 39 minutes, 40 minutes, and you can see 41 is there. So we are saying these are our numbering for our lines of latitude going to the south. For our longitude, we can see we have 27 and we have 10. So which means the next line going to the east is going to be 11 minutes to the east. It's going to be 12 minutes going to the east is going to be 13, minutes is going to be 14, and you can see your 15 is there. So our implication here is when we're picking coordinates, we pick our coordinates from the northwest corner of the block. So we want a block with latitude 39 and longitude minute value 12. 39 and 12. Our 39 is here for latitude. We are going along this line. And our 12, you can see, is there. Our two coordinates are meeting here. That is our referral point, which means we want a feature inside this block here. Our feature is going to come from this block. So we are supposed now to figure out the value of our second value for latitude. Our second value for latitude is 26 seconds and 44 minutes for longitude. So we are saying from this line here, the 39th minute to the 40th minute, there are 60 seconds here. So we want to estimate the 26th position. If this is 60, it means halfway is going to be 30 seconds. So our 26 is slightly before. So which means we are trying to estimate a line which cuts across this particular area into our block. And also, we are going to estimate on the lines of longitude. Our second value is going to be 44, which means from here to here, there are 60 seconds. And midway, we have 30 seconds. We want 44. 44 is close to 3/4, which means it can come somewhere here. We want a line which runs parallel to our lines of longitude, going down until we meet the line of latitude coming from our latitude side. So which means we are going with this. Where are those two meeting? They're meeting somewhere here. So if we try to analyze from our map then to try to figure out a feature, though I was not using a ruler, I might not be very accurate. I was just trying to show you how you estimate and check the position of the feature that you can find there. So if you can try to analyze what features can we find in this particular area, you tend to find that there's some sort of a reservoir that you can see. You try to enlarge the area. Like if you can see there's a reservoir somewhere here. So we can plus or minus say it's a reservoir for that matter, because we are using estimation. We are just assuming that our coordinates, they got to meet somewhere around this area, which is where we have that reservoir. We are just using estimation. We could not use actual calculation. But however, I encourage you to do actual calculations. Calculate and use fractions to get the actual distance and measure accurately using your ruler and your pencil, and try to draw a parallel lines to your either your longitudes or your latitudes for you to get the exact position of the feature that is being asked for in the question. Right. Moving on to the next question. That was question number 3.1.5. We need to go to 3.1.6. 3.1.6 is a question which is asking about the time of the orthophoto. Right. The question is saying, let us go to the question first. Provide evidence that the orthophoto was taken before 1400 hours. What evidence do we find to suggest that this orthophoto map was taken before 1400 hours? The evidence that we use when we are relating orthophoto maps to time when they were taken, we check on the shadows of the features on the map. Remember, this is an aerial photograph. It shows the images of the features that are on the image, that are shown on the image there. We check on the shadows. So if you try to check the shadows here, what's the justification? We can see, for example, let's look at this building here. Where is the shadow? The shadow, you can see that is just below the building here. Also, if you check here, the shadow is here, just below the building. It's just under the building, below the building here. We don't have any shadow extending. If, for example, the sun was setting or the sun was lower in the atmosphere, you tend to find that maybe the shadow is extending, like to here. If the sun is lower in the atmosphere, then let's say this is our west, this is our east. Our sun is almost setting, is after 2 o'clock, it's around 2 o'clock, and then the sun is on the extreme west. The shadow will be extending going towards the east. the shadows here will be extending, going towards the east. But if we check, our shadows here are not extending anywhere. They are just below the features. The shadow here you can see is just below. The shadow there is just below. All the shadows that you can see, like in here, they are just below the physical features. So it suggests that the sun was still up in the atmosphere. The sun was up in the sky, giving the shades to be just below the physical features. So for that reason, you can say it was before 1400 hours, because around 1400 hours, the sun will be lower, and it means the shades will be extending to the extreme east, because the sun will be on the extreme west. But if it was before, it means the sun was still around midday, and the shadows were just behind, just under the different physical features that you are seeing there. Right. Then moving on to the next question. The next question is saying, calculate magnetic declination for 2025 using the map information that we are having here. What is the map information? We find it here. We want to use this information provided here. Right, mean magnetic declination is 19 degrees 54 minutes to the west of true north as of January 2013. Mean annual change is 3 minutes to the west of as of January 2013 to December 2013. So the first question is saying, we need to calculate difference in years. This map information is for 2013 and we are in 2025. So difference is 2025 minus 2013. How many years do we get there? We get 13, we get 12 years. That's our difference. Mean annual change we are given is 3 minutes to the west of true north. Total change, we get the total change by multiplying the mean annual change by the number of years which have lapsed from the time of the map information. So we are saying map, it becomes 12 times 3 minutes to the west of true north, which is going to give us 12 times 3, 36 minutes to the west of true north. Then magnetic declination for 2025. What is the declination for 2025? We are now saying the old magnetic declination for the year 2023, which we are given on the map here for the 2013. We are told that the declination in 2013, it was 19 degrees 54 minutes. So we are now using that information for 2013. It was 19 degrees 54 minutes to the west, and it has further changed to the west plus 36 minutes to the west. So with this, we are saying it's 19 degrees 54 minutes plus 36 minutes. We add this, 5 plus 6, it gives us 0. 5 plus 3, 8 plus 1, 9, 90 minutes, 19 here, degrees. Here, we have seen that our minute value has exceeded 60. We less 60 and add the 1 degree to the side of the degrees. So 90 minus 60, it gives us 30 minutes. Then that 60 we have subtracted here, it comes to the side of degrees to give us 20 degrees, 30 minutes. That is the new declination to the west for the year 2025. It's now 20 degrees, 30 minutes to the west of true north. Right, let's go to the next question. Identify the street pattern marked P in block D5. The street pattern that is marked here, marked P in block D5. If we check here, our street pattern is here. What street pattern is most likely to be here? We can see to the extreme north, it appears like it's regular, it's grid drawn. But if we go to the south, close to the river, it appears to be irregular. So it's now a controversy of balance of the two. Which one is dominating? Because if we check to the side of P here, it appears like it's a grid drawn. It appears almost a grid. And then if we come here, it becomes irregular on this part here. So it's now your discretion based on which one dominates on that particular area. Is it a grid or is it an irregular? But if you look at our responses, both responses are there. A grid one is there and an irregular is there. Then it's a discretion question. The dominant economic activity taking place in block E3 is classified as dominant economic activity taking place in block E3. We go to block E3 and check. Block E3 is here. Dominant activity that is happening here. If you try to check block E3, the main part is this indicated industrial, and we have some silos there. That's the main economic activity taking place there. So what kind of activity is that? We are having industries and some silos there, the industrial and some silos there. We know the silos are used to store agricultural products. After they are processed or before they are processed, we store them in silos. So what kind of activity is that one? We can safely conclude that the silos, they form part of the secondary activities. Discuss one physical factor evident on the topographic map that led to the development of the nucleated settlement pattern. What facilitated the nucleated settlement pattern in block A3 and B3? A3 and B3, what made the settlement to be nucleated in that particular area? But if you look at block A3 is here, and B3 is also here in this area, why do we have nucleated settlement? And the question wants a physical factor. Physical meaning to say we want a natural factor. So we cannot talk about the transport routes there. It's not a physical. Basically, if we check this area, this is a cultivated area with a flat land. So the area is flat, or it's general, the general sloping area, which makes it easy to construct. That is why there are so many units there. It's easy to construct because it's flat. It's an easily constructible area which is flat, which is gently sloping. So for that reason, we have nucleated settlements growing in these blocks A3 going down to B3, this area here. Right. The next question is saying, refer to the row of trees along the R76 in block A2 on the topographic map. Explain the function of the row of trees in block A2. These trees here, what are they used for? What's the purpose of these trees which are along the route here? These ones. And they're even going this side. Usually, if you see these trees, row of trees in a farmland, in a cultivated area, the purpose is they act as wind break. They help to limit the flow speed of the wind such that it does not damage the crops. Those rows of trees are planted so that they reduce the flow velocity of the wind in the area so that it does not damage the crops. You see, they are inside the farming area. Either side of the land is cultivated. So they are act as a windbreak there. That's the purpose of them. They help protect the crops from destructive winds. Right. We move on to the next question. The next question is talking about the topographical map. Refer to the area marked R in block E5 and the area marked Q in block D2. Provide map evidence to prove that the area R is older development compared to Q. Right, we want to compare area Q and area R, and we want to suggest that area R is older. We move on to the two areas, area Q and area R. Area R is here, and area Q is here. So let's mark our two areas. Our area Q is here, and area R is here. Right. What evidence can we figure out to show that this area is old? If we check here, it's written Old Town Hall. Old Town Hall. It suggests that this area is old. We cannot have an old town hall in a new area. So Old Town Hall, it's a suggestion that this area is old. And roads under construction. Roads under construction. It suggests that this area is under construction. It's a new area. It's a newly developed area, which is still having roads which are still under construction for some reason. And we can also justify that by the street pattern. which takes us to the question that we were saying is a discretion question. If you check here, most of the streets around Ara here, they appear to give us a grid pattern. We know that all the towns, they were planned using the grid-drawn pattern. They were planned using the grid-drawn pattern of streets. But here, this is an irregular in this area. Dominant pattern is irregular, which is now modern. So for that reason, also can justify that this is an old area. It has a grid-drawn pattern, while this area has got an irregular pattern, which is a modern street plan compared to the grid, which was used by the old town planners. Right. So we can safely conclude by using those two arguments there. Moving on to the next question. It says, refer to Jill quartz in block C1. All right, we go to block C1 and try to check the area and try to look at the point of reference of the place which is being asked about. We have this area called glucose, this area here. Let's mark it. Right, this is our area. The question is saying, for this particular area, discuss one factor evident on the topographic map limiting the expansion of the glycans in a southwesterly direction. Let's figure out the direction in question and try to justify why this area is not expanding going towards that particular direction. Right, if you check southwestern is this side here. Our south, our west is there. West, our south. Southwestern is this area here. Why is there no potential of expansion towards that area? We see this is a marshy area, or this is a vley. There is a marsh, and there's a vley. This is a waterlogged area. We cannot effectively construct in those areas. They are waterlogged areas. So this settlement cannot expand going to that side because it's a side of a vley, and also it's an area of a marshy place which cannot be effectively utilized for urban growth, urban expansion rather. Right. That is that. We move on to the other area, and also if you try to justify, you can also see that maybe the area is heavily eroded by that brown shade. Right. Let's go to the next question. Next question is saying, refer to Industria in block E3 on the topographic map. Provide evidence from the topographic map to support the statement that Industria is ideally or well located. Why is the area of Industria ideally located or is well located? We go to block E3 and check the justification. Industria is here, block E3. Why is this area ideally located? It's an industrial area where there's industrial activities taking place there, most hopefully the processing of agricultural products in that particular area. Why is it ideally located? Right. One factor that we can say here, if you check the area, this area, basically, if you check the area, you cannot see any successive contour lines which are close to each other. So it suggests that the area is flat, which is ideal for the location of industrial activities. The area is flat for easy construction and expansion. And also, if you check to the north, here, there is availability of space. Space availability for expansion. The area can expand going to that particular direction because it's a free area. And also, if you can check the other justification, we can say it's ideally located because there is water supply for the industrial activities taking place. This Vals River is just close here. They can extract water. And also, if you check, there's a furrow here and some dam here, which gives us availability of water for the purpose of industrial activities in that particular area. Then, basically, we can also talk of the road networks. You can see there's a major road around here, and also there's some railway lines which can also assist in linking production activities in the area. So that's the justification. We just pick evidence from the map to justify that the area has been correctly located wherever it is in terms of the relationship of the surrounding environment to activities happening in that particular place. We got the last part, which is the part on GIS. Our first question is saying, define the concept attribute data. When we're talking of attribute data in GIS, we are looking at that kind of data which is descriptive. Descriptive data or data which provides details. That is attribute data. We have spatial, which shows the location in terms of coordinates, then or shape. Then we have descriptive or gives us the details. That is attribute data. For example, the name of a given feature is attribute data. Name one way in which attribute data is presented on the orthophoto map. Attribute data on the orthophoto map. We want descriptive data on the orthophoto map. Right. It's written here. This name Kronstadt, giving the name of this area, is descriptive data. Hospital is also descriptive data. All these are names. And also if you check Kronstadt again here, is descriptive data. It gives us the name of the place. The Kroonspark is descriptive data. Alexander Bridge, Old Town Wall, Panorama. And also if you try to check also R34 is giving us the name of the road, it's descriptive data. Or if you can also check some other evidence, the contour lines, some of them, they have got heights indicated. They are indicating a measurement of height on the topographic map. Like on the contour lines is also attribute data. Right, so any example of such, they act as attribute data formats. They are descriptive. Then refer to the bridge 6 on the orthophoto map in block E4. Let's go to the bridge in block E4. This one is 6. Yes, we have already talked about that. That is Alexander Bridge. Right. Provide one attribute of the bridge evident on the topographical map. One attribute, one descriptive data of the bridge. One obvious is the name. It's called Alexander Bridge. It's an attribute data, Alexander Bridge. Then you can explain anything which describes a bridge. You can give any information which describes a bridge. Or if there's a name of the road, it's along which road. It's descriptive data. If you can estimate its span across the river, it spans for this length across the river, it's attribute data. What kind of a bridge is it? If it's an arc bridge, if it's an whatever kind of a bridge, is descriptive data. What is it made up of? It's descriptive data. Which two places does it link? It links the old town wall to wherever. It's descriptive data. So it's basically anything to do with the description of a bridge. Whether you give us the type of a bridge, it's an arc bridge, it's a suspension bridge, it's descriptive data. It has got a third road on it, it's descriptive data. It spans for 100 meters across the river, it's descriptive data. Anything to do with describing that particular bridge contributes to be descriptive data. It spans across the Vals River, it's descriptive data. We are describing the bridge. Right. Then we move on to the last part. The last part is saying, draw the symbols for the following features evident in block A4, a point feature and a line feature. We want a point feature in block A4 and a line feature in the same block. Right, we are referring to our topographical map. And we are going to block A4. We want a point feature and a line feature in the same block A4. Right, our block A4 is here. Let us demarcate it. This is our block of interest. Right, we want to identify, we have this A point feature is a point which is too small to be a line or to be an area feature or a polygon. It's a small feature which cannot qualify to be regarded as a line or as an area or a polygon. Then we have a line feature. Those are features represented in lines. For example, power lines, roads, rivers. So number one, we can figure out that we have this road here. It's a line feature. Then if you also check, we have this row of trees. It's a line feature. Then a point feature, we have this wind pump. And also if you check, we have these buildings here. So our features is, we have 4 features. We come back to, we said our features, we have a wind pump as these are point features, wind pump, and we have a building. Then our line features, we said we found that we have a road and we also have a row of trees. These are our features that we have identified from the map. And the question is saying, draw the symbols for the following features evident, a point and a line. So drawing the symbols, we are just drawing symbols for this. What is a symbol for the wind pump? It's drawn like this. This is a wind pump, which is a point feature. A building is too small to be an area feature. The point feature. We come here, we figure out another thing. Underline feature, we have a road. It's a line feature. We also have a row of trees. It's drawn like this. So these are our line features. These are our point features according to the block that we have figured out. Unless if there's another feature that you can also figure out from the same block, which we cannot. There's also this one with an F, which represents that this is a water feature with a blue color, and it's a dot which is marked by this, a water point. You can also add it there. It's another feature that we falls under a point feature. So that one, then F, which is a water point, also qualifies to be part of the point features. So basically, that's the idea behind the point features, line features, and polygon features on the maps. That was a part of GIS as we were concluding our paper. So with that being said and done, we can safely conclude that we have come to the end of our discussion for paper 2. I hope it is going to assist you as you go through your studies, as you prepare for your final examinations. We understand the prelims have come to an end with paper 2, but we still have the final battle coming in the form of the final examination in the coming few weeks. So it takes courage for someone to keep revising and also to keep reminding themselves of the basic concepts, and also to be familiar and get those concepts to the disposal of their fingertips. Right, that takes us to the end of our discussion. As usual, your host in geography. We are going to meet in other discussions. Thank you.
We have done a lot of content on paper 2, which is settlement and geomorphology, and therefore, which is settlement and economic geography, and therefore, this time around, I want us to do some little bit of map work. That's why I emphasize that we need to do this map work today. All right. So before we start with the map work section, I want to remind you that don't forget this is paper 2, and don't forget the areas of concentration that we are supposed to focus on. Remember, it's PWV and Durban Pine Town, which is the core industrial regions that are going to focus that we are going to focus on this term or this year. Then we look at the SDI, which is Maputo, the Dube port, which is IDZ. Then we shall also have to focus on sugar, as well as, which is sugar plantation in KZN, as well as gold mining. All right. So in that sense, I want us to start with our map work for this time, and I've selected a few past papers that we are going to deal with. I as well have the maps with me, so I'll be projecting the maps. If probably you need to have a ruler, a pencil, and a pond tractor, and if you have any question, please don't hesitate to ask, so that I can be in position to assist you where necessary. Okay. Please prepare, be with a pen, be with a pencil, and be with a calculator, so that if I say calculate for me this, I don't want you to say you don't know what I'm talking about, because you'll be having the calculator with you. All right, let us start with this question. The question, the map that we are going to deal with is Odendalas, and that map, we have this content here. I want you to take just a few seconds while you are reading that content with me. Okay, it says coordinates 27 degrees 52 minutes south, 26 degrees 41 minutes east. Those are the coordinates for the area. Odendras is the oldest gold mining town in the gold fields of Free State in South Africa. Okay, the town was once just a variety of farms with one central church. However, when gold deposits were found in 1946, the area earned its place on the map, attracting a number of settlers who wanted to be part of the gold rush. This is where the richest gold field in the world was discovered. So basically, we get that content. You might find some questions that will require you to come back to this extract, and then we'll refer to it. All right, I hope you're with me, and I hope I'm very clear. Okay, we quickly go to the questions. I will open the map and we'll look at the question. We are going to start with the map skills and calculations. They say refer to the topographic maps. So learners, before you start even looking at the questions that are asked, you start by looking at the kind of map that is asked you to refer to. Since the question is asking to say refer to the topographic map, we quickly rush and look at the topographic map. So here are the two maps that we are supposed to use. The topographic map is here. This is the topographic map, and this is the orthophoto map. So by looking at this topographic map, we get the question. The question says refer to the topographic map. All right, and it says, when calculating an area on the map, the scale is used to be. When calculating an area on the map, the scale is used to, number one, represent the area on the topographic map, calculate the area in reality, represent the area on the orthophoto map, calculate the height of the area, the reality area. But remember, the question says we are using the topographic map. So in this sense, we have to first of all eliminate what is not needed. So basically, C is out because it is talking about the orthophoto map. So we are when calculating an area on the map, the scale is used to represent the area on the topographic map, calculate the area in reality. So when you look at this, represent the area, it is the right answer, because calculating the area, it's not its only use only. It is one of the subsidiary uses of the scale. Representing the area on the orthophoto map. So this is basically looking at the orthophoto map only. So that one is out. Calculating the height, we can also use it, but it is not for calculating the height. So the right answer there is A. Okay. We go to the next question. The next question says 3.12. It says calculate the area which is demarcated in red or black on the topographic map. Let us see the topographic map. We come here. When you look at this topographic map, which one is demarcated in red? The area that is demarcated in red is this section here. Okay? Is this section here. So when they say calculate the area, what do we do? Let's go back to the question quickly. The question says calculate the area demarcated in red. Okay? Calculate the area demarcated in red on the topographic map in kilometers. They want the answer in kilometers. Okay? So because they want the answer in kilometers, what do? We quickly measure our distance, okay? And we convert it the way they want it to be converted, okay? So they said the length is already measured 3.7. We come here, meaning that we have this part here, we have this part here. The longest part will always be the length, and the shortest part will always be the breadth. So what do? We come here and we measure. You get your ruler, you measure from here to here. But according to the question, they said the length is already given. So since the length is already given, we are just going to calculate what is not given. Okay? We're just going to calculate what is not given. So the length is there. So what do we need to look for? We need to look for the breadth. Okay? So on calculating this area, we shall get the breadth. All right? We shall get the breadth. And let's see. So from here to here, they said 3.5. So from here to here, we shall measure with a ruler. I might not have a ruler with me here to measure this distance, but I'm going to take the assumption that here is 3.5 centimeters. Okay, so I'm going to use a blank page here. And when I use a blank page here, you say calculate the area. So our area is like this. So if this is according to the question, if this is quickly, I'll check here. If they say the length is given 3.7, what will be the breadth? Let's quickly go to the map. So if the length is given, the longest part is given 3.7. So we're going to say here, okay, so this part here is 3.7 centimeters. So we need to measure this from here to here. Let's take an example. Let's say this one is 3.5 after measuring. So please, learners, don't forget that we have to measure that distance. We come to the formula. The formula is L times B. So L times B, what is the value for L? The value for L is 3.7 centimeters. Okay, and the value for B is also 3.5 centimeters. But here we have to multiply by the scale, and here we also have to multiply by the scale. Since the question says calculate the area demarcated in red on which map? Topographic. So please, learners, don't forget this topographic, and they want the answer in kilometers squared. So what do? We come here, we say, you remember this box. If it is a topographic map, we say, if they want the answer in kilometers, what do we use? 0.5 kilometers. If they want the answer in meters, we use 500. If it's orthophoto map, it is 0.1. This is kilometers, and this is 100. Okay, so we come here. So we say 3.7 centimeters. We multiply it by 0.5. Okay, then we come here, 3.5 centimeters. We multiply it by what? By also 0.5. Why 0.5? Because they want the answer in what? They want the answer in kilometers. I hope we're together, guys. If you have any question, you can just share it in a comment. So 3.7 times 0.5, what do you get? Here, you are getting 1.85. This is kilometers. Times, okay? So we say 3.5 times 0.5. What do you get? here is 1,7 kilometers, so that we can get kilometers squared when you multiply kilometer by kilometers. So it's going to be that one times 1,85. Okay, and what is the answer that you are getting? You're getting 3,2375. Okay, and that becomes our answer. Remember, it's a 4 marks question, therefore you have to look at it nicely and you'll be in position to answer it. I hope we understand each other, guys. If there is any question, please tell me before I proceed. Okay, we go back to the question because they wanted the answer in what? In kilometers. So we're done with that. We go to 3.12. Okay, they say the true bearing from the trig station, this one, trig station, trigonometrical station 286, that is F in block B4, to the spot height 1357 G in block C5 is this. Okay, the true bearing of this to this is this. What is the question here? Okay, so they want you to choose between this and this one. Which one is right? Let us, when you're looking at true bearing, remember we didn't see even true bearing in paper 1, so you can get it in paper 2, and you also didn't see area in paper 1, so you're likely to get it in paper 2. So please take note of that. So the key aspect here is from. So what is the starting point? The starting point is 286 in block B4. We come to the map here. I don't know if you can see B4. So from here, from F, which is here, to what? To spot height in C5. The spot height in C5. C1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this could be our spot height. So we are starting from where? From here to here. So what do we do, learners? I told you we first of all join these two places with what? With a straight line. So what you do, you draw a straight line joining those two places. So since they tell us to start from here, you come here and then you draw your true north line. All right, this becomes true north. So we are moving clockwise from the true north to this line that is joining the two places. If you look at this line, it is not even jumping this 180 line, because from here to this line here is 180. So we are looking for the true bearing from here to this line. So the answer definitely is supposed to be less than 180. So let's go to the options given to us. There is this option, there is this option. So which one do you think is right? Definitely the answer is below 180. So the best option is 161 degrees. So that is the right answer according to this question. I hope you understand that. So what you must understand that when you're looking at true bearing, we first of all join the two places, but the key aspect you're looking for is from in the question. From gives us the starting point. So you draw lines joining those two places, and when you draw the line joining the two places, then you will know that, okay, if this is the line joining the two places, then where is the starting point? The starting point, that is where you draw your true north line. So after drawing your true north line, then you are in position to determine your true bearing. Okay, next question. The next question, also we did not see this in paper 1. I didn't see the calculation of the magnetic declination in paper 1. So you can see it in paper 2. So please be prepared for that. Okay. They say calculate the magnetic declination. We come here. They say calculate the magnetic declination for Odendelas from for 2023. For which year? 2023, because this paper was in 2023, you never know. This time around, they might ask you to calculate the magnetic indication, but for 2025, the only thing that might change is this: use the information given below. So this time around, they do not want you to go to the map. You remember? If you remember, I told you that we use this information here. All right? But this time around, we are not going to use this information because the information they want us to use is given here. So the difference in years is already calculated. Okay? The mean annual change is already calculated. So what are we calculating? We are calculating the total change. The total change will be this one. Okay? Total change is going to be, it's going to be this times this. So it's going to be 3 years times 10 minutes. What are you getting? Here we get 30, sorry. Here we get 30 minutes. Okay, sorry for that. Here we get 30 minutes. All right, so the magnetic indication for 2023. So we go to the map and check what was the magnetic declination for that year when this map was extracted. Let us go back to the map. We check here. It is 21 degrees. I don't know if guys it's clear for you there, but I'm trying to read what is here. It is 21 minutes. I don't know, maybe it is 21 degrees 00 minutes. So if that is the case, well, then we come here. Okay, so the one for the year, for the time when the map was created was 21 degrees 00 minutes west of true north. What do we do? Here we just add the change that we got, the total change from the 2021 period to the present year. By according to this map, the present year is this, but when you are doing your exams, it might be 2025. It will be 2025 if they give you the question like this. So we add here. Please take note of this, learners. We add this the way it is. 00 plus 30, so you get 30 minutes, and here you just write 21. If you're good at forgetting, you can use your calculator and get the answer right. Okay, so that is all that you needed to do. Okay, and then the next question says, use the answer in 3.1 and 3.14 to calculate the magnetic bearing for 2023. So that means they want us to calculate the MB. MB, the formula is down here, which is the TB plus the MD. What is TB? TB is this answer you got here, which is 161 degrees, plus this answer you got in 1.4, which is 21 degrees 30 minutes. So these are degrees, they go with degrees. So 21 plus 161, you get 182 degrees. How many minutes? The minutes remain 30 minutes. And then you go on. So please don't forget here to put the units west of true north, because if you forget it, sometimes they don't mark it. And another thing is that you see there are 3 marks. Ask your question, where are the 3 marks? Yourself a question, where are the 3 marks coming from? Just writing 3 times 10, you get this, and you add. No. So the mark is going to be given for this, the mark will be given for the plus sign, and the mark will be given for a final answer. Meaning to say, please don't forget to plus here. So why I'm telling you this is because here they say the west of true north. If we are moving west, we add. Please don't forget, if we move east, we subtract. Okay, I hope that is very clear. We move on to the next question. It's now interpretation, right? So how do we apply the interpretation in this sense? We shall be using the map. You will excuse me because the map is not so clear because it has been scanned. So some of the things that we might want might not be clear, but I will try to explain what you can use in that sense. So it says, refer to Pakistan motor race track, which is in H, which is H in block B3. Let me see if it is visible. B3, H is here. So that means this is the track race. When you talk about the track race, guys, you understand that that is the area where they race cars. Okay. On the topographic park, in which land use zone is this located. So please learners understand. Here, when you look at the map, you can even locate where it is. However, this is a trick for you to remember that the following are located in the following land use zone. Okay, number one. Actually, the answer here is rural urban fringe. Why? It's because there's enough space, there are fewer people there, and so on and so forth. But the following are the indicators if you were to find out where the rural urban fringe is found. Number one, these are the indicators. If you see a golf course, if you see a golf course, that means that is where we see the rural urban fringe. If you see the shooting range, that is where we see the urban fringe. If you see the runway or the air, the runway or the runway, or we can call it the landing site, or that can only be found in that, okay, in that region. Then the shooting range, the golf course, the runway, okay. And now here we can talk about the track racing. All those regions are found in those areas, okay. Why? Because there's enough space that can be used, and they are not. That place is not having a lot of people. Remember, when they talk about land use, we are referring to what is the land used for. Remember, under settlement, you know the land use we're referring to, the CBD. Okay, we have the rural urban fringe, the residential area. All right, residential area, the industrial zone. Which industry we note is basically the heavy and light industry. But when you say industrial zone, you are basically looking at areas designated for heavy industries, the outskirts of the city, close to close to the main transport route, near the water sources. Why? Because heavy industries make a lot of noise. Residential area is basically where do people stay, residents. And remember, this is categorized into three. There is the high income, there is the low income, which are the informal sectors, and there is also what we call the middle income. Middle income, we are referring to those 2-3 bedroom houses. Low income, we are referring to the informal settlement, and high income, we are referring to those areas like the mansions, say the Santen area, for high income earners, those people who get a lot of money. So rural urban fringe is when you are moving from the urban areas to the rural areas. Okay, then we have the CBD, then we have the industrial zone, then we have the OBD, we'll call it the commercial land use, okay, that are basically used for commercial businesses and all that, okay, and so on and so forth, plus others, but you will look at them when you look at paper 2. How does the location of the racetrack reduce the possibility of environmental injustice for the residents of this area? How does the location of the racetrack reduce the possibility of environmental injustice? Like, we're looking at the racetrack, how could it be reducing the environmental injustices? In this sense, we are trying to say, when you talk about the environment, you're seeing that what are the aspects that we're supposed to look at when we say environmental injustices. When we talk about environmental injustices, we are basically looking at how the environment will be unfairly used. Maybe that area would be left redundant, and now it is put into use. Okay, it will be put into use, using it for the racing and so on, the racetrack. Okay, yeah. So let's move on. The next question say refer to the topographic map and the orthophoto map. So this question is now combining the two areas. Okay, the question is combining the two areas of interest. So we are looking at the topographic map as well as the orthophoto map. So our focus is going to be on those two areas. So you will find out that in one way or the other, you're going to combine. Yeah? Okay, you're going to combine the two maps. Okay, so that you are in position to understand, to apply, to be in position to use both the maps in order for us to answer this question. So when it comes to this, I'm going to ask you learners, you normally have to integrate both maps. Remember, the orthophoto map is coming from the topographic map. In that area that it is demarcated in red, look here, this is where the orthophoto map is coming from. So we are going to combine both the maps so that we can be in position to answer the question. You will excuse me where you feel you cannot see properly because the map has been scanned many times for it to be in position to be online. Okay, let us see the questions that are asked to us and then we answer them properly. Refer to the topographic map and the orthophoto map. The first question is, the main activity at 6 on the orthophoto map is mining or quarrying. We come to this where 6 is here. I'm not sure if you can see, guys. I'll try my best to make sure that you see, but I don't know if when I zoom it out, then you can see. You tell me, you can tell me if you can't see, but if you can see, then it is okay. So we are looking at this area. This area is this part here. Let us put it together. This corner here is this corner here. This corner here is this corner here. This road here is this road here. You can see it comes like this, it branches, it goes that side. You see, it comes this side, then coming down here, this one goes this side, which is R31, and I probably know that this is the R31 here. Okay, this one. Okay, then that road goes down R30. So the road, this road here is basically R30, this one that comes through, but we are focusing on this part here. So this corner here is this corner here. Okay, so you can see that is what we mean by integrating the map. Okay, and then based on the question that is asked here, we are using both maps and we want to understand what is the main activity taking place here based on what you see. What do you see this activity could be? Do you think you can identify the activity? If you can't, then we can also look at this. This can help us to also understand sometimes. That is if the questions are provided or some of the activities are provided. But based on this, it's basically mining of gold in the town. So I would conclude my answer to say that the main activity taking place there could be the mining, not necessarily the quarrying. I don't know if you know the difference between the two. Mining is basically the extraction of minerals from nature. Quarrying is the breaking of stones for some other use. So the main activity there could be mining. Okay, what evidence is there? The evidence that is there, let us look at the evidence. When you look at this, this looks like a minefield. Okay, this ditch here is a minefield. You can only get it clearly when you look at this map here. I'll try to enlarge it a little further. Look here, this part here, 6 here, is this section here. If you enlarge somewhere here, they say that is what we call an excavation here. I don't know if you can see it that side. So this area here is basically for mining. So it's basically the mining field that we see there. All right. Identify the transport infrastructure that supports the main primary activity at 6. The main primary activity at 6, what is the transport infrastructure? You come here, the main transport infrastructure is this one here. And what is that? That is a railway line. Okay, you can see this is a railway line that comes here and then it goes out. So the main transport infrastructure is this. You can see this one. This is a railway line. Then it comes out. This black one here is a railway line that connects this mining field. Okay. Then We move on. We go to question 3. Refer to the topographic map. You see the map that they want us to refer to is a topographic map. So you quickly go to the topographic map and check the area that you are asked to look at, and then you answer those questions clearly as you see them. Okay? They're saying identify the main street pattern I in block A1 and in block A2. Okay? They say identify the main street pattern. You can now think of, when you talk about street pattern, what comes in your head? We remember we have the gradient, we have the planned irregular, we have the planned irregular. Okay? So in that sense, they want you to identify the main street pattern there. And therefore, indices, we say we go to the map quickly. Here is the map. Where is I? I is here. What do you see here? You see that this looks like blocks. You remember? If you remember very well, when you're looking at street pattern, we said we have planned, we have irregular, planned irregular street pattern, we have the grid. Okay? And then when you check here, if you look at the kind of diagram that I gave you in your books, you will see that this one look like bricks, like grid. So the answer that you're going to have down here is the grid street pattern. Okay? I hope we are clear there. Grid. So the answer we are going to have I has got grid or gridion street pattern. Are we together then? All right. Then you got the next question. The next question says, why is the street pattern identified in question 3.A associated with traffic congestion? Remember, grid looks like this. It has got a lot of intersections. Intersection here, intersection, 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 like that. These are all intersections. And normally, it is one-way streets. For example, when you go to Johannesburg, the streets are one way. When you go to cities, mainly in cities, it is one-way street patterns. So it takes that shape. So why is it associated with a lot of traffic congestion? Number one, it is because they have a lot of intersections. There are very many areas where roads are intersecting. And you know that in most cases, when these roads intersect, there is the traffic lights. There are always traffic lights. Traffic lights come on, yellow, red, green, yellow, red, and then you wait until when you go. So in that sense, we shall have a lot of traffic when those intersections are there. Or wherever there are intersections, there are traffic lights. And in most cases, when these traffic lights are not working, it's a problem. You know that. All right. So that is why they have a lot of traffic congestion. Part C, how has the topographic influenced the layout of the street pattern identified above? The topography. When the question is asking about topography, it's basically saying how is the relief, the nature of the land, influence the way the streets are existing. Remember, for the streets to be straight, one way, going through to the end, coming from the other end to another end, it is always taking place where the gradient is what? Is flat. Okay? So one of the reason, or the main reason why we have this kind of street pattern is because of the flat land. So the flat land helps in the easy construction of those roads to be one way. I told you, when you see them like that, think of Johannesburg CBD. When you see them like this, coming like this, going this way like this, so these are unplanned irregular. These are basically in areas like locations or mountainous areas. So it is basically because of the gradient, therefore they cannot go straight. They keep on curving, bending, going into ends like so. So that is what we mean. So the answer here is because of the flat land. Okay, so the flat land helps in the construction of the grid street pattern. I hope we are together, guys. I hope we are together, guys. Okay. All right, we go on to the next question. Now we're done with interpretation. Remember, the questions you're going to face is that interpretation is going to be covering all the topics you have covered. It can come with a topic from geomorphology. It can come with a topic of settlement. It can also come with a topic of economic geography. So if you basically understand, if you look at these questions you have looked at, the questions have got settlement questions, okay, or settlement content, and they also have economic geography content. So you'll be in position to integrate. So if you lack content, it's going to be very difficult for you to answer such questions. Okay, let's look at GIS. This is 8 marks, and guys, I don't want you to take this GIS lightly, because those marks in GIS are for free. We have looked at these things several times. Okay, let's see GIS. GIS, we reference information X and Y. So we have this and this, okay? Extracts from Odendera's topographic map, which indicates different types of what? Of data, all right? So we have this reference here. National road, this is the national road. The way you see this N, arterial route, there's R there. Main road, it's like that. Perennial river, it's like that. Perennial water, it's like that. Non-perennial river, it's like that. Like this is X. So Y is here, and when you look at Y, you can see that it is basically the interpretation of this. This is arterial route. So this arterial route is basically this one. You can see the color here is the same color here. There is R here, there is R there. The only difference is that this is R70, all right? Then there is water source there. We can see the water source. We can see other roads there that are existing. So in this sense, this one is trying to interpret this. These are symbols that are interpreted on the map. The first question. The first question is, the location of J, J is here is spatial or attribute? J is this. And what is J? J is this line here, which is 27 degrees, 53 minutes. Remember, the types of data, we have got spatial data. I'll just briefly take you a little bit back. There is attribute data, okay? There is spatial data, there is attribute data, there is raster data. I think you remember that. Spatial data, it shows the location of a place. So when it talks about location, what do we look at? We look at the coordinates. When I talk about coordinates, I'm referring degrees, minutes, which is indicated here and indicated here. Okay. Then we also have what we call the attribute data. Attribute data gives further explanation of information, geographical feature. For example, this road here is arterial route, but what is it? It's R70. So R70 means it's part of attribute because it is giving us further information about this road. All right. Then we have got raster data. Raster data is data in form of pixels, which is now image. So here we look at pixels, image. For example, an orthophoto map is an example of raster data. Then we have vector data. What is vector data? Vector data is data in form of points, lines, and polygons. For example, spot height is a point. A road and a river is a line. Then a dam is a polygon. It forms a shape. So a dam, a river, a road, a spot height is an example of what? Of vector data, but in different portions. A point, spot height. A river is an example of a line. A dam is an example of a polygon. So it is categorized all under vector data. So looking at this, I think like learners, you can identify even the answer because J is pointing at the line, this line, and this line has got coordinates. Therefore, the answer is what? Is spatial data. Okay, so here the answer is spatial data. Okay, we go on. Give the spatial data of J. in degrees and minutes. These people were they just wanted you to get the answers for free. So what do we do here? You just write these coordinates and you write these coordinates. Remember, what do we start with? We start with a latitude and then we go to longitude. Remember, latitude is drawn horizontally, longitude is drawn vertically. So which one is horizontal? This one. So please, learners, don't forget, you will have to start with this. If you start with this, it won't be right because it is not in the proper sequence geographically. So what do we write? We write 27 degrees, okay, 53 minutes, right? And then we go on. But remember, that one is the latitude, which we have to put S there. Then we go on. The next one is what? 26 degrees. How many minutes? 42 minutes. This is E, and those are 2 marks. Okay, so you see how geography is easy. For the love of geography, please make sure you understand these things. Okay, part C. Part C, it says, how does reference information X, where is X? This one here. How does reference information X assist in identifying the attribute data of the road in extract Y? How does this one assist to identify the reference information of the road? When you look at this, look at this. At X, we have the national route. How do we see the national route? If you see it in this color and there should be N, it is not existing here. Right? Arterial route, it is this color with R there. The R is there. Can you see that? So how does it assist? It only assists you to tell or to say that this type of a road is maybe a national road or an arterial road. So it assists to tell whether it is a national road or arterial road. In other words, it assists to tell which type of road is it. That's all. It assists us to tell which type of road is it. Is it a national road? Is it a main road? Is it an arterial road? Like that. So you can only tell the type of the road by looking at the key to identify that this road that looks like this, that has this color, is this kind of a road. Okay, it's this kind of a road. All right. We go on. Spatial resolution or remote sensing is used to collect information from a distance. I think, learners, you must be knowing these definitions by now. Spatial resolution, we are looking at the electromagnetic spectrum, spatial resolution. Then we look at the remote sensing. Remote sensing is the only answer that is right. What is remote sensing? Remote sensing is the acquisition of geographical data about the Earth's surface without being in contact with it or from a distance. So the answer here is remote sensing. When you talk about spatial resolution, we are referring to how you can identify the primary colors, the secondary colors on the road, on the map. Remember, we can look at it to say red is primary, white is secondary, like that. So that is what's the use of spatial resolution. We go to the last question. The last question in this paper is, what is the advantage of collecting information from a distance for the activity at 6 on the orthophoto map? We'll go to the orthophoto map. 6 is here, which we all know. We have identified the 6 as what? As mining. All right? The 6, in other words, the activity at 6 is what? Is mining. If you know that it is mining, now let us look at it. What is the advantage of collecting information from a distance for the activity identified in 6? If it's mining, what do we know about mining? Remember, mining is the extraction of minerals from the Earth's surface. Maybe the minerals are dangerous. So if the minerals are dangerous or they can cause smoke, remember those people who, minerals can cause when they blast a rock, you can inhale the dust and you get sick. So when you collect information from a distance, it is good because you will be safe. Okay? So it is safer. You are not going to be there, so there is no way you're going to be affected by the dust. Neither the rocks can affect you, or when it collapses, it can't affect you. So you'll be safe because information is collected from a distance. All right, you won't be there physically. All right. Number two is if you collect information from a distance, it does not require you to be going there timelessly, go and check what's happening. No, you are just somewhere, you set your satellites or you use your cameras on the plane or somewhere, and they give you information about a place. So that means it is you can get regular updates. You can get timelessly updates. So every time you will get updates because you are not going to be there. Imagine, let me take an example that the mine is in Florida and you are staying in Johannesburg CBD. You be in position to travel. How many minutes you are going to take from there to travel and come take information about the area and go back? But if you just set your camera somewhere or your satellite somewhere, you can get updates on what is happening in that mine timelessly without going there. Okay, so in another sense, it saves time. Okay, it saves time. So it is advantageous because it saves time. Okay, another way is that it is cheap. You see the advantages. It is cheap, but they only want one reason. It is cheap. Okay, it saves time. It is cheap. You don't need to waste time to travel. I want you to remember that gone are the days when our parents send us to go somewhere, they will send you walk a distance to take the information. Because these days you have got phones, you have got internet, you can get information about any country from miles and miles away without being there. So it is important. It saves time, you understand, and it is cheaper. It is easy. You can collect the data so easily, and you can even get accurate information about the area. Okay, you can get accurate information. You can acquire accurate information about the area. I hope that is very clear, my students. Okay, I'm sorry for the maps that they are not so clear, but I'll try my best. Okay, like I said, today's focus is only on map work, and I want to look at another question. And then when you look at another question, this is going to assist us to see a variety of questions and how they are set. Okay. All right, let's look at this map, this question. This is about George, okay? And remember I told you that I'm only extracting questions, I'm only dealing with questions and different calculations, and I'm targeting a few fields that were not talked about in paper 1, such that if you get it there, you will be in position to answer it. I'm not saying that what was examined in paper 1 cannot be examined in paper 2. They can still bring average gradient in paper 2. Do you understand? And they ask you on how traffic can be controlled. But remember, traffic congestion is the question that is part of what? That is part of paper 2. So anything can come, but I'm trying to see what was not looked at there. Let us look at George. But remember, before you look at George, you need to know the information there. George is ideally located between Cape Town and Rebecca, Port Elizabeth, with a beautiful natural surroundings and a temperate climate, a low crime rate, and a national airport are among the many reasons the town has seen significant growth over the past 2 decades. It is a popular tourist destination because of the nature walks, bird watching, hiking, canoeing, mountain biking, and horse riding, which are all within the close proximity to the town. All right. That is the information that is given to us. All right. Then we go look at the questions that are provided. Okay. The questions that are provided to us are the following. Look here. They say refer to which map? This is very important. So when you are answering the questions related to map work, please first highlight the map that they are referring us to. We go to this and we look at George. George is here. Okay, I have this map here and I have this map here. This time around the question wants us to focus on the orthophoto. Look at the question, the orthophoto map. All right, and since they want us to look at the orthophoto map, we shall look at it. There's no stress, there's nothing wrong with it. Okay, there's nothing wrong with it. There's no Satan in looking at it. Don't rush, my people, don't rush. Take your time. If you don't take your time and you rush, this is your last race that you are running. So I don't want you to finish in a bad way. Finish strong. And I believe all learners can finish strong. Okay, let's look at the first question. They say the height of the height at 6 in block C1 is dash in meters. 6. We go to the map. 6 is here. 6 is pointing exactly at this contour line here. This contour line here. You see this contour line that is passing. But let us now, first of all, identify these contour lines that are there. Okay? We have this contour line here. We have this contour line here. We have this contour line here. When you look at the pattern of the contour line, here they are increasing, going this way. That means going outwards. It should be decreasing altogether. So if it is decreasing, what is the range we have there? I'm trying to see. There's 100 here. Let me first see the interval of it is 5, no? Okay, if it's 5 and this one is 100. So what shall we have? 5. Okay. This one looks like 100. So that means going outwards here, we are going to be deducting. So this is how we are going to move, deducting going downwards, because it looks like here it's getting into the center. But when you look at the nature of, is it decreasing or decreasing? Is it decreasing or increasing? Look at that. Let us first of all look at the options given to us. Okay. Kids, I can't see clearly the contour lines here. I can't see the readings properly. But it looks like these contour lines are increasing, coming this other side. That's how it looks like. So you can just add 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, and then you'll find the answer for this. However, if you are in an exam and you look at this, you'll see the numbers here. All what I want you to identify is that which one is the center. So if you get to understand that the readings here are higher, from here you will know that coming this way you'll add, going down you'll minus. What are we minusing? We are minusing the contour interval, because the contour interval is given here. So I can't see it clearly, but I would wish to give you the right answer. But because I can't see it, this looks like 100. It looks like it is increasing. This looks like 180. And therefore, this is when you minus here, because this one looks like 180. So when we are minus 5, because we are going outwards, it becomes 175. So that is how I see it. I'm not so sure of this one, because the answers are not clear. However, if this is 180, this one here, and this is 175, that means 180 plus 5 is 185 plus 5 here is 190 plus 5 here is 195 plus now this one is 200. Actually, this looks like a 200, not 100. So this looks like a 200. So meaning that here you are going up, so you add, what do you add? 5 on each contour when you are coming this way. If you are coming down this way, you minus 5. Okay. So meaning that if this is 200, then this one is 5. This one is 5. This one is 5. This one is 5. Meaning that 200 minus 5, this is 195, 180, 185. Sorry, this is 200, 195, 190, 185, 180. And that means this one here, which is 6, that comes like this, which is this one, it becomes 175. So if you check here, the option that I will take is 175. How do you get 175? You look at the contour lines here. It looks, when you look at this contour, it looks like it is not having a reading. But on a map, there is no contour without a reading. So you have to look at the shape, you look at the surrounding areas, and then you can depict the number of that contour line. So I feel this is the right answer based on how I look at it. If the other one that I'm seeing is 200, okay. We got the next one. The next one is what? Calculate the average gradient from 7 in block D1 to 8 in A4 on which map? Orthophoto map. You come to this area, still we are using the same map. I will first of all take this one out. That let me delete this. Okay. They want between 7 here and what? Let me check the question quickly. Between 7 and 8. So 7 is in D4, 8 is in F4. In D4 and F4. This is D. This is F4. This is D4. So it's this one here and F4. You go up there. F4. 8 is here. Okay, so those are the two places that we are supposed to do what? We're supposed to use. And what are they asking us? They are asking us to calculate the average gradient. They have given us the formula. The good thing, because we cannot see properly, they have assisted us. They gave us the what? The distance. So they said the measured distance between 7 and 8 is 10, this one. So they have given us the distance, which is the HE. The measured distance the same as HE. So HE is 10,3 centimeters, but they haven't given us the height. So let us look for the height. We go quickly here. I will first of all take this out. Okay. And then we look for the height for that place and the height for the other one. Let me also take this one out. Okay. So we have this place and we have the other one. Okay. So the height of this place here is 209. I don't know if you can see. And the height for this one is 204. So we come here. So we have 209 and 204. Which one is big? This one is bigger. So it's going to be VI is going to be 209 meters minus 204 meters. What is the answer here? Is 5 meters. So the difference between the two heights above the sea level is 5 meters. But the distance between those two places which they have measured for us is 10,3. However, when you check here, this is in meters, this is in what? This one is in centimeters. So we must change this to look like that. What do? We multiply by 100. So it becomes 103, okay, 0 meters. Meaning to say, I have this and I have this as well. So what do? We put it in the formula. It becomes 5 meters over 103 meters. All right? 5 meters and 103 meters. So what do? We divide by the smallest because the answer must be in the ratio. So we divide by the smallest, which is 5, and we also divide by 5. 5 into this is 1 over 5 into this is somewhere around, let me put it on my calculator here. It's 206. So it is 206. So we have 1 over 206, but this is a fraction. What do? We write it in a ratio. It becomes 21 to 206. So that one becomes our average gradient. Okay. Please don't forget, learners, when you reach here, you must divide by the smallest so that you get the answer in ratio. And don't forget here, you multiply by 100. Why? Because the map we are using here is orthophoto, and we agreed that if it is orthophoto and they want the answer in meters, we use 100. If they want the answer in kilometers, we use what? 0,1. So we are using this to change it to meters so that this one, centimeters, looks like this one here. The same way, if it's topographic, we use 500 and 0.5. But because it is gradient, we multiply by 500 such that this answer here will look like the other one, and then the other aspects are the same. Those are the 4 marks. Okay, I hope we are together in that sense. We got the next one. They say complete the grid reference of the trigonometrical station 114 in block A5. On which map? Topographic. This is the key aspect here. We go to the map, we look for 114. 114 is A5. We come here, 114 is A5. A5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It should be here. However, my map is not clear. My map is not clear at all. However, this is what I'm going to do. Okay, I will try to see that. I'll show you how it is done, though it's not clear. Let me just take an example. It is here. I'm just using an example. I'm just imagining, because F5 is this one. So what do? We take this number here. Okay, so that number there is okay, hold on for me. It is 33. And what is the starting minute? The starting minute is what? The starting minute is 50 what? It looks like a 51. Guys, it's not clear. This map is not clear. This map is not clear. I really can't assist, but I will try to do it if I find it on another map. Probably if I can use this map here, but the maps are not the same, so it might not give us a clear information that we want. But we shall check if we shall find it in another question. Okay, so that I can be in a position to assist you with that. However, here I cannot see. I can't see. Sorry. But all what you need to do is to find the minutes. We count based on the minutes that you see. Okay. Take an example. If we were to use this map here, okay, if we were to use this map here and the features here, you see this one is what? 2901. So you would count, that means this is 01. Okay, that means this one will be 02, this one will be 03, like that. But because we cannot see, I don't want to lie to you that I can see anything. We would count, we start with this one going down. So we take this and the minute that we see here, because it is in the first block. Then we count this one and we start from the minute that you see here. If you check on your map, when it is very clear, you will see that this one is this minute here. So you just count starting from this one and you count like that until you reach the end. Okay, but let me leave that question because that one wasn't clear for me. We got the next thing. You see here the asked area that the other side, and area did not come in paper 1, so you're likely to fetch that question. You're likely to face that question that is asking the area. It can be in meters or it can be in what? In kilometers. So calculate the area of a cemetery F in block E2. Let me see if the cemetery is visible. On which map do they tell us? Topographic map, right? Topographic map E2. So the cemetery is here. That is good. The cemetery is this one, F. Okay. So they want us to calculate the area of this. So remember, I told you that when you're calculating area, actually they have given us the measurements, so we don't need to measure anything. They have given us the measurements. So the formula is there. Please don't be confused by L times B and you just put these things here the way they are. This is to confuse you. When they give it to you like this, say L times S and B times S, so that you don't forget the scale. Because they want the answer in meters and we are using the topographic map. Remember, I told you topographic map, if they want the answer in meters, we are using 500. If they want the answer in kilometers, we are using 0.5. So because in this question they want the answer in meters, what are we using? 500. So what are you going to say here? 0.9 times 500, and here we are going to say 0.8 centimeters times 500. That is why it is 3 marks, because they want to see if you can be in position to convert. Is that okay? So we multiply there. What do we get? 4 by this is 45, so it is 45. How many zeros do we see? We take 1 0 because of a decimal place. So this is meters, and this times this, 8 times 5 is 40, so we write a 40 here. How many zeros do we have here? 1 2 1, because of the decimal place. So this is meters, so we multiply meters by meters. What do you get? Meters squared. 45 times 40, what do you get? Is 100 and what? Or you get 100, and it's 180,000. Okay, 108,000 meters. Please understand, you see it is 3 times 1, so the conversion is a mark. Okay, and here is a mark, and here is a mark. Please understand, learners, if you miss putting 450 meters times 400 meters, and then if you miss this and you miss this, and then you come and you put this 180,000 meters squared, this is going to be wrong. The question is, where do you get this from, yet it is not included here? So you must know that when I multiply meters by meters, I get meters squared. When I multiply this by this, I get this one. That is how you get all your full 4 marks. Please don't miss the units, because if you miss the units, you will miss the marks. Okay, I hope that is very clear, my people. We go to 3.2. 3.2, which is now interpretation of the map. Refer to block C1 and C2 on the topographic map. I'll try to go there and see if it's visible. C1 and C2. I'll try to see if I can see. The first question says, Heather Park is a high or low income residential area. Now this is, you see, they're applying settlement. Remember I told you land use, we have that place called residential area. And I told you that residential area, it is divided into 3: high income, low income, and middle income. Please understand, high income, those are the very big mansions. Low income, these are the informal settlements. Middle income, those are the 2-3 bedroom houses or the town houses. So when you look at that area on the map, do you see it as having very big plots? Check here. C1 and C2, you see there, you see here, these are like areas that are having big blocks, and they are far away from the city. So we are now trying to integrate in the aspects. They are far away from the city and they look to be having big blocks. You can see if this area here covers from here to here, that is a block of land, from here to here, meaning that this area will be having high income earners. So I'll say, that is how I'm concluding to say Heather Park is a high income earners. If they want you to give evidence to support your answer, the first evidence that you're going to have is, number 1, the big plots of land. You can see that they are dissected. Okay, and if you see the houses are not so close to each other. Remember, under low income earners, like informal settlements, houses are close to each other. They are very small houses close to each other. When it comes to high income earners, those are the big plots of land, mansions far away from each other, and they are covering big areas, and they are always far away from the city. Okay. When you look at it, let us go to the map and check again. What evidence do we have? We have got a golf course here. There's a golf course here. Okay. And that means It's a high income earners because rich people are normally the ones that play golf. You understand? Rich people like us. You understand that? So we get to understand that golf is a game for the rich. So we can say here as an evidence here that it is close. It's located close to the golf course. It is located close to the golf course. Remember, the people who are enjoying that game are the rich. Therefore, they stay next to it. Number 3, that you can say when you look at it on the map here, let's see if you can see on the map. Look at this. This area here, remember a golf course is located where? It is located in the rural urban fringe. Remember that I told you that the indicators of a rural urban fringe is a golf course, is a shooting range, is a rifle range, is a landing site, is a cemetery, those aspects. So you find that the people who are rich are the ones that go that other side next to a golf course. So you can also give another evidence as it is located close, or it's located within the rural urban fringe. So in that sense, you'll get all your marks. Okay, remember it's a 1-mark question. Okay, you can also talk about it being far away from the CBD, because I told you that the rich people don't want to stay in a CBD. Why? Because the CBD is here. The CBD has got a lot of noise, a lot of congestion. They can even afford transport from wherever they are staying to the CBD. So that's why they stay this as far as this way, because they can afford going to the CBD. Than the poor people, because poor people will settle close here because they don't want to waste a lot of transport. You can see these ones here. Okay. Then you can talk about the industrial zone. It can be located far away from the industrial zone because industries make a lot of what? A lot of noise. Those are the things that you should apply. It's application. Okay. Refer to topographical map and the orthophoto map. So we are combining both maps. Identify the human-made feature 9 on the topographic map. On the orthophoto map, sorry. We come here. Feature 9. Where is 9? Right, I'll give it a few minutes so that it can be very clear. Okay. Feature 9. I want to see 9. Okay, it's now clear. 9 is here. What do we see here? Which feature is 9 here? Which one is this, guys? But you cannot understand it clearly if you do not combine it with this map. Can you look here and check? This is the feature 9, because remember this is the area covered by the orthophoto map. This is feature 9. What is it? The name of the feature 9 can only be seen if you look at here. Let's go back to the question quickly. Refer to that feature 9. Identify that man-made feature 9. Okay. The man-made feature 9, if you check clearly on this map, the name is here. It is here. It's a sewage works. So feature 9 is referred to as a sewage works. So we say here sewage works. Okay. So you write it there and then say give a reason why give a reason why sorry for that. Give a reason why. I want us to look at that feature clearly and see if we can get it clearly. Okay, let us see here. Look here. This is the feature here. The name for the feature is here. It's a sewage work. Okay, it is this feature here. Now, the next question says, give a reason why rural urban fringe is suitable location, is a suitable location for this human-made feature. In that case, why do you think the sewage works is located that far? Number 1, it is far away from the built-up area, like the residential area. That is why. Remember, sewage smells, so you can't have it close to too many people. So far away from the residential areas. Few people are there allocated in such areas. So because of the bad odor, the odor that it gives, people stay away from it. Okay, number one. Number two, that in that area the land is cheaper. Remember, the rich, most of the time the rich people go in such areas because they can have a very big plot at a cheaper price, and they build those big houses. Okay, the gradient there, when you look at that area, is gentle. The gradient is gentle. Please don't forget that we write answers in a sentence. Okay, and it is also located, let's see here, it is also here, the gradient here is gentle, far away from the built-up area. The people are this other side, so it is located here, far away from the built-up. Remember, the rich are basically occupying these places here, and this thing is here, so it's far from the people, so that the smell does not affect people. Okay, yeah, so we can move on. 3.25. I'll try to move fast now because we are running out of time. 3.25. Identify two pieces of evidence to suggest we are losing. Okay, before we continue there, they say refer to blocks D1 and D2, E1 and 2 on topographic map. We come here, we look at the topographic map, D1, D2, E1, E2. We are referring to these blocks here. We are going to look at them critically and we'll answer those questions that are asked. Identify two pieces of evidence that suggest that George is a popular tourist destination. Why do you think George is a popular tourist destination? So we are going to look at the map quickly. This part here, this part here, this part here, and this part here. What makes it a popular tourist destination? What do you see here? Number one, let's start from this block. What do you see? A golf course. Okay, so number one, the existence of the golf course, it makes it a tourist destination. Are we together? Okay, we continue. Which other evidence do we have there? Let me see if we have any other evidence. I'm looking for any other evidence there. Here we don't have many people occupying this place. It's an open space. So another evidence we can use, okay, for this area is I can see these ones are track and trails. Okay, these ones are track and trails. So first of all, is this a track and trail that is existing? You can also see the golf course is here, the park is here. You can see this is a park, and the park is for people who want to relax their mind. Okay, there are a lot of green here. There is a woodland here, so woodland can be a tourist destination. Okay, so plus other things that you can see on a map clearly. Take an example: if there is a showground, if there is a sports ground, okay, any activity anything that you can see that can attract a tourist, it becomes a point that you can use to answer those questions. I hope that is very clear, my people. Okay, so you can use anything that you see, anything that can attract tourists. Woodland, if there is a river becomes a thing that can attract tourists. Even the transport itself, there are transport routes here that can transport tourists from one place to another. It becomes a place, it now attracts them. Okay, so anything that can be used for tourism becomes evidence. Please don't forget that. Okay, we continue. Refer to feature 10 in block C1 on the orthophoto map. We come here, we look at 10. Where is 10? 10 is here. This is the feature 10. If you come here, 10, let us look at it. 10 is here, slightly above this. So this is the area. 10 is this part here on the topographic, but we are referring to it here on the orthophoto map. Okay, and the first question is on the topographic map. So feature 10 is on the orthophoto map, shows crops or trees. Definitely those can't be crops. In this sense, if you cannot tell what this is, you can combine it. Look at this. This is 10 here. What is this? These greens are trees. So when you come here, you know that this texture here, normally the rough texture here is indicating trees. These are all trees. These are all green trees. These are all trees. So in this sense, the answer for this one can't be crops. It is what? It's trees. Okay. Give evidence for your answer. What do we say? Number one, rough texture. Okay. The rough texture that you see on a map is indicating the green the vegetation. Okay. Then you can also talk about it. What do you see? You say what you see. The black tone or the black color. Look at this. This black tone here is indicating that it was a vegetation. So you give evidence based on that. Okay. And so on and so forth. Okay. Then refer to block D3 and D4 on the topographic. So that means this time around we're using the topographic. Okay. The topographic. Identify two factors that influence the location of the industries in George industries. We say D3 and D4. Come here. D3 is here. Okay. This is D3 and this is D4. So this area here is the industrial zone. You can see this dark texture, big blocks. These are heavy industries. Okay. If you see this kind of dark colors, big blocks concentrating in one area far away from the CBD, close the major transport route. Actually, I'm giving answers now before even I focus on the question. It says, what makes it suitable, this place to be the best place for industries? Number one, the transport and communication routes. Okay. What do we see? This is a railway line. This is a national route. So that is one. Okay. You can say the railway line, the existence of the railway line. Remember, the railway line is used to transport the bulky products. So if these industries are producing bulk products, they can be easily transported to their markets using this railway line. Okay. Then there is a freeway here, a national route here. Okay. Then number two, look at the nature of the contour lines. It is not so close to each other, which makes this place flat. And therefore, if it is flat, it is suitable for the construction of industries. Number three, that here is an area where it is surrounded by built up areas, meaning that there are people around the industrial zone that can provide labor to the industries here. So the availability of cheap labor or the availability of labor from the nearby built up areas or people. Okay. On top of that, what else do we see? Remember, it is called George Industrial. This part here is George Industrial. So we have got transport routes here. We have got this. We have got labor. We can say if these people provide labor, that means they can as well provide market. So there is ready market for the industry, for the goods produced in these industries here. Number four, based on this, what do you see this? This is a cemetery. So a cemetery is found in areas in the rural urban fringe. Rural urban fringe has got free land. So there is available land, readily available land in this area, which makes it a suitable place for industry. So that means if these industries want to extend them to other areas, they can easily extend them because the land is available. But remember, this is based on the evidence that you have on the map. All right, so you can have those answers there. So you can write these answers here, like what? You can write the answers here like gentle land or flat land. You can say flat land for industrial development. Remember, I told you that you don't write just flat land for industrial development. Okay. Then adequate land for what? For expansion of industries. Remember, when you look at the southwest, there is a lot of land that the southwest there is a lot of land that is free. Okay. Then talk about the transport routes. Transport routes. And we talk about transport routes, I want you to refer to the railway line. Also, there is a national roads. I don't know which national roads are those ones, but they are ends, end roads, N1, N2, but I don't know which end is that is around that. But when you check on the map, clearly you will see. But I can see on the map, it's indicated that this is a national road here. I don't know which end is this. There's an end road here, okay, that can be used to transport the products there. So you can talk of labor, cheap labor, or labor availability from the nearby population, nearby build up area. So this labor is coming from the people because the area is built up. That means it's not only labor, it can also provide what? Market. All those are factors, but they want only two, so we cannot finish them. Let's go to the GIS. GIS refer to topographic map. The orthophoto. Orthophoto map is represented what? Remember when I was explaining the previous paper, I told you that an example of raster data is the orthophoto. So the answer here is raster data. Are we together? Then we continue. Give a reason for your answer, because it is an image. It is an image or photo. Where is it coming from? From that word orthophoto, meaning that it's a photo. A photo is in form of pixels, and when you talk about pixels, you are referring to raster data. Okay, it's an orthophoto map. Okay, or you can say it is made up of pixels. So that is evidence enough. 3.3.3, state the main data layer that limits the town from developing in this block. What limits the town from developing in block A5? We come here. Which map are they referring us to use? Topographic in block A5. So here, which data layer is limiting the extension in this block? It's basically, when you look at it, this area here has got contour lines that are close to each other, meaning that it's going to be the steep gradient. Okay, the steep gradient, or you can say the nature of land or the relief. So here the main data is the relief, which is the general appearance of the land. And in that case, when you look at that land, it is steep. How does this data layer mentioned above limit the development? Number one, if the area has got contour lines close to each other, it means that that area is steep. Therefore, it is difficult to construct. It's difficult to construct on such steep area, or it's difficult to build. But people build there. But if you are to build there, that means you're going to use a lot of money. Therefore, it is going to be expensive. Remember, not all of you are building in those expensive areas, because in the mountainous areas, it's too expensive. You have to level the area, then you put your structure on that area. That is all money. And that's why you see that in the mountainous area, the people who build those big structures or proper structures are the rich, because they can afford. It's difficult to build there. Number two, it is very expensive to build in such an area. We only want one answer there. But remember, I always tell my learners, and I'm still telling you, that please don't write exact. It says 1 times 2. Don't write one answer. Write 2, so that if one is not standing so strong, the other one can still bail you out. Okay. Refer to feature G in block C3 on the orthophoto map. Sorry, on the topographic map. We come here. What are they referring to? They want us to refer to feature 3, which is G. Refer to feature G in block C3. C3. Where is C3? C3. Okay, this is here. C3. This one. The feature is there. How do we tell? you can combine. You come here, you can combine this. So it is somewhere around here. Okay, let's look at our questions quickly. Refer to feature 3 on the topographic map. Yeah, sorry. Refer to feature G on the topographic map. Come here. G is here on the topographic map. 1, 2, 3. So we are here. Sorry. We are referring to this. Okay. All right. The first question says, use the table below to match the columns A. Write only letter A or B depending on what you are asked. Spatial data of a hospital is this. Attribute is this. I told you spatial shows location, and the location must be in degrees, minutes, and seconds. So definitely this goes here, and attribute 200 beds, this goes here. So attribute further explanation of a geographical feature. Therefore, A is B. Sorry, number 1 is B, and number 2 is what? Is A. Just like that. You remember spatial is location. Location, we are using coordinates. So this one goes here. Attribute further explanation of a geographical feature. Take an example, a school. If it's a school, it will be located where? Let's say 36 Goldman. Where? Rodport or Florida. Okay. Is it a mixed boys and girls? You are giving further information about the geographical feature. It becomes attribute. Okay. So I think we are good with that. I'm doing our last question for the day, and I want to be very fast here. It is Bloemfontein. And therefore, we are going to be looking at this map for Bloemfontein. We are going to be looking at this map for Bloemfontein. We're just going to give me a few seconds as it is becoming clear. Okay, I think nowadays it's clear. Remember, these are online stuff, and therefore it has to load very well. Let's see the question. Bloemfontein is here. Free State. We read. Bloemfontein, please don't go to the questions before you read this information here. Okay? You don't go to the question before we read this information here. Okay? Let us read the information that we need. Bloemfontein is the capital city of Free State. It is located in central South Africa on the southern edge of the Highveld. The area is generally flat with isolated hills. Although agriculture is the main primary activity, businesses mainly drive Bloemfontein's economy. Due to the many businesses, it has attracted many people into the area. This has led to many developments. Okay. Those are the things we're supposed to read just for us to understand. Because if you have a question that requires us to get that, then we can do it. Okay. Let us look at the questions. The first question. It says, the topographic map or orthophoto map. The topographic map or orthophoto map. Are we together? The topographic map or orthophoto map has a smaller scale. Which one has a smaller scale? Now, some learners confused because topo is 1 to 50,000. Ortho is 1 to 10,000. But when you look at this number indicates how many times the map can be reduced or enlarged. So when you look at this, 5 and 1, if you reduce the 0, 5 here, 1 here. In your own understanding, 1 is bigger, and 5 is bigger, 1 is smaller. But in this sense, the smaller the number, the bigger the map. The bigger the number, the smaller the map. So meaning that topographic map with 5 is smaller. The orthophoto map with 1 is bigger. Please understand that. The bigger the scale, actually, if you're going to forget, remember this. ERE. Enlarged map scale reduces. Reduced map, scale enlarges. Remember, this orthophoto map is coming from that small section on the topographic map. That means it has been enlarged. Because it has been enlarged, the scale is now reducing. That's why it is 10,000. Because this one is now is covering a very bigger area, that's why the scale is like that. Okay, so depending on the area it covers, that is the scale we use. All right, so the topographic map that has got a bigger number, which is 5 or 50,000, is small. It's a smaller scale. Whereas this one that has got a smaller number is having a bigger scale. I hope that is clear. So the answer here is topographic. Okay, we go to 3.2. Okay, 3.2, it says the smaller scale shows number one, a smaller area. No, that is very wrong. It shows a bigger area. Number two, greater details. No, so it shows a large area as well as less details. You see the orthophoto map, please understand me. Orthophoto map, okay, shows a very small area but with a lot of details. Whereas the topographic map, it shows a larger area but with less details. Remember, if it's having covering a very large area, you have to use a very small scale to ensure that all that area is catered for. Okay, so the answer here is D, 3 and 4. We go on. Next question. It says the grid reference of a reservoir at F in block B1 on the topographic map is what? Now, when it comes to understanding coordinates, you must know that the latitude comes first. The latitude ends with S. The longitude last, it ends with E. So all these ones are starting with S. Okay, so they can be right depending on what you're looking at. So let us go to F. Where is F? F is here. Okay, the latitude here is 29. Okay, 29 is 0 what? Okay, so it is 29. So the latitude should be 29. The longitude should be 26. We are coming here first to the options given. The latitude should be 29. So that means the only numbers that start with the 29 and S are these two. So this one is out and this one is out because we start with a latitude that, according to the map, the latitude starts with 29. Remember, it is drawn like this, What the number do we see here is a 0, 1. Okay, 0, 1. Then the number we see here is a 10. Okay, so we come here, we check. Which one starts with a 0, 1? It's this one, 0, 1, and this one is 2. Let us check here. This is 0, 1, and the feature is where? So this is 1, it comes up to here. This is 2, it comes up to here. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like that, going down. All right, and then that means this is 10. Okay, this is 26, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. That's why here you see 15 here. Do you see that? But the degree has not changed. So on looking at that, we get to see that the answer should be starting with a 2, and then a 10 is there and a 12. So the only answer here that we have that has got a 2 is only B. So B becomes the right answer. You see, if you use the elimination method, you won't even stress too much. You just look for the right answer like that. So refer to the orthophoto map. We come here, we look at the map. Orthophoto map is where? Is here. Okay, so we are going to refer to this. Okay, which question? Let's quickly go to the question. Refer to the orthophoto map, and the question that you're looking at is saying, determine the true bearing of a spot height at 6 in block 1 from. Remember, I told you that the moment they say true bearing, the keyword is from. What is the starting point here? Spot height 1427 at 7. So we come here. Where is 7? 7 is here. So we are starting from 7 here, going to where? going to 6, going to 6. So 6 is here, 7 is here. So these are the two areas we are using. What do we do? Remember I told you that we draw a line, a straight line. You know, if you have a ruler to be straight, you're in the two places. Since you are starting at this is where we draw our true north. Straight, it should be straight in relation to these other lines, okay? How do we move? We move clockwise from here to the line that is joining the two places. Are we together? So when you look at this one is 180. So you add on this section here that if you now you'll use your protractor, you lay it here such that this one becomes a 0, and then you measure from here to here. So the answer you get here, you add it here. Okay? You add it there, and then when you add it there, it will give you the answer. Let's take an example. From here to here, it's 180, and this is already past 90. So when you add another 90, it becomes 270. So when you add this section that is remaining there, it's like 50, okay, or 40 something. So let's say like 47, okay. So you add there, you get a 7 there. It's like, is it a 40? No, it's like a 37 or 20 something. So you add, basing on what you get, so you'll get your answer. So all what I want you to know is which one is the starting point. In this question, they say from this spot height at 7. So that means 7 is the starting point. So you start from 7, going where? Going this way. So at 7 is where you draw your true north. But you start by joining these two places with a straight line. So you measure clockwise from here to the line that is joining the two places. So from here to here is 180, then plus this section here. The answer you are going to get will be the true bearing. If not, for the smart learners, and if you have, actually I always advise my learners to use a protractor that has got 360 degrees, because for it you just put it here, this one becomes 0, you look at the number from here, you take that number. But if not, you can use another alternative. Get this section from here to here, minus it from 360. The remaining answer is going to be that. Take an example. If this is like, I don't know, I don't have a protractor to measure it, but probably it's before 90. So you minus, let's say 40 some, 50 something or 60 something from 360. The answer you'll have will be the answer from here to here. But I preferably you use clockwise from here until when you meet the line that is joining the two places. All right. Then we come here, refer to the topographic map. Topographic map. So we go to topographic map, capture the average gradient from the spot height 1358 at G in block A3 to the trigonomical station 96 at H in this. So now here they use trigonomical station. Now some learners confuse this. If they say trigonomical station, the symbol is like this. There is a number on top and there is a number below. We use the number with a decimal place. Please normally use the number, because the number with the decimal place is the height. But the good thing is that here they gave you the distance between the two spot height. They gave you already the distance. So what are you going to do to calculate the difference? So we say VI will be the difference between the two heights. So we come here. The trig beacon is 96. In which block? It's in block C4. You come here, C4. H is here. Okay? So the height of this trig beacon is this number below here. I don't know if you can see there, but now I can see it here. But if you can't see it, I will tell you. The number there is 1455.6. 1455.6. So we come here to the question here. Okay, but if you can't see, I can zoom it a little bit out so that you can be in position to see this number. So this is 96 here, but you're looking at this number that has a decimal place. Is the height of that trig beacon. Okay, so the height of the trig beacon and the height of a spot height. So the spot height is this. So we are just getting the one for the trig beacon. So the trig beacon is 1455.6. 5.6 height meters above sea level minus 1358. What is the difference? The difference is 97.6 meters. So you come here, so we have 97.6 meters over. What is the distance between the two? If they have not given you the distance, what do? You measure from those two, from this to the spot height. Okay, from that place to the spot height. The spot height is in which block? According to this question, the spot height is in is G, in block A3. Okay, G. So this is the spot height. So you just measure the distance from here to here, okay, in centimeters, and then you convert. The good thing that in this question the distance was given, which is 7.6. So you just say 7.8 centimeters, and 7.8 centimeters we multiply it by what? By 500. Why 500? Because the map we are using in this question is a topographic map. Please don't forget, I said topographic meters, 500 kilometers, 0.5. Then you multiply. Let me multiply. Let me just go to my calculator here. 7.8 times 500, you get 3900 meters. Okay, so you have this, you have this. What do? We put it in our formula. It is 97.6 over and 3900 meters. But remember, I told you when you reach, I don't divide it directly. You divide by the smallest. Divide by 97.6. You also divide this by 97.6. So that this into this is 1 over this into this. How many times do we have there? It is 39.96. So it is 39.96. This is a fraction. What do? We put it in the ratio. The ratio is 1 to 39.96. And that becomes our answer. Those are the 4 marks. Okay. Now, in the gradient in that question above, is it steep or gentle? Remember, my learners, I told you, you can look at the answer given or you can look at the map. Okay. When you check the map here, between this and this, are the contour lines close to each other? No. Okay. But if the contour lines are close to each other, what do you say? It is steep. If the contour lines are far away from each other, what do we say? It is gentle. But based on this answer, based on the gradient that we have in this area, okay, we shall say that the area is gentle, unless they say using your answer above. If you're using your answer above, that means you will say it is steep. But based on the map that we are looking at, the other side, where we have calculated, the contour lines are far away from each other, which means it is a gentle gradient. So why would this gradient in that above be an advantage to the road construction? You see, if you're constructing a road, you can easily construct it where it is gentle. Why? Because it is less expensive to construct. Or you can say it is easy to construct a road on a gentle gradient, but it is very difficult to construct it on a steeper gradient. So it is easy to construct it. Okay, it is cheap also. It's less expensive. It is easy to construct a road. It is less expensive to construct a road. Okay, then it is also safe to build a road in that area. It is safe to build a road, or you don't need to even put tunnels there. Okay, no tunnels or pass in order for you to construct a road, because it is gentle. Than in situations where it is mountainous, where you need to cut the mountain so that you can put the tunnels to construct roads, it becomes very, very expensive. Let us look at the interpretation. We are referring to the orthophoto map in this sense. The main settlement pattern, the moment they talk about pattern, we look at two: dispersed and what? And nucleated. This is only settlement pattern, dispersed and nucleated. So we are going to look at area 8 in block D1 and E1 on the orthophoto map. 8 is here, isn't it? It says 8 in D1 and E1. 8 is here. You can see these are settlements. Are they close to each other or they are far away from each other? You remember nucleated, we said, is close to each other. This one means settlements are close to each other. Whereas dispersed settlements are far away from each other. When you look at our map here, 8 here, you can see that these are houses that are close to each other. Therefore, it is nucleated. Okay. We go on. So the answer here is what? Is B. Refer to the woodland hills settlement in block B2 on the topographic map. B2 topographic. B2. This one here. Woodland hill is here. This is the area they are referring at. They want us to use. Woodland hill. It is here. This is the area. Okay. Let's see the question. It says, what evidence suggests that the suburb is still undergoing construction? What suggests that this area is still undergoing construction? Let us see this area. The area is here. What do you see here? What do you see here? Okay. When you look at this woodland area, we don't have too many roads here. So that means the roads are still undergoing. This road comes here, it ends here. So it has not gone through. Okay. So that means maybe there's, not because this area is steep that this can stop it from going that other side. That means the roads here are incomplete. So the roads have not yet been completed. Number one. Number two is that these spaces are free. There is nothing here. That means there is still vacant places or areas or plots. So some plots here have not been used. So it is still undergoing construction. Okay. So that can be evidence for why you can say this area is undergoing construction. If they want you to look at the area, other things that you can, if the question comes and it is talking about evidence to show that the area is very old, then you can look at things like a monument, like maybe a old town hall. So you will know, or the nature of the street pattern, you will know that this area is very old. So those are the kind of things that we can use in that sense. So the evidence here, we can say roads are still under construction. Roads are incomplete, or they are not yet done with those roads. You can also say they are vacant areas. They are free or vacant or free areas. Vacant areas or vacant plots that have not yet been occupied. So the area is still new. Altogether, explain the negative impact of this development could have on the farming activity. Just know that if this development continues, what will happen? Agricultural land will decrease. Agricultural farming land will decrease because construction will take the area away, and that means people will not have area to construct to do their farming. And in the process of construction, there is construction of tunnels, digging of trenches. So there are chances of flooding. Flooding is likely to take place. Flooding is likely to take place. And you also know that if there is construction, they use a lot of water, and that means there will be scarce water to use in the area. Scarce water, because construction requires people to use water, okay, to take place, and so on and so forth. But they need only one, okay. And in fact, the residential area 9 in block B4 and C4, residential area in block B4 and C4. Let's see which map is used on the orthophoto. B4 and C4 on the orthophoto. B4 and C4. B4, that means this area here, and C4 and this area. So we are looking at this area strictly here. Let me first take these things out here so that we can be in a position to see. Okay, they want us to refer to this area here. Let us go back to the question and we'll read it clearly. Refer the residential area 9 in B4 and C4 on the orthophoto map. How did the topography, when they say the topography, they are referring to relief. Here, the word topography is referring to relief or the nature of what? Of land. How did the topography influence the development of the gradient street pattern evident in the residential area? We look at this area. Let's go back to the area. This area here, you see there's the nature of the road, the construction here is in the form of those blocks or grids. How is it under the influence of how the street pattern influenced the construction, the nature of the streets? How did the topography, we are looking at the nature of the land, how did it influence the grid structure in that sense? Okay, so we are looking at how the nature of the gradient influenced. So if you look at the area, is it steep or it is gentle? Let's go back. When you look at this area, look at the contour lines. The contour lines this other side are a bit close to each other, but here they are far away from each other, meaning that this area is flat. Therefore, we agreed last time in the previous question paper that if the area is flat or gentle, it influences the construction of the grade street pattern. You remember that? So here we are going to say because it is flat, therefore it is easy to construct those grid street pattern. Okay, it is flat, and also it being flat, it is easy for the streets to be properly constructed. Remember, for the grid street pattern to take place, the gradient must be flat, so that you can have one way is going the other side, one way is coming this other side, or two ways going and coming back. So you can easily construct the junctions within the road because of that nature of the land, which is flat. So you see that the questions are coming back in the same way, the same question but in a different way. So please understand, gradient, the area must be flat. Okay. Explain one economic advantage that residents in the residential area 9 will experience as a result of its location. How would the location affect the residents? Okay, how would the location affect the residents? They can affect them negatively and positively, but in this sense, if you look at it, there is one economic advantage of the residential area. If that area is there, how will it affect the residents at 9? Residential area at 9. Okay, number one, it will be easy for them to go to the shopping, meaning that they can. Number one, actually, the first very point should be there will be employment of people. So if that area is built economically, people will be employed and they will get money. They are looking at economic advantage. Okay, and when we talk about economic advantage, we are looking at things that generate money. So employment is one. Employment is one. Number two, cheaper houses will be available. That is economic advantage. Cheaper houses will be available. So people will have access, will be available. People will have access to very cheap houses because they have built the area. So the houses will be available, very cheap houses will be available for these people to rent and sleep in. Okay, so you also know that it will reduce the transport costs. Reduce transport costs. So instead of you transporting or going for longer distances for shopping, the area will be near, and that will reduce your transport costs in that sense. Okay, and so on and so forth. There are very many points you can give in that sense. So let us look at this question. It says refer to block A1, A2, and B1 and B2 on the topographic map. A1, A2, B1, B2. We come here. A1, A2, B1, B2. So we are referring to these 4 blocks here. Okay, we are referring to those 4 blocks there. And the first question says, the first question says, so I think you can analyze this area here quickly. You can look at it, A1, A2, B1, B2. When they want us to look at that area and answer the questions. The first question is identify the primary activity practiced in block A1, A2. Let us go back to the map. Primary activity identified in block A1, A2. If they say primary activities, what do we look at? Let's see. What evidence that we look at to say this area has got this activity? Look at this. This is A1, this is A2, right? This is A1, this is A2. What evidence do you see there? If you look at this, here is what we call diggings. Can you see that diggings? Okay. Diggings, that means there's a primary activity of agriculture. Okay, so the evidence we can have there is agriculture. And if we have maybe a cultivated land, in that sense, you will know that there is also agriculture or farming taking place. But the main activity here is agriculture. Okay, so the answer that we can use here, primary, is agriculture. Remember, if they talk about primary activity, we are referring to which section of geography? Is economic geography. Okay, why is this primary activity in that answer above practiced on large scale? Let's see here. Why is it practiced on large scale? Because when you look at this area has got a lot of free land. Look at it. It is so gentle. It's not that steep to affect mechanization. So because it is gentle, we can easily practice large scale farming. Number 1. Number 2, it has got water sources here. There is a dam here. This is a river here. So this water can be used in the irrigation process on this large scale farm. Okay, do you see that? So that means we have got large land here, large land available. Then number 1. Number 2, we have got very big land, also gentle and big land. So vacant land is available, cheap land is available, and also availability of water. So it becomes easy for agriculture to be practiced, most especially on large scale, if such aspects exist. Okay, so let's go back to the question and we put our answers there. Why is this activity taking place? Number 1, access to water from the river, to water from the rivers and from the dams that are there. Number 2 is large tract of land or large chunk of land. There's a very big land that is available that can be used for large scale farming. Remember, large scale farming requires very big land. Okay, and to also look at the nature of the land, which is flat. So if the land is flat, that means mechanization can easily be practiced, and mechanization is one activity that can take place where we have flat land. Okay, so because the land is flat or gentle, mechanization can be practiced, and mechanization is a characteristic of large scale farming. Are we together, guys? Let's proceed. Look at C. Identify 2 strategies that were put in place in the blocks A1 and A2, B1 and B2 to ensure regular water supply for this primary activity. What do they have there? Number 1, we have identified a dam. We have identified that there's a dam here. What are dams used for? To store water for irrigation. So number 1, existence or the construction of a dam. Construction of a dam. So the dam is helping in easy access to what? To water. Are we together? Let's look at other evidence we can look at. let's see. I'm trying to look at the evidence that I can see. I can see the dam, which is well and good. Maybe let me try to make it a little bit bigger. Okay, there's a dam there. There is a furrow here. Okay, that means the furrow is transporting also water. What else do I have there? What else do I have there? I'm looking for evidence. But basically the evidence I can see on this map for now, I can see there's even a zero there. The zeros are basically used to store agricultural products. So this is a furrow, this is a furrow. So we can say here existence of a dam. We also have the furrows. Okay, so we are going to say the construction of the dams, and also the construction of the furrows. So the furrows take water. Okay, I don't know if there is any other evidence you can see, but I'm seeing the furrows, but I'm also seeing a reservoir here. So that means there is also a reservoir. Okay, the existence of a reservoir. Okay, the existence of a reservoir. These are all related to water supply for agricultural products. The last section of this part for a day is going to be GIS. The process of converting data from raster to vector format is called, what is it called? Okay, you are converting data from raster to vector. Okay, so from image to lines, like, and so on and so forth, from pictures to lines, points, and polygon. So we have data analysis, integration, layering. Let us analyze one by one. Analysis is when you look at data critically. Okay, so you might look at critical and you don't integrate it. Okay, integration is putting data together. Data layering is putting data on top of each other, and therefore the only option that you are remaining with is manipulation. Manipulation is the process of converting data from raster data to vector formatting. So the answer there is only D. It's manipulation, when you can play with the data for your advantage. All right. 3.2, it says explain how data was converted from vector aerial photos graph, which is used to make the orthophoto map, to a topographic map. How is this done? So data was converted. In this case, how was it converted? It was converted by changing the scale. Okay, it was converted by changing the scale. Remember, we said that the scale for the orthophoto is 10,000, 1 to 10,000. The scale for the topographic is 1 to 50,000. So data is converted from a vector photo to a orthophoto map, to the topographic map, by changing the scale. All right, and we can also look at another option to say by using of symbols. By using what? Using symbols. Remember, if you use symbols is basically vector data is used on the topographic map, and therefore you have got points, lines, and polygon. And then raster data is used on the orthophoto map, so we have got